Okay, there we go.
Retired Army Colonel Jack Jacobs, a recipient of the Medal of Honor and an MSNBC military analyst. Colonel
Trump
Jacobs
will
is
be
taking a break
addressing
with
the
us.
nation at 10 p.m.
Maybe first of all, your
Yeah.
assessment this evening as
He fucking broke this on Truth Social. I literally, so like I broke this news, baby. I got there before fucking Aaron Parnas. And I didn't break it with other headlines. I was opening his Truth Social up. And literally, as when I opened up his Truth Social, he posted it that minute. And I was like I was looking for a different Truth Social post. And as I saw that, I started reading it and I was like, oh, here he goes saying we again. You know, he's saying we again. He's going to like incriminate us more. And then I just kept reading and I was like, oh no, he's literally saying that Americans just bombed Iran. Fuck. Thank you. I got lucky. Literally, just like. And here I was getting ready to make another to record the second part of my Iranian Revolution series today. That's why I put makeup on. Yeah, I'm telling you, I broke the fucking news. I think I was like, when I opened it, only 2 people had like retruthed it on Truth Social. 2 people. I fucking broke that news, baby. Is this an impeachable offense? On it, technically, anything is an impeachable offense. Technically, Congress can impeach at any point. And then they basically decide whether or not that's a removable offense. You know what I mean? We don't know. We don't know, Kim. There have been more. Yeah, sorry, guys. Sorry. I was coming on here to post something silly. I was going to his Truth Social to post something funny. Hi, Bubba. Hi. Need more water? Sorry, I'm watching my neighbor's dog. And I got my dog in here. Yeah, of course. Can you guys still hear that? I've got the news on in the background so you guys can hear the pundits talk about it. Now is the time for peace. Is there any chance that that would be the outcome or that would be the response from what the United States did this evening? Well, it doesn't sound like it. I mean, if you hear what. Yeah, but Jake, even if they have the capability of making nuclear bombs, guess what? That doesn't just give you the right to just randomly bomb a country. Fun fact. The United States did do this, Blackbird. Just a sec, Serge. Hey, Serge. Hey.
This ain't good.
No. Correct. Right. I got someone on YouTube asking if this is the beginning of World War III. I hope to God not, but
His own national security advisors.
why isn't this activating? Sorry, I'm trying to get my there we go. WebSocket can. Okay. I don't know if anyone's on Twitch. Sorry if so. Okay, we got YouTube, we got TikTok. All right. Sorry, I was just trying to get my multi-chat up.
So, a story published 8 hours ago was that U.S. deployed 2 B-2 stealth the Pacific. as Trump considers Iran strike 8 hours ago.
News where? Newsware is saying that AMG.
Jacobs mentioned your opponent about the Iranian leadership and also Israel. The New York Times had just reported earlier today that the supreme leader in Iran, who is believed to be, bunkered down, no longer in his compound in Tehran, has already appointed three.
They bombed.
Council, if you will, a council of experts, because normally it was supposed to be a larger body that makes the
You're
decision.
hearing this?
His potential assassination and the fact that Trump.
I haven't seen anything like that.
We knew where he is.
Yeah.
And that they did not want
News channels on Twitter.
suggests that the
They bombed nuclear facilities.
regime was on the table. May still
They bombed nuclear facilities. I'm just saying, I mean, I don't know what type of bomb they used, but there's no indication that they used a nuclear bomb as of yet. They bombed nuclear facilities. To use a nuclear bomb would be fucking idiotic. We don't know yet. This just happened, whatever.
I do know that the B-2s are capable of carrying those.
They're capable. Okay.
However, this article is highlighting that the B-2s can each carry two 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs with about a 60-meter penetration, designed to strike deeply buried sites like Iran's Fordow nuclear facility.
Okay. Someone said NBC just posted a thing,
But to a point that Colonel Jacobs made, which I think we were kind of discussing,
an article 10 minutes ago. Can we check that?
the president signaled to
Let's look at these claims that it's...
a little bit shorter than what
Sorry, let me get situated. Sorry, guys. I wasn't planning on going live. I was setting up to film a fucking History in Under 10 video about the Iranian Revolution, ironically.
be prepared for a prolonged war. The defense minister and the chief of staff of the Israeli Defense Forces had said that the amount of missiles that have landed in Israel from Iran have to some extent begun to overwhelm.
I think this tops the long list of reasons he needs to be impeached.
David Sling, Arrow, and
Yeah.
the Iron Dome. And because
Someone in chat saying fake news.
was losing
Oh, so you're saying that Trump lied?
structure, but still not
This is coming straight from Trump.
constitute itself able to carry out these attacks on Israel in a way that Israeli society has not seen perhaps since the first Gulf War.
Oh God, I hate pop-up ads.
At that level of destruction and damage may have been a factor in why the United States decided for the United States to enter this war.
I'm not seeing anything about nuclear bombs. It bombed nuclear sites.
Yeah, I don't see anything about that either.
Bombs nuclear sites, guys. Nuclear sites.
Has covered
Not nuclear bombs.
knows the country very well. Yasmin, I know that you have been in touch with people there. I know that on a personal level, you have very close connections to people inside Iran. Communications have been hard. The government in Iran has shut off the internet.
Yeah,
It's
Jenna.
almost impossible to get any communication out of their beyond official channels. I'm not sure if you've been able to get anyone on the phone, not just recently, but even in the last couple of days, to get a sense of what is actually
I can't
happening
fucking
there.
believe this.
Yeah, so it's interesting, Eamon. Hi, guys. Thanks for having me. There's been a sense amongst the Iranians that I've been speaking to, and I've been speaking to a lot of them on the ground there, that this type of attack was not going to occur. They had the feeling that this was going to be a prolonged war.
What happens now? Trump is going to speak at 10, apparently. If you guys hear anything else, let me know. We're figuring this out together. Trump is going to address the nation at 10 p.m. Fuck that guy.
Oh boy, I can't wait.
It's going to take everything I have not to fucking scream. Sorry, I don't want to stress the dogs out. I'm sorry, Bubba. I'm sorry. I got my neighbor's dog here. What next? So here's the insane thing is, technically the U.S. has not officially declared war. I would say that this is absolutely, very clearly an act of war. So, firstly, he did it without congressional approval, right? What happens next? In his Truth Social post, he said, like, now's the time for peace. The fucking knucklehead. Sorry, I gotta be careful with my language. He said we believe it was a bunker buster. Bunker buster. We actually, yes, we dropped bombs. Well, exactly. I mean, that's the thing. Even if we don't declare war, what's to stop Iran from declaring war on us? Well, that's the thing. Whether you call it a war or not, it is an act of war to bomb another nation. You know what I mean? Like, I'm pretty sure international law recognizes that as an act of war. Serge, you may, correct me if I'm wrong on that one.
I mean, the fact that there was, and this is unprovoked, right?
Yeah.
Like, this is a war crime.
Well, I mean, no, like, yes and no. Is it a war crime? Like, bombing a country, going to war isn't in and of itself a war crime. You know what I mean? Is bombing a nuclear site a war crime? I don't believe it is, but yeah. So sorry. What next? I keep getting distracted. What next? He's hoping that this means that the Iranians will like look for peace now. Like he's hoping that this is going to be like a one and done. Cool. Iran is going to be ready to come to the table. I hate to fucking remind everyone. In 2018, Trump got rid of the treaty we had with Iran, the denuclearization treaty that we had with them. He fucking tore that shit up. Iran can do whatever the fuck they want because we don't have an agreement with them in place. I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry to break that to you. We don't get to just like tell countries what to do and then get mad when they do what they want based on no fucking agreement. The U.S. imposed sanctions on Iran and stuff, and Iran kept saying, hey, we're willing to go back to the original treaty that was signed under Obama, if I'm not mistaken, if you drop the sanctions. Like, let's negotiate here. You got rid of the treaty, you imposed a bunch of sanctions on us, despite the fact that third-party investigators repeatedly found that Iran was sticking to the terms of the treaty. They were following the treaty. They were doing exactly as they had agreed to. And the excuse, by the way, was that what Trump said, the excuse given was that, Iran failed to disclose a nuclear program back in 2003. So over fucking 20 years ago. You know what I mean? They're like, that's why we're going to cancel this treaty that came about, 15 years later. Because they failed to disclose all the details of a program in 2003. I don't know how accurate that is. Just count on it not being very accurate in the first place. But so, like, Iran was like, we're happy to go back to that original treaty that we were abiding by if you drop the fucking sanctions. And no, Trump just wanted them to denuclearize. I mean, all they were doing, they were increasing their stockpiles of enriched uranium, which again, they're allowed to do. But all experts say that still, like, just because you have a bunch of uranium doesn't mean that you're building nukes. Because, like, that's a whole other, you know what I mean? Like, a nuke is more than just nuclear, like, material. It's a whole fucking machine that you got to build, you got to design, you got to manufacture, etc. They were several years away from that still, and there was no indication, according to all fucking experts on this, there was no indication that they had even begun to start that process. And, but again, even if they had started that process, they're allowed to do that because they're not in a fucking treaty with anyone saying that they're not gonna. It's,
I mean, granted, we clearly don't want them to have that technology, but our own intelligence agencies have said, they're not developing it.
But I want to be clear about, like, there's a few things going on right now, right? Yeah, the U.S. may not want them to, right? But that doesn't mean that they're not allowed to. They're allowed to. they're not in any fucking agreement with the U.S. saying that they're not going to develop that technology because the U.S. is the one that decided to withdraw from that agreement. If the U.S. wanted to fucking maintain that agreement, they should have fucking maintained that agreement. And by the U.S., let me just say, Trump is the one who removed us from that agreement. And so the U.S. doesn't get to just say, like, no, you're not allowed to do something to a country just based on its fucking whims. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, it's allowed to. The U.S. is allowed to say that, but like, on what fucking grounds? On what fucking grounds does the U.S. get to say Iran isn't allowed to have X, Y, Z when there is no treaty or agreement in place between the U.S. and Iran saying that Iran will not have that thing? Like, you know what I mean? That's what treaties are for. That is what diplomacy is for. Countries like agree, like, okay, I'm not going to do this as long as you do this, or like I will limit myself to XYZ as long as you limit yourself to ABC. That's what diplomacy is. They're allowed to fucking have bombs and develop bombs if they want to. They were not. Like, it's three different fucking tiers. We don't get to be mad at Iran for doing something just because when we canceled the treaty with them, saying that they wouldn't. Number two, Iran wasn't even doing that thing in the first place. Number three, if they were doing that thing, you don't go, like, the solution isn't to just go straight to fucking bombing them. I mean, again, like, this is the pretense, right? The nuclear bomb thing is the pretense. It's not the reason, it's the fucking pretense. Just like with Iraq. That is the excuse that is being given. That is not the reason they're bombing Iran. That is the excuse they are giving. Hi, Mother. My mom's in here. Everyone say hi to my mom.
Hello.
So what does this mean for you? Sorry, go ahead.
I just read a few minutes ago that this was talking about Israel's daily cost of its conflict with Iran is costing them approximately $200 million a day.
Costing them, costing us.
Costing Israel $200 million a day. So what's it costing us?
And who's paying for it? Yeah. Ooh, we got another request up. I don't know who. Oh, okay. The world has to be policed. Plus, there's hostile history. Says who? Says fucking who, Emlu? And if you wanted to police the world, like, I'm sorry, this is so classic America, right? This is so classic America. Oh, the world has to be policed, and by that you mean bombed to shit when it does something it's allowed to do, right? That fucking top to bottom United States' issue with fucking policing. You know what policing also means? It means, like, helping a community, or like helping a community or a people or a system, like, go down the path you want it to go down with things like diplomacy. You know what I mean? Like, de-escalation is a part of policing, just not in America. Like, okay, you want to police the fucking world? Stop doing it the American way, which is just like escalate, 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 provoke, and then bomb. That's
I saw this 2 minutes ago and I can't find it again. But I'm pretty sure I got that one.
Are we gonna? I don't know, Anna. So what happens next? So Trump is supposedly gonna speak at 10 p.m. Let's open up C-SPAN for that to see if we can. I assume it'll be on C-SPAN. That they are signatories of the NPT, so they've agreed not to acquire nuclear weapons. Not saying this is justified. They have not broken the treaty. Yeah, they haven't broken the treaty. The NPT, is that the one with Europe? Oh, yeah, the Non-Proliferation Treaty. Landmark International Treaty, da-da-da-da.
Oh, that's...
It's reviewed every 5 years. Blah, 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 blah. Has been widely adopted. Let's see, who's all.
Richard, were any of the sites
What's the
that
range
are
on them?
military targeted this
B2.
evening near or in population centers where there
Because
are
if they just left Missouri this morning,
8 hours ago, I think I heard.
Nuclear
Right?
material is released, so that's always one of the concerns, and it's a concern that the
Wow, the B2
IAEA
has
raised
over
correctly,
6,000
that
nautical
bombing
mile
the
range
site
without
with a
refueling.
massive bunker
How
buster
far does that
or
actually
other
take
kinds
you?
of ordnance, and in that site is
Uh,
nuclear material,
at
more
least from
highly enriched uranium that you could
well,
send into
Boston to
Kazakhstan or you
Ireland
could
is
send into
I
war.
think like somewhere around
That's
2,500
obviously
miles.
for the people of Iran, but
I don't.
not just that,
Uh,
because once you get
Yeah.
nuclear material in the atmosphere, it travels
Geography is
around
not my
regions
strong
around
suit,
the
but
world.
And they can
This
refuel
closely
midair. Damn.
monitored. I'm sure
God,
there's
do you want to come up?
yeah,
detection efforts
and
going
we
on
we
as
have
well,
had
but
mid-air
it is part of
refuelers
the
heading
after
that way
action
too.
assessment. But these
Yeah.
facilities are
Well,
not
that's.
like
I mean, ironically,
the
the
Iranian
the
towers.
part two of the
These
Iranian
reactors are
thing
not
I was going to talk about. What was it? Not
Tehran,
Desert Storm.
but
The other
people
one.
have been leaving
You
Tehran.
know, the
There have
failed
been strikes in
mission
Tehran. They bomb the facilities.
during the hostage crisis, the Iranian hostage crisis,
Iran, the base of
which
Shiite Islam.
involved some
And
like refueling
also,
issues,
as
basically.
I've mentioned, there's no indication that this regime is just going to fold
Oh
into
yeah,
place.
mods. I'm trying
Melted
to.
snow
The U.S. sent troops into
extremely
Iran and
high.
toppled Saddam Hussein by force. And I was in Baghdad at the
Serge, I'm
time.
trying to add
The
you as a
regime
mod. I don't know. I
sent
don't. For some
massive
reason, I
bombing.
can't do it very
Didn't
easily
collapse
on the
in a
computer.
few days. It held on until American troops arrived at the doors of Saddam Hussein's palace, and then he and the rest of his government ran away and went into hiding. Iran is a big country, nearly 100 million
God
people,
has mod
vast
power.
expanse. A few
God is
weeks
definitely a
of
mod.
Israeli bombing, now one night of American bombing, certainly weakens it militarily.
Holy shit, that thing's 17 feet
Its
tall.
nuclear program
You just called all your reps about this?
to
Good.
allow
Everyone,
Iran
call your reps. Call your reps.
and topple the regime.
Call them up. Fucking flood those phone lines. Ask them why they're not impeaching
It doesn't seem
when Trump engaged in an act of war
is still
without congressional approval.
these. I don't know.
Call your reps. Call your reps.
Day last night.
Thank you.
I think we're at the still.
Like I actually
Yes,
thought
easy.
it was
Yeah.
higher than that, but it flies at about 50,000 feet, which is one of the reasons air is thinner up there. It uses less power, burns less fuel.
Our colleague Richard and Yasmin Bassouli.
I want you to know, Maddie.
Iranian mindset. I want to actually bring the conversation back here into the U.S. just for a moment into the presidential mindset on a night like this. And in fact, I want to go back to 2013 to share with you a tweet that Donald Trump at the time wrote. He said, "Remember that I predicted a long time ago that President Obama will attack Iran because of his
you hear
inability
this?
to negotiate properly, not
This is a
skill."
tweet by Trump.
I bring that up tonight in the context of a president whose diplomacy had failed to bring about a peaceful resolution.
Ironically, the reason I saw him, so I literally opened up his Truth Social as he posted the announcement, like literally the same minute. So which is why I was able to break it. But the reason I was opening it is because I was looking for a Truth Social post that like I saw some headline about, and I wanted to go find it because it was behind a paywall, about some shit he said or did about Obama. Something he's like so obsessed with Obama, and I was like, oh, let's go find him throwing a tantrum.
Maybe it's just a one and done bombing raid, but it's incumbent on any American president.
Yeah, right, Heather.
Here's an article published 7 hours ago. Sorry, not.
Oh, your spouse is willing to answer B2 questions.
So this
The
is
U.S. did it.
from Ground News. So a bunch of articles kind of collaborated together. And this was published 7 hours ago. Says Israel has delayed the Iran nuclear bomb by at least 2 to 3 years. Which, if that's true, then there was absolutely no need for this. Like,
This is true, guys. This is unfortunately true.
Do you believe that he acted legally in this manner?
You ended it. That's not how that works, Neon. You think you ended Iran's nuclear capabilities permanently? That's not how that fucking works. God, I can't believe I'm stuck in here with you.
I mean, on this planet.
Yeah, in this country, on this planet. Planet isn't big enough.
We live in the dumbest timeline.
Yeah. Okay, Neon. I'd love to know how bombing a facility now prevents them from building another facility next year. I'd love to know that.
I was just about to go to bed too. I've been awake for 28 hours. Oh well.
Because he signs half of his posts that way. It's really weird. It's really fucking weird. He signs half of his posts with "Thank you for your attention to this matter." It's the wildest, dumbest shit. I can't believe this is happening again. Like,
Rick, Steve Bannon, who of course is one of Trump's most
I keep waiting for everything to chill the fuck out. You know what I mean? Like as a kid, you know, it was like, well, by the time I'm an adult, it'll be like
Persians. I guess you say it's now a broader war, although it looks
everything
like
is dumb and
the president
bad.
is trying to keep this to a very tactical
WMD was a myth, yeah.
added that in the U.S., an overwhelming majority of the people don't want to get involved in any of this.
UAP, so what you're saying is that American intelligence is so bad that the US, well, and just actually every country in the whole wide fucking world, including every one of America's allies, their intelligence is so bad that Iran was somehow able to develop and then manufacture nuclear weapons and then hide them and then hide all the evidence and no one figured it out.
Yes, I mean, Catherine, that would be my hope that it's a one strike, one and done. But your question goes to something that's been important in modern American history. I mean, the sense of isolationism, the scrim of isolation.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa. I'll keep digging.
The Republican Party voted against the League of Nations. The Republican
I'm looking for where I heard this before, but
Someone call ICE on me. Good luck.
somewhere it was talking about that Iran has enriched such and such amount of uranium
Which it's allowed to do.
thus far. Yeah, no doubt. But like, by doing this, we've like, while they may not have enough to make an atomic bomb, now we kind of have to be concerned about like terrorist like strikes from something like a dirty bomb, you know.
Just by them having it. Well, now we do. Guess what? Now we do.
Now we do, yes.
Like this is what I was like saying a few days ago. Like the worst fucking part of this is like, listen, whether or not Iran declares war on us now, whether or not they decide to retaliate now, give it a couple fucking years. Give it a couple years. Someone will retaliate. It's because it always happens. And here's the thing. You can't fucking fault them for it either. You can't fault them for it. Imagine if some other country, imagine if Iran had just flown a bunch of, B-2s or whatever over, whatever they have over, and bombed all of our nuclear sites. Or just hell, 3 of them. If Iran had just bombed 3 of our nuclear sites, right? And let's say for some fucking reason we were like, shit, man, we're not going to declare war today. Are you going to fucking tell me that you wouldn't feel entirely justified, or you wouldn't feel that you at least understand if an American, sanctioned by the government or not, in a couple of years went and then like attacked Iran, like in response to it, if that's how long it took them to get their shit together? I'm not saying you would be supportive of it. I'm not saying that you'd be like, oh, yeah, okay, it's fine because Iran did that like a couple years ago. No, but I'm saying you can understand that someone somewhere may want to retaliate. Like, that's what fucking happened. You, like, the U.S., and that's what always happens. Like, September 11th was retaliation. 11M was retaliation. 7/7 was retaliation. Like, whether it comes back tomorrow or whether it comes back in a year, 2 years, fucking 3 months, whatever, 5 years. Like, you can't bomb countries and expect people to just be like, oh yeah, cool.
Rachel Maddow is going to be picking up our special coverage about the U.S. strikes on
I think
Iran.
it was this episode with Aaron David Miller,
Appreciate you, Eamon. Thank you very much for taking this. We're lucky to
senior
have you in the
fellow
chair
at Carnegie
tonight,
Hall Endowment of
when
Peace,
this news
focusing on U.S. foreign
this
policy.
is MSNBC's ongoing breaking news coverage. I'm Rachel Maddow. If you're just tuning in, we
I
are
wish
following
I
the
could
breaking
get the
news.
transcript of this.
You will be on your toes for years now. Yeah, and the worst part is it'll happen when people fucking finally forget that the U.S. bombed the country.
Previously been hit by Israel. Israel and Iran have been trading strikes.
God, I'm so fucking sick of this shit. Grizzly Bear wants to come up. I don't know who this is.
He's mutual of mine. He's a good dude.
Okay. Hi, Grizzly.
Hi.
Andy, sorry, I just want to answer. The U.S. installed the Iranian regime in the 1950s, 1952. In the 70s, the Iranians toppled the Western imposed regime and partially installed their own, partially had one self-install itself over their attempt at regaining their democracy. But yeah, this is because the reason the Ayatollah are in power is because of the West. Not because the West necessarily put the Ayatollah in power, but because the West didn't like the guy that the Iranians democratically elected when they set up their own fucking democracy. So they toppled their democracy. They installed the Shah, the emperor, and then the Shah's son became so fucking brutal, people were like, yeah, it's time to overthrow this guy and get some democracy back in here. And then when that happened, when the country was in a state of disarray and taking advantage of the anti-Western sentiment, which of course they had, because who the fuck wouldn't be anti-West when the West treats you like this, and topples your democracy and imposes its own fucking dictator. The Ayatollah were able to take advantage of the situation and install themselves atop the, democratically elected, like, president and all that kind of shit, or PM.
All right. Report by Vienna-based International Atomic Energy Agency, which was seen by the Associated Press, says that as of May 17th, Iran has amassed 408.6 kilograms or 900 pounds of uranium enriched up to 60%. Which that could be fucking anywhere, right? We don't know.
And again, like, Iran offered to go back to the old treaty if the U.S. dropped sanctions. What's crazy is that, like, that was rejected time and time again. They're like, we can go back to the same fucking treaty, just drop the fucking sanctions. So what you're telling me is Trump and Bibi wanted to keep sanctions on Iran, but also have Iran do whatever they fucking wanted. Like, why would Iran do what you want? Like, if you're not going to give Iran anything, like dropping the fucking sanctions, why the fuck is Iran going to agree to go back to a treaty that you fucking removed yourself from before imposing a bunch of fucking sanctions? Like, it's just like every fucking level of this is stupid. Oh man, Rachel Maddow's on, and she didn't even go through makeup. Fucking respect it. Respect the hustle.
Rachel Maddow,
I like her.
like, not on TV, but like in interviews. Like, on TV, you kind of get like she's like this biased leftist. Whatever. I love Rachel Maddow, but like hearing her in interviews, you realize how fucking smart she is.
Hegseth apparently is saying that we've deployed troops. Sorry.
For real?
Like
What?
ground troops?
I don't know.
We deployed ground troops?
U.S. deploy. I don't know. Someone just commented it on my thing, and they used a screenshot of something. Over the weekend, I directed deployment of the United States Central Command Area of Responsibility. What is that? Military guys? Grizzly, I don't know if you're military. Surge?
No, I'm not military.
Does anyone know what the United States Central Command Area of Responsibility is?
I do not.
What?
Fuck, but I might have somebody that does. Hang on a second. Let me share this
Okay.
out to a friend of mine.
Okay.
He is military.
Most of your just the military bases? It just means the military bases. Gotcha. No, wait.
United States.
No. Sorry, go ahead.
This is the United States Central Command. CENTCOM is a key
CENTCOM.
military command responsible for U.S. operations in the Middle East, Central Asia, and
South Asia.
South Asia.
Yeah. Northeast Africa, Middle East, Central, South Asia.
Were we asking where it was located? Or?
Yeah, so Pete Hegseth on fucking social media. I can't fucking believe that this is how we get our news now.
It's fucking pathetic.
Pete Hegseth posted on...
Brandon, thank you very much for my band.
What?
My banner that I have up right now.
Oh, you got a band. Oh, here. Oh. I can't even read
background. It says I'm 100%. I know I'm 100% guilty.
That's funny.
Oh, I got too many tabs open. Started Googling, shit got wild.
My iPad is dead, so I'm charging my iPad. I'm waiting for my iPad to charge.
Oh, hey, sorry. Seven Hamuda on Twitch. Sorry. No congressional approval. Apologies. Sorry, I'm trying to get my... Vance banned from Blue Sky? Who the fuck gets banned from Blue Sky? You're kidding me. Vance got banned from Blue Sky?
What the fuck? You must have said something really bad if you get
Yeah, I didn't think you could get banned from Blue Sky.
You had to say something really fucking bad to get banned from Blue Sky.
What?
I didn't think there was anybody to monitor anything to ban you.
I know there's monitors on Blue Sky.
I'm not seeing anything about
it got temporarily banned because it was flagged for an impersonation attempt.
Oh. That made me so hyped. All right. Just to let you know, I am a Trump regretter.
You're a Trump regretter?
Yes.
Well, thanks for... How recent?
He came around. He holds his own lives at night, too, and talking about it.
Well, I appreciate that. As long as it's not just because it negatively affected you and there's some level of recognition that this is bad for other people, too.
I make MAGA mad. MAGA hates me.
That's good.
I make them really hate me. As Surge, we've had some really
Claudia.
We've had some conversations, haven't we, Surge?
I don't. I just don't know if I have the bandwidth to, go at it with MAGA anymore. Like, just my focus is getting like the rest of the people out to vote.
Yeah, I know.
People on that side are either gonna wake up and smell the coffee or fucking not.
And Sam, thank you for following the host. Anybody that's down in the comments that is
thank
not
you guys.
Following the host, please follow the host.
Thank you. Sorry, we're a bit out of sorts today.
And I am not following you. I don't know why.
Oh, you been here before?
Yeah, I've been here before.
Oh, nice. I mean, I haven't been doing tons of like deep, newsy political stuff. Mostly, we talk about politics while I do other stuff, like make ice cream or put up shelves.
They're bombing Massachusetts too.
What? You're kidding, right? You're kidding.
Jackass setting off fireworks.
Oh, okay, fireworks.
It's really close though.
Careful, man. Careful. Oh man, they're gonna bomb us on July 4th, aren't they?
I mean, it would be pretty well disguised from the rest of the noises going around.
This
You
is
know,
so
so
wrong.
you might be onto you might be onto something.
I mean, if I were Ron, that's what I would do. Sorry.
I just don't really feel any reason to be celebrating July 4th this year. Honestly, like I don't feel any inspiration for it.
Yeah, I felt that way
Somebody just
last year
said,
too.
somebody just said in the comments, Elon Son's act is smarter than Trump.
What's that?
Elon Son acts is smarter than Trump.
Yeah, most people
I
are.
don't know.
You know what I saw? I just saw. No, I mean, not just the last 2 years, but especially last year. I mean, I don't celebrate it that often anyway, because I didn't grow up celebrating it really. I didn't grow up in America. But if I get invited to a cookout, like I'll go.
It might
But
be a good time to
last year, I
get,
was like, even if I did get invited, I was not gonna not do that. Oh fuck! Don't say your kids. What's the over under on Oh, I can't say that because I get flagged for gambling. On conscription, on a draft. You're at the AP, like Associated Press, or somewhere else. Apparently, nuclear material and personnel were moved from the sites prior to these attacks. Where's that coming from? Oh, nice. You work at the AP? That's
what
cool.
was that?
Love the AP.
Nothing.
I broke the story on the socials.
You did. I
I'm
think
very proud of that.
I think you posted it, and I was scrolling because I'm just addicted to this fucking device. And like, I think right when you posted it, it popped up.
Yeah.
Um,
No human. Not yet, Sal. No personnel were there. Okay. Well.
Hey Serge, I gotta drop down because I gotta go do my thing. So I'll talk to you guys later. Thank you for letting me up.
Sorry you didn't get. Sorry that we just talked over you the whole time. I'm sorry.
You're good. No, you're
Come
good.
on up whenever. Come
Thank
back
you.
soon. Thank you.
have a good night, man.
You too.
Good night. Did we see that FEMA posted a map? Yeah, I don't even want to fucking.
Is FEMA still a thing?
Yeah, but they only have the budget to post maps of who's gonna get nuked first. That's all they got. And it's just maps of major cities.
I don't mind being a part of the mushroom cloud. I just don't want to see the mushroom cloud. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
If I'm gonna be hit, if I'm gonna be affected, I better be like right in the center of it. I don't want to see it. I want it to be one and done.
I don't want to be a part of a post-nuclear world.
That too. Catching strays over the west. Yeah, right? I'm in New York City, man. I'm just start collecting bottle caps. Yeah, probably, Jenna. How do you prepare? Good question.
For what, like a nuclear thing?
Like a nuclear thing. Ooh. Well, pray that you're taken out with the first blast. If you're not, worst case scenario, the fallout gets you. Best thing you can do is stay away from windows, stay away from outside air. So turn off any sort of like air filtration systems, AC, whatnot, if you get any sort of warning. You know what I mean? Tape off your homes. Basically, like nuclear material fallout is going to be floating around for a couple of weeks, right? And the good news is it doesn't actually take that long for it to basically, for the worst of it to kind of dissipate because of its half-life. So if you're hit, if you survive it, stay the fuck away from windows. Be in as solid a building as you can if it hits. You know what I mean? Like in a bathtub is great, in a windowless room. Metal is good. Lead is obviously better. The farthest inside a building you can be is ideal. You know what I mean? So as many layers of stuff between you and the outdoors when it hits.
Head for the subway tunnels.
If you're outside.
Yeah.
If you're inside, stay where the fuck you are. Stay put. Don't try to outrun a nuke. Don't try to outrun fallout either.
If you're in like the impact area, nothing's gonna save you. But if you're on like if you can see it, the first thing is get something very big between you and the blast because there's going to be a shockwave coming, and it will be powerful enough to cause serious harm. Wait for that to pass and then get underground.
Yeah, I mean, literally, no, go, like a bathtub is a safe place. As long as, we're talking like fallout. We're talking like your building doesn't fall on you. We're talking, we're talking just nuclear material, not building collapse and shit like that. Be as far inside as you can be. Be careful about like water that you get from the outside. I mean, if you hear that's gonna happen, start filling your bathtub. Put like a stopper in. I mean, here's the thing: you should have water. You should have jugs of water, and just like emergency supplies, no matter what, no matter where you live, because you know it could be a hurricane, could be a tornado, whatever. You should have water. You should have some food that is like, again, ideally contained, as many layers between the outside worlds and the inside. Anything that's in your fridge is going to be solid. A fridge is a great place to fucking hide from nuclear fallout. You should have water in there. And then if you are outside, if you're caught outside when the fallout kind of comes through, take all clothes off immediately.
Do not use conditioner.
Do not use conditioner or lotions. Wash yourself off as much as you can, but do not use any sort of conditioner or lotions or anything that, yeah. And then stay put. Stay put as long as you can. Ideally, you have one of those like little hand crank radios. You know what I mean?
Most electronics are going to be fried.
Most electronics are going to be fried. But the best you can do is stay put for as long as possible after like fallout rolls through, because the fallout will start dissipating basically immediately. You know what I mean? And the half-life, yeah. I forget what the timing is exactly, but you know.
I think I heard something like 30 days you want to be inside.
Probably.
Now, the worst of it will pass in a matter of like a couple of days.
Mm-hmm. Any footage, proof? I'm not sure if there's footage yet. The proof is the president said so, and I believe Iran confirmed.
And a lot of different.
Is there footage yet?
This many news agencies would not be carrying it if it didn't happen.
Solar charge, sure, Venus, but you don't want to go outside. You can't charge something in the sun without going outside. So
Again, it won't matter. Your electronics will be fried if you're that close to it.
there might be footage. There is footage, I'm sure.
And then
I'm not trying, guys. And the reason, I mean, I'm not stoking the flames. I'm not trying to make you panic. Someone asked, what do you do in case of a nuclear attack? For me and for a lot of people like me, it makes me calmer knowing that I know exactly what I would do in a situation like that. I don't think we're going to get nuked because Iran doesn't have nukes. That was long established. That's the
Iran
thing.
does-
Iran doesn't have nuclear bombs. We're not going to get nuked. If we get nuked,
Iran-
it's going to be by Russia. So,
Yeah, the thing is that any of the current nuclear capable nations, most of them can't reach us
yeah.
anyway, and any of them that can, it's going to cause a nuke. It's not going to be like one nuclear warhead is coming our way. It's going to be hundreds
Yeah,
at a
Jenna.
time. It will be.
It wasn't a pointless conversation. God, I fucking hate people who think conversation is pointless.
Yeah. There's
People like
somebody-
talking about shit, dude. Well, how boring of a person do you have to be to think like interesting conversations are pointless? How fucking boring and lifeless of a person do you have to be?
Yeah, there was a book by her name is Annie Jacobson.
Smithy,
She wrote-
wait sorry, Smithy. Just fucking give it a second. Most of the world is still asleep. Europe is still asleep, man. It's like 3 a.m. in most of Europe right now. People are getting woken up right now and being told, hey, sir, hey, madam, the United States just fucking bombed Iran. They're still figuring it out right now. The UN has not sanctioned anything. The UN has not issued a statement because the UN is largely asleep. Guys, I don't really. You expect the UN to like to have gotten together and like come up with a whole fucking statement within under an hour? Come on. Do you guys really not understand how anything works? I guess it's been an hour and a half since we found out. Almost. Come on. What time of day did Russia invade Ukraine and how long did it take? Yeah, it was announced at 7:46 p.m. Eastern Time. It is now 9:22 p.m. So an hour and like almost an hour and a half in the middle of the night for most of the world.
So
You cannot bomb knowledge. That's fucking baller. I mean, I'm sorry. Like, I'm in no way supportive of the Ayatollah, but like, in this, I'm kind of on their fucking side. Sorry, but like, you cannot bomb knowledge. I love that. That's kind of the point I was saying earlier. Someone was like, "Oh, we permanently stopped Iran's ability to make nukes." No, you fucking didn't. No, you didn't. Even if we got rid of like 100% of the enriched uranium that Iran has today, that in no way stops them from enriching more uranium tomorrow.
yeah, so this author Annie Jacobson, I think she was like an intelligence person or whatever. She wrote this book called Nuclear War: A Scenario, and basically like the idea of having weapons is like mutually assured destruction, right? So basically, if one flies, they're all flying, and it's not a matter of like weeks or months that a nuclear exchange would end the world. It's a matter of hours.
Yeah.
Like, if it happens, there's no hope. Like, some people in Australia might be okay. So that's about it.
Yeah.
The rest of the world is toast.
Yeah, I want the World Cup to not happen here. And I say this as a fucking Spaniard who was really fucking excited to have the World Cup here. I was really, really fucking excited to have the World Cup here. And they gotta move the fuck out of the US.
I'm getting off.
I don't know, Bianca. It's hard to say.
The Department of Homeland Security warns of sharp rise of Chinese-made signal jamming. I'm not really too concerned about that right now.
Chinese-made signal jam.
Yeah.
What is regards to what? What is that? Hi, Nova Scotia. What brought me to the USA? Lies. Propaganda.
That's the biggest concern, according to officials I'm speaking with. They are worried
Everything free in America.
Then
Fuck us,
in
mafia in America.
Hezbollah has been
You know that one?
really damaged over the last year or so.
da 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 Erika. America.
That was like one of the chorus songs that we learned in high school. Or
It's
in, like,
it's West Side Story, babe.
was it? Oh well, I learned it in high school.
I gotta na 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 na. I gotta something you done done. I was in that musical. I can't fucking remember. And I was a shark girl. Yes, I sang that song and I danced to it.
Oh yeah, you're right.
You
Of
gotta
course.
da 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 da. They changed the lyrics between the actual musical and the movie, though. America West Side Story lyrics. Some for a small feet of America, America, la la. Here you are free and you have pride, long as you stay on your own side. Prescient. That's the lyrics. Free to be, free to be anything you choose, as long as you something and shine shoes. Oh yeah, Puerto Rico, my heart's devotion. Da 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 da. Ba 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 ba.
GOP's food stamp plan is found to violate Senate rules. It's the latest setback for Trump's big bill.
What's that?
The Senate parliamentary.
Can someone? I like the island Manhattan. I know you do. Smoke on your pipe and
This is the
put
word.
that in.
The word I can pronounce if I'm not looking at it. The Senate parliamentarian stated that a GOP proposal to shift food stamp costs to states would violate Senate rules. This ruling is advisory and usually not ignored, marking another setback for the Republicans' tax and spending cut bill. Another parliamentarian advisories indicate violations concerning emission standards and funding plans from different Senate committees. Lawmakers expressed concerns that the states cannot handle the increased food aid responsibilities historically managed by the federal government. So,
I looked it
I
up.
mean, I feel like no matter what this bill's final form is, it's still going to be really bad. But
Oh yes, absolutely.
I hope that we can not sell off all our public lands and not get rid of food assistance to people who are hungry and fucking Medicaid and Medicare. Like, kind of big ones.
So I'm not sure where we're getting the claims that no one was hurt and stuff. There's a communication blackout with Iran right now. The correspondents have no contact with their people, their contacts in Iran, and haven't for 48 hours.
There's no way that if those are the bunker buster bombs that they're talking about, there's no way that people would not be harmed.
Even if it is just bunker buster. Hi, random.
Hey, I will also mention that last night the AP put out that there were 5 people that were trying to call their relatives in Tehran, and they got some weird automatic robot that answered. So,
Saying what?
it was saying here.
We got someone requesting up with looks like Arabic writing.
1 second, I'll be able to find it.
Hello? Hello?
Did you mute them?
Hello.
No, I didn't mute random. No, but I invited someone else came up. I'm not sure how to say. It's just like a.
Was
I'm
random
gonna find the
talking?
article.
All right. I guess I'll drop them. Sorry, no. I just brought someone else up that requested up that had like an Arabic symbol as their name. I don't know how to read it, but FN. No one could check with family members. Yeah, I don't expect him to tell the truth either. Hey PA, sorry, I'm gonna get some caffeine really quickly. Can you guys handle the conversation for a second, please?
Yes, 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 100%.
Cool. CBC News: Canadian has Iran responds. Can someone pull that up also? Sorry, one second.
What is it? BBC News.
Oh, I hope everyone else's evenings is enjoyable considering the circumstances.
Yes.
Uh,
The social media sphere is just blowing up. I can't tell who's right, who's wrong, who's just trying to catch some algorithms, who's saying who's a paid agitator. Lot of people uh, throwing a lot out there. I don't know. I'm gonna wait till the dust clears before I start dropping some hot takes on the situation.
That was posted June 21st. Today is June 21st, but that was 4 a.m.
Hmm.
Um,
I believe it's like 5 o'clock in the morning in Iran right now.
where's the search? I'm not seeing anything from the last hour or so.
okay, so I found the article that I found last night.
Oh, so it's not something that Iran has responded to today, like to these attacks. Right.
All right, so I found the article from the AP.
It's Saturday, Jack. Zach. So this is my job.
It's Saturday. Okay, so the article from the AP, so it came out at 4:19 p.m. on, this was yesterday, June 20th. A woman tried to call her mom in Iran, and a robotic voice answered the phone.
Generic, Mackenzie.
When Ellie, a British Iranian living in the United Kingdom, tried to call her mother in Tehran, a robotic voice answered instead. And it goes on to say, it said, "Allo, allo, ALO." The voice said, and then asked in English, "Who is calling?" A few seconds passed. In quotes, it said, "I can't hear you." The voice continued, "It's English imperfect. Who you want to speak with? I'm Alyssa. Do you remember me? I think I don't know who. Who are you?" Ellie44 is one of the 9 Iranian living abroad, including in the UK and US, who said they have gotten strange robotic voices when they attempted to call their loved ones. in Iran since launched a week ago. But they told their stories to the Associated Press on the conditions that they remain anonymous. So, hold on one second. I'll bring it back.
Go for it. How do you trust people? Don't trust me, Zach. Who gives a fuck? Go. You don't have to trust me. That's the fun thing. I tell everyone, you should fact check me. Don't take me at face value. I get shit wrong. Everyone does. You should fact check everyone.
I do like that you fact check yourself and correct it when you do something, though.
Thank you. No, there is no evidence that nuclear missiles have been launched in any way, shape, or form. Bunker busters, it is strongly believed, and the evidence strongly suggests that bunker busters were dropped on nuclear sites.
I think we would know pretty.
Do you think military, like American military bases in the Middle East, or what? So. Any proof? Donald Trump said it. So I guess no. Fair point.
Damn, QAnon, you got us.
Oops.
Trust the plan.
Yeah. Honestly, man, would I love for this to be a fucking lie. Man, would that be fucking good. Yeah.
Right.
If I'm Iran now, I will build a nuke in secret, right? Yeah. Seriously. I mean, that's what we keep saying here. This is the best way to guarantee that you get attacked eventually. Best way to do it. Best way to fucking, but that's, again, I guess that's the plan, right? Like, what the fuck does Trump give a shit if there's a T attack or anything like that down the line? He'll fucking love it. If it happens during his term, he'll use it to fucking start martial law. You know what I mean? He'll declare martial law. He'll fucking love it.
He'll blame whatever group he hates that morning.
Exactly. If he fucking, if it happens, whatever, way down the line, like September 11th did, then like it'll be used as pretense to do things like invade a completely unrelated fucking country, like Iraq, for your fucking dad's buddies and their, like, their bottom line.
Second of all, they got intel that the Iranians were moving nuclear materials or equipment away from these.
I love America, which is why I hate Trump, Freddie.
Yeah, I'm gonna be very sympathetic. The people who are Middle Eastern or Muslim immigrants in America, they already had it hard already as it is. Any sort of nefarious activity is going to make it even more worse. If might be supporting outright discrimination.
Of course, does he?
If it gets that bad, I mean, that's gonna be very. They're gonna look as a dark day in American history if that gets that extent.
I'll be right back.
Well, exactly, Shorty. Also, like, why do you fucking hate? It's wild to like hate Iranians in general. I will say, my best friend growing up, Nader, he's Iranian. His parents were Iranian. They got out in, like, I'm pretty sure, because they went to college basically in the U.S. So I'm like 99.9% sure they left with the waves of Iranians who escaped like right before and during the Iranian Revolution. So, I don't know, like, part of the excuse they're giving, by the way, Part of the excuse they're giving is that they're going to like liberate the Iranian people. They don't give a fuck about the Iranian people, but like, you know, are you trying to liberate the Iranians or do you hate them? Dude, pick one.
Yeah, look how great Syria, Libya, liberate. Yes, yes, liberate.
Exactly. Tomek.
I've got a good friend of mine who's Iranian, and here's the thing: it's like I don't hate Russian people. I hate the Russian government. I don't hate Iranian people. I don't like the Ayatollah.
Sorry, Scranton. You get people saying, "Hey, Iranian people are decent people." From that, you get Iranian people first, then it's America first. God, you people are worthless to even fucking speak to.
You know, we have always been America first. Like, we have never done anything that isn't in our own self-interest, right?
Wait, what question, Morgan? You got banned from the press pool in 2017. Fucking legend. What the fuck? Morgan Claire, who are you and why don't I know you? Do you love them or hate them? Oh my god, that's fucking funny. I gotta look this up. Can I find information on this? What press pool? I'm assuming like the White House, but I guess that was a big assumption.
Did she come up? Oh, her account's private. So
Hey, studies show that people who swear more are speaking more honestly because they're speaking off the cuff. It also signifies higher intelligence and it reduces pain.
What, people who swear?
Yeah.
Oh.
You were at the AP as an intern and you got booted.
When does it start reducing the pain?
Awesome. Apparently, yeah, it actually reduces pain. That's why, yeah.
Can't imagine how I'd feel if I wasn't swearing like a trucker.
Fentanyl.
No, Stevie, like I said, studies show that people who use swear words are generally speaking more honestly than people who don't, because it shows that you're actually speaking off the cuff, and it's not practiced, and it's not rehearsed, and it's not like you're not covering for something, you're not pretending to be something. It's genuine. And also, it suggests someone who's more intelligent. You shouldn't. Here's the thing: you shouldn't trust someone who doesn't swear. You shouldn't, because like literally all studies show that it's an indication of like bad things: dishonest, unintelligent, and fake. I guess dishonest and fake are the same, but.
Which is why I liked Biden so much when he said, "This is a big fucking deal."
Yeah.
What was that? What was that? Was that the Affordable Care Act he said that about?
Wait, what?
When Biden said this is a big fucking deal, I know it was when he was vice president. I think it was.
I don't remember. Yeah, how's Lockheed Martin? I guess it's a fucking Saturday. No, you know what you got to do? You got to fucking look. Oh man, how did Lockheed Martin do yesterday? You know what I mean? How did Lockheed Martin do this week?
Yeah, it was the Affordable Care Act.
Ooh. It had a very good day. On what, today? Today.
Yeah,
on after hours.
Ramped up production of like I think it just said missiles. It didn't say what type, but something up to like 100,000 per day. Or something they ramped up there.
There was it was like it dipped on between Friday, June 13th, and Friday and Monday, June 16th. What happened then? But then it went up June 18th, back down, end of June 18th, 20th. It was pretty flat, 20th.
Honestly, if I didn't have morals, I'd probably own stock in Lockheed Martin and Halliburton.
I don't fucking know. Definitely not congressional approval. Yeah, we're gonna stream a speech.
Ooh, what's this? 4 hours ago, retired Lieutenant General warns any U.S. operation against Iran's nuclear program comes with heavy risks.
Wait, he goes live at 10 p.m. We'll go. I have C-SPAN up. Just give me a warning like a minute before. I'll set an alarm. Where's my phone? Yeah. No, what was MTG's tweet? What did that psychopath say? What did she say? Thank you. Yeah, let me know. I fucking forgot I was setting up an alarm. Condemned it an hour before the attack.
What was that?
MTG condemned it an hour before it happened. MTG condemned bombing of Iran an hour before it was fucking... Oh my God.
What fucking timeline are we on where Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene are the voices of reason?
Oh my God.
We live in such a...
It's called the Biff timeline.
The what?
It's called the Biff timeline. That's what chat's saying.
Back to the Future 2 reference.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more of an Udolo rule fan.
Yeah, Happy Gilmore, that was awesome.
Okay. Kenny Powers is requesting up. Hold on, I was gonna look this up.
Good evening, Brenna and panel.
Good evening,
hello.
Kenny Powers.
How are you guys?
How's it going? We got Jacinth13 also requesting up. Do I got mods in here? I got mods in here, right? God's in here. Let's see. MTG. Just in case, I'm like approving people to come up, and I'm not like keeping my finger on the buzzer to. Oh Lord. Oh Jesus! Let us. Oh my God. Fucking MTG. She is a psychopath. She said. Where is this? Why isn't it? I just saw when I. When I Googled her, I'm seeing tweets when I Google her that aren't showing up on her page. Let's see. She said, 9:20 p.m. Let us join together and pray for the safety of our U.S. troops and Americans in the Middle East. Let us pray that we are not attacked by terrorists on our homeland after our border was open for the past 4 years and over 2 million gotaways came in. Let us pray for peace. This woman knows we're about to be attacked. She knows that bombing Iran is going to get the U.S. Another terrorist attack. And she's preemptively she's blaming the border. She's blaming the border. She's like, of course. She's preemptively trying to blame immigrants for that shit because she knows that Donald Trump just fucking signed a warrant on America. Fucking psychopaths.
Correct. What's different from 2 decades ago? Had the same playbook, and not only that, because of public pressure, at least a little bit, they had Iran initially on the axis of evil. Remember that? It's always the brown people, and now it'll be our borders being invaded, and we let these.
Well, here's the thing. Ironically, in this one, it's like which set of brown people are they talking about? You know what I mean?
I categorize. Can we lump the entire area, I guess, together?
Well, yeah,
They'll
but that's
figure it
what
out.
I'm saying. But she's deflecting. She's preemptively deflecting. She knows, because here's the thing, like the U.S. bombing Iran has earned the U.S. a T attack. You know what I mean? It has, like, the U.S. is going to be attacked for this. It might, and I keep saying
They
this.
get
It
a
might not be.
retaliation.
It might not be
Exactly.
tomorrow. It might not be in the next month. It might be in a year or 5 years. You know what I mean? That's what September 11th was. That's what 11M was. That's what 7/7 was. Like, as much as the narrative is that, like, the U.S. was attacked out of the blue, that is not actually what happened. It was retaliated against for bullshit like this. Okay? I'm not saying it's okay, and I'm not defending it, obviously, but I'm just saying that that's, like, there is cause and effect, cause and effect, cause and effect, cause and effect. And they know this. Marjorie Taylor Greene, like, not a smart woman, but even she knows that bombing Iran means that the U.S. is probably going to be retaliated against within the next, I don't know, chunk of time, foreseeable future. And she is preemptively laying the groundwork to basically avoid fucking blame for the real cause of it and blame people from South America for it. People coming across the southern border. It's wild.
That was the fastest turnaround ever. But Brennan, not only that, remember when we killed Soleimani, okay, and unalived him, they said, you get your now strike back. And that's when Iran then hit a military base abroad, even though it was emptied. They allowed it. So they know a strike is coming. But
For sure.
now here we have MTG against this the entire time. Now all of a sudden does a deflection and a 180 in 10 seconds to now sit behind, I guess, I don't know what she's standing for. You know, either you're fervently against it, which she was for the last week, and especially, and now it's, oh, nope, sorry, it's in our best interest. Whose best interest? And I hate to say that. I'm here in New York, and I don't even want to go outside. So I'm just here for another template. I'm watching it be set up for us to be involved in a complete quagmire. And nobody wanted this. Nobody on any side of the aisle.
So I think this is only worth noting because Pakistan is a nuclear nation, but Pakistan has expressly supported Iran specifically condemning Israeli actions, expressing solidarity, backing diplomatic efforts, and offering moral support. However, Pakistan also has not.
Oh shit!
Also,
Sorry, TikTok is doing that thing. Why are you doing that, TikTok? I'm here. Sorry, keep going.
Pakistan also says that they have not had any request for military assistance. They emphasized a negotiated solution, and they have not had any kind of military commitments or anything.
Who is this?
Iran. Pakistan.
Oh, Pakistan. Yeah. So also, by the way, I wanted to. Sorry, Pakistan's what?
Just to say that Pakistan has expressed support for Iran.
Yeah. I can't read Benjamin Netanyahu's Twitter. It's in Hebrew.
I don't think anyone can unless you're in a bunker.
Someone said he just tweeted about this, and I'm like, and I opened it up to go see it, but I can't read it. Sorry. So the MTG tweet that was being referred to earlier, it was actually 30 minutes before Trump announced it. So he announced it. I know this because, again, I got to break this story. It's the one fucking bragging point I get. Because I opened up his True Social literally the minute that he posted it. And so I saw right then that it was posted at 7:46 p.m. At 7:17 p.m., MTG tweeted this. Every time America is on the verge of greatness, we get involved in another foreign war. There would not be bombs falling on the people of Israel if Netanyahu had not dropped bombs on the people of Iran first. Damn. Acknowledging it. Israel is a nuclear-armed nation. This is not our fight. Peace is the answer. Okay. I mean, I agree. I agree with that, but I'm just saying the irony. That face is at the irony of someone like MTG, who's like fucking, you know, going after everyone else, who's very, very violent in every other belief of hers. the fact that she's pushing for peace is laughable, but
I
agree
gotta
with her
give
on
her
that.
credit. She was on the right side of this the last, and now for her to bend the knee this quick, that's the insane pivot. Is literally you pivoted in 10 seconds. And
Yeah.
again, Monday, can we all see your stock portfolios, please? Can we see how much Lockheed Martin and everybody invested in? It's insane.
So there's
Yeah. Well, that, James, yeah, basically, yes. But here's the thing. Here's how I'm preferring to look at it, right? It's not that we suddenly agree with them. It's that they're finally agreeing with us on something. They're finally agreeing with us on something. You know what I mean? Can someone explain this to me? Like, I'm able to find those tweets when I Google MTG Twitter. I'm able to see those tweets and click on them and find them. But when I go to her fucking profile, they're not. They're nowhere to be seen. What am I like? Not. Why is
Shadow
it?
ban, or does she have you limited? Have you tweeted at her, or
No, I
one
don't.
of her
I don't
handlers?
tweet.
Okay.
I don't tweet.
Good.
Yeah, I'm not. That's. I guess I have an account that's like an invisible account that's like, in case, so I can like read tweets on there if I need to. But let me see. I'm getting in there. I'm logging in.
I can't remember if it was on my buddy's podcast or if it was on like something John Stewart said, or if it was something that was said in Good Trouble's live last night. But it was they're talking about like people who are on the right side but for the wrong reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Marjorie
What the
Taylor
fuck? Whoa.
like pro
What?
Palestinian, but because she's like an anti-Semite,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
Well, I say the one silver lining of this whole thing is the MAGA Donald Trump political capital is dried up.
Oh no, it won't.
You don't think so? Because
No.
I think it's over.
They'll
I mean,
they'll talk about how they're gonna be like, oh, this is a line too far, and they'll fucking fall right in step with them. Just
well,
like,
until the casualties are counted. You know, they've yet to respond. And I think all the, people, I would say honestly, maybe a third of his base that turned out agreed with the fact that he was didn't want to intervene. He was gonna not, and now we have a guy who's got more wars than he knows what to do with. And people that did support him really on that are going to say, what happened? And again, it's really just boils down to what is the response and how far are we
Guys,
dragged
by the
into
way,
this?
sorry, we're 2 minutes away from the scheduled remarks from Shitstain and Chief.
Oh, goodness.
are you carrying it, or should I pull it up?
I got it on C-SPAN.
I do have translated what he said, by the way.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
Yeah, what did he say?
So I went ahead and just went and copied it and pasted it into translator. And from Hebrew to English, it says eliminating the Iranian nuclear program. His name has been waiting 40 years for this moment in history.
Who? His name? Who?
BB.
Okay. BB has been waiting. He's
For
talking about
40
himself.
years for this moment in history. That's what that tweet said, was that eliminating the Iranian nuclear program. Yeah.
But there are reports that the facility was empty, bone dry for months. So what
Don't
did
doubt
they
it.
actually do?
Yeah.
And that's the thing. What's the extent of it until a real news that's, not bought and paid for actually covers what transpired? Because if it's true that they moved it out for months, what did we do besides, again, help aid and this time directly strike a sovereign nation?
Sorry, I'm just preparing this.
And the post right before that is at the same
sorry,
exact point.
guys. We're going live on this. This is C-SPAN. Oh, I think, hide this.
Let's see, you're live.
Skip ad.
Los Angeles, and we deployed Marines and troops to create a different kind of reality show.
Oh, this is just okay.
take the
I
pressure
think it'll
off the
flip to it
Senate
as soon as
so they could get
we'll
pumped
begin
That's
at
it.
10
into voting
p.m.
to cut Medicaid.
Okay.
And so now, instead of continuing to talk about these healthcare cuts that are going to devastate every single district in this country,
AOC, this is absolutely and clearly
we're
grounds for
having to defend
impeachment.
our
States has been at odds
Sorry.
with Iran in national security and military terms for decades, but we have never before, since the Iranian Revolution, directly launched a U.S. military attack on Iran proper. That has happened tonight. 3 nuclear sites, a site near Isfahan, the Natanz site, and the Fordow site in central Iran have all been hit by U.S. bombers. The president announced this action on his niche social media site, which is called Truth Social, at which point he said that the American aircraft that carried out these strikes have all left Iranian airspace and they were safe.
Yeah, user.
The president and the White House have done very little to prepare the American people.
Technically, anything is grounds for impeachment. Technically, they can impeach him for cheating on his wife if they wanted to. Technically,
Justification for this type of attack.
you know, they can impeach him for getting a, you know what, in his office, as we know. Okay. All right. Let's see. Let's get this. We're getting okay. White House. Are you hearing that? I'm not hearing that.
But we'll go now to the White House where we're expecting live remarks from the president momentarily. We will bring you these live as the president delivers them. We don't always bring you the
I see him walking out now.
Where are you watching?
YouTube.
Thank you very much. A short time ago, the U.S. military carried.
Come on, C-SPAN. Seriously? It's on YouTube and oh, here we go. Okay, I guess we're a couple of.
Thank you very much. A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian
Al Jazeera
regime,
cannot report yet.
Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a
Their
stop
what?
to the nuclear threat
Their
posed by the
enrichment?
world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing
He's gonna
our
get me
people,
banned.
blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat
You're his
to
little
Israel.
bitch.
I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job
You're
they've
their little
done.
bitch too.
And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades.
Yeah, for a good
Hopefully
reason.
We will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin-Kane, spectacular general,
'Cause he's his
and
bitch.
all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was
Are
the
there many
most
targets
difficult
left
of
or
them
not?
all, by far.
I'm
and
sorry.
perhaps
Did you get rid
the
of their
most
entire
lethal.
program or not?
But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight. Not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago.
Someone stop
Tomorrow,
him.
General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
That's a guy who's literally never said a prayer in his life.
You've been watching live coverage. We return now to our scheduled program. We join it in progress.
Yikes. Okay.
I want
the way he said it on God. He was like, God, we love you, God. He's like, what do people say again about God? He thinks he's God.
some fucked ass shit right there.
Kegseth? Yeah, Kegseth. No, apparently no one talks to Kegseth anymore in the White House.
Kegseth. Whiskey leaks.
Whiskey leaks. Exactly. Is God in the room with us?
Hey, because I know he's listening in here. I love you, God.
Where's Melania? She's fucking paving over the Rose Garden. Did you guys hear about this? The fucking historic Rose Garden? They pulled it out. They got rid of it. They're installing a fucking ballroom. Oh, God. The Rose Garden. The White House Rose Garden is gone. It's not okay. I agree. They fucking disgust me. Yes, this is true, Rod. This is true, Rod. This came straight from Trump. He just spoke on it.
Now, everybody, compare that to Obama's speech the night they took out Bin Laden.
I don't even remember that one. I mean, yeah. Anything notable he said? I forget. I feel like there was like a couple of things that were recognizable, but I don't remember.
Qassam bin Salami. Whatever the fuck you just said.
Okay.
Yeah, Millie, absolutely right. Nobody wanted this more than Trump.
That is their nuclear endorsement. Yeah, at first, you know God.
I have.
Go for it. Sorry.
I'm fairly sure this is entirely because his polling numbers are just plummeting.
Yeah. You know, he keeps like retruthing like bullshit fucking poll nonsense. Like he's fucking obsessed with it. I don't know if you guys ever check out his True Social. I just do it to make fun of him, to find stuff that I can make posts about, but like
I was enjoying just having a bullshit back and forth post on TikTok about how the left is actually the party of liberty and justice and law and order, and then this shit happens.
Stick around
Like,
because I want to bring into our coverage NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley. We heard from Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu before we heard from Donald Trump. What did he have to say?
Yeah, well, Nicole, I mean, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu couldn't have been more pleased with President Trump. His very brief remarks in English were filled with superlatives and just a palpable sense of joy at what President Trump had done, and it was actually extraordinary to see.
God, can you guys hear this?
Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Do you want me to turn it up? Sorry.
America has been truly surpassed. It has done what no other country on earth could do. He said that President Trump in the United States acted with a lot of strength. He said, President Trump, I thank you. The people of Israel thank you. The forces of civilization thank you. And then he did God bless America, God bless Israel. It was very much just a totally dedicated speech to praising the president. And this is very interesting because remember, Nicole, just a couple of months ago, it looked as though President Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu were kind of on the outs. President Trump was negotiating with Iran, something that Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has constantly said he doesn't want to see negotiations with Iran. The president made a very high-profile visit to the Middle East and didn't visit Israel, America's top ally in the Middle East, one of its top allies in the world. So it looked as though the president and Netanyahu weren't going to be the best friends that everybody had imagined during the Biden years, when it looked as though Biden was very much falling out with Netanyahu. Now, President Trump seems to have sort
it'd be funny if Iran came out and was like, "Yo, you guys missed the target."
They're gonna say that, I think.
Like, they'll take photos. They're like, "Yeah, you guys were off by like half a mile. We totally missed."
back in 2020, much of the defense and security and intelligence establishment was telling President Trump that this is going to be a bad idea, there's going to be blowback, that the Iranians will attack America. Well, they didn't really. There wasn't really that much blowback. A previous strike that the U.S. did against the regime of Bashar al-Assad in Syria back in 2017, under President Trump's direction, also didn't have the same kind of blowback that a lot
Yeah, right. Iran did say you cannot bomb ideas or something like that, or knowledge. You cannot bomb knowledge. They were basically like, even if you got rid of everything, even if you bombed us successfully and got rid of everything we have, you can't bomb the fact that we know how to do this out of us, which is true. Like, that's the thing.
Oh,
I agree, Intraday.
my dog's crying for me. Be right back.
Well, it's not just about what Iran is going to do next, but China, Pakistan, North Korea, Russia. Yeah. And Europe. Europe is getting real sick of our shit, dude. Europe was like working on diplomacy with Iran to try to make up for the fucking bullshit that the U.S. was causing. I'm hoping. Oh God. I don't know. I think you might be right, Albex, but.
Matt, did Prime Minister Netanyahu convey any surprise, or did it seem obvious and preordained that Donald Trump would do what he did tonight?
Yeah, what if, Johnny? Well, we couldn't let that happen because that would allow the people of the Middle East to, like, to develop and have, like, prosperous nations, and we can't let that happen. Yeah, exactly. Finibel. No, what did Massey say? I heard that he's on, like, the right side on this.
I never get a chance to put Toby on camera, so.
Oh, hi, pup. Hi, pup.
I always see Rizzo, but.
Mm-hmm.
You want to say, buddy?
I've also got my neighbor's dog here. Wait, where are the pups?
Driving down the highway the other day, I saw
my
a bunch
pup?
of big
Where's Elsa?
big billboards
Oh,
saying
she's in the kitchen. It's hot. It's hot. Oh, that. Hey Google,
this is something that people are
turn on the air conditioner.
and it was very much a strong feeling that the president should
He called this whole thing unconstitutional. Yeah. On Twitter.
there was gratitude, there was excitement, there was a sense of relief for the prime minister who definitely instigated this war with Iran and now could be held accountable if he doesn't succeed in his stated goals. But there was also this
Yeah, this is not constitutional. Yeah.
It's the end of the world as we know it, and I feel fine.
vindicate Netanyahu in front of the Israeli public as he has been increasingly blamed for the failures of October 7th. Now, with this latest adventure into Iran, it looks as though Prime Minister Netanyahu could turn to the Israeli
Oh, hey, what's up?
Yeah, there's a really bad heat wave this week on the East Coast, by the way. Guys, really, really bad. Be very careful. Don't take your dogs out if you can while the sun is like overhead and stuff.
It's pretty bad in the Midwest too.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Be careful.
I've been trying to get my pool cleared up, and it's safe to swim in. The water test's safe to swim in, but it's chlorine locked.
Willow, I wouldn't put it past them.
Cloudy. So.
Wait, where?
Usually around this time of year it gets oh, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
Who was talking first?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Oh, I was saying it usually gets terrible around this time of year. Like last year, we were working on a roof, and like part of the roof was melting as we were stepping on it.
Ugh.
And stuff. And like our crew leader, this was awesome. We were about 10 minutes away from Lake Michigan. He just goes, you know what? Because it was close to 100. He goes, you know what? Fuck it. We're going to the beach.
That's dangerous, man. I know it's like too hot to work outside, but it's because it's too hot to be outside. Don't go to the beach. Guys, don't go to the beach right now. Not with the fucking heat wave. It is very dangerous. It is really bad out. Be so careful with the time you spend outside, guys. Be really careful with your dogs. Jack, why don't you define win for me, and then we can debate whether or not the U.S. will win. Why don't you define win? Yeah. Trump won't let something as petty and small like the Constitution stand in his way of a good time. Yeah. I was just in Croatia, Marisha. I went to Dubrovnik. We stayed in Old Town, and we also went to an island. Was it like Ludo Island? Something like that? We were just on the beach the whole time.
Is that in the, it's in the coastline, right? Or
117. Damn. Yeah, it was just for a vacation. It's a bachelorette party.
My great-grandparents were from Croatia, but
That's
certain like hidden beautiful places, but
it's nice. It's really nice.
Not fluffy friendly.
He's unhappy with his birthday flop, so he had to celebrate with a bomb. Yeah, literally. This is a fucking dick measuring contest.
actually, somebody at work, he told me like a lot of the service members were getting like really good meals, and he says that's usually a bad sign that something bad's about to happen.
We were saying that last night, and someone else was like, no, we get surf and turf, we get steak and lobster every Friday. And I was like, okay, I don't know. I'm seeing a lot of people say that those are deployment meals. But what do I know? You know? I'm not stupid enough to enlist. Sorry. Sorry. It was a joke. I'm not crazy enough to enlist.
I kind of wanted to join the Air Force at one point, but like, there's no way in hell I would be joining the military at this point. dude.
Yeah. Yeah. You know the USA will save this. From who? The only thing the world needs saving from is the US right now. And its daddy, Russia. Oh, damn. What question?
To be
You
clear,
didn't ask
when
a
you
question,
do
Jack
on
Jennings.
like
Jack is
we
very
are the
lost.
bad guys.
The US is the baddies. Hate to break it to you, folks. The US is the baddies and has been for a long time. Can't find.
I like that
Look up
meme
US
where-
CENTCOM, Pam. You look up US CENTCOM. All one word, all caps. It's like a. It's a whatchamacallit. Central something, whatever. Something of communications, of operations, of whatever. Okay, Jack. Okay.
Now there was a time that the only news I cared about was like Premier League soccer. I wish I could go back to that.
Someone was asking like what the military bases are, the American military bases are like close to Iran, and I said look up CENTCOM. Let's look it up. There must be a map, right? U.S. CENTCOM map.
Well, that's just like the command structure. I think it's.
Oh, it's just like the general area, but.
I mean, like Air Force One is a command center in the sky, basically. Like it's wherever the order.
Is it true that Netanyahu's hiding out in Greece now?
Is it?
I don't know
That
for
wouldn't
sure. I
fucking
heard somewhere,
surprise
but
me. That would make sense. That's why he like canceled his son's wedding again.
I heard
Did you
his
see
son
him
was
whining
like,
about that?
yeah,
Fucking little baby.
yeah.
You know, I'd imagine there's a possibility that he's not long for this world.
Yeah, I don't. Why would he be in Greece? Because the ICC has. There's warrants for his arrest, aren't they? Aren't there?
I don't know for sure.
I don't think he could
where,
hide in Greece.
Yeah.
Like, he's in Greece? You should let the ICC know that.
Might be warrants for Trump's arrest here soon.
Map of U.S. bases in the Middle East. Let's look them up.
I'm fading fast.
You are?
Yeah, I've been awake since like 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
Oh, damn.
Um,
Well, thank you for hanging out tonight, watching the start of World War III.
yeah. Let's hope not, but this is fucking psychotic.
I'm not sure what
I'm
all
just-
these. Oh, here we go.
I'm sick of this timeline. Like, I mean, I've been sick of it for like years, but
No U.S. forces.
Like that fine line between like really angry and just really sad.
Yeah.
You know?
I feel like I'm in shock. Like at first I was in shock. It is, Lawrence, I agree. I was in shock. Like when you see me like in that video I posted, I'm like stumbling through my words because I'm like not even entirely sure that I read it correctly. And I'm just like stumbling through the thing. That was in shock. And then I got angry and I started texting my mom and like in my text I was like, he did it without fucking congressional approval. What the fuck? That's when I was like mad. And now I'm just like, there's something where I'm just like, this doesn't fucking feel real. This doesn't feel real. It somehow it feels like, oh, well, the most real shit ever. This just feels like a fucking repeat. Like, I was a kid when the U.S. fucking invaded Iraq, and that felt insane and stupid. And like, I grew up in Spain, and we knew from the beginning that it was bullshit. I know that the vast majority of Americans were super into it, but in Spain, between 85 and 93% of the country was against it, and we knew it was bullshit.
I think the media, I think the public narrative was that America had a vast majority of support for Iraq, but there was a lot of people opposing it from the get-go.
I think one of the largest protests in the country's history at that time, I think, was a anti-Iraq war protest.
Mm.
I don't know what the New Kings protest has in numbers, but
it's pretty big.
I believe it's broken the records. But still support in the U.S. like majority support by a long shot in the U.S. for the invasion of Iraq. Most people were supportive of it and believed it and whatnot. But I'm saying, oh, thank you, Jamerific. Thank you. Wow. Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. But so at the time, I was like 11, 12. What was it? 2003. So I was 12.
Yeah.
And like it felt bizarre and it was like didn't feel real and it felt fucking stupid and bullshit and it was like, I don't know, there's just this weird feeling, but there's also this feeling of like you're a kid and so you still feel very much on like the outside and it just doesn't feel, you feel very like, I don't know. And there's always been this sense, and I don't know if I can describe this correctly, there's always been this sense of like, oh, I wonder what it felt like for the adults in the room. You know what I mean? Like, even as a kid, I was like, well, this is stupid, but also, like, I'm a kid. Like, the adults are acting fools and blah, blah, blah. And still, it must be so, like, that's not really going to affect me in a way because I'm not an adult who, like, doesn't have to fucking deal with that shit, right? I don't know. There's, like, but now it feels, there's such a weird fucking sense of deja vu where it's like, man, here I am in my fucking 30s, and it feels exactly as shitty and exactly as like, well, what the fuck now? And like, how powerless do we feel? Like watching, you know what I mean? Like, oh, okay, yeah, being an adult, I feel just as powerless as I did, as a 12-year-old watching it. And just as like, how the fuck are these idiots doing this? I can't believe that the U.S. like surpassed itself with the idiocy of a like, I can't believe the U.S. surpassed the idiocy of a Bush Jr. administration. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. That was like that was just shockingly, horrendously stupid. And it should have been an anomaly. And here we are somehow fucking surpassing it. Oh, God.
I remember that time. I was in high school when that happened.
Remember that? Jesus.
And I remember people saying stuff like, it's not good to question the president during a time of war. It's not good for them. It's like, oh, grow some balls. A lot of conformity around that time. A lot of like just forced patriotism, a lot of jingoism. A time I don't really care to relive. I mean, I do not enjoy this timeline either, don't get me wrong, but at least now more people are just at least pissed about it. But back then there was a lot of like, I don't know, like weird, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like complacency.
Yeah. And there was definitely like even people who had like good heads on their shoulders. Even the New York Times came out and apologized after the fact, being like, hey man, sorry, we reported a lot of this, and like looking back on it, like we were part of the fucking problem. You know what I mean? And like even the establishments, the medias, the brains, like, my mom has this story that she like had some beef with some big journalist, for one of the big publications, because he was friends with her sister, with my aunt or whatever, and they got into some beef about it where she was like, it's fucking bullshit, how do you not see this? And he was like, no, like, it's legit, like, we're Americans and like patriotic and da 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 blah blah blah, you know, whatever. And this is someone who was like on the left, you know, on the left, the American left, and should have questioned it, should have fucking questioned it. But this whole idea, this like patriotism and like, just even blinded the people that should have known better and should have known to question it. And just, I don't know. It's just, it was the fucking patriotism. It was the patriotism of like, no, this isn't about right or left. You can hate George W. Bush. You can be like, you can think he's a knucklehead. You can think whatever, blah, blah, blah. But this is about America. America. If you love America, you'll fall in line behind him. Yeah. Like, even if he's a fool, he's our fool.
With the terrorist.
Yeah, exactly.
No. My earliest, I kind of remember seeing the Berlin Wall fall down.
Ashton. Oh,
barely, nice. But I do remember my first vivid political memory is like Desert Storm, and like my family was glued to that. Mm. My dad was like in the army, and we're all like having us, like the whole country built up Saddam like he was just Hitler 2.0.
You gotta be careful. Don't get me wrong. Can't say the H word. Gotta say like mustache man.
Okay. Okay. Heidler, I think. That's what it is.
You can just say mustache man.
Don't get me wrong. Saddam was bad, but it's like I'm not surprised that by the time the second Gulf War happened, that we were already ramping up this jingoism. There was a huge, the Vietnam had a backlash, and then all these politicians, especially like the Republicans, like throughout the 70s and 80s, started blaming the left for like ruining the morale of the military and making this country weak. So by the time this stuff rolls around that we should be invading other countries, that you shouldn't question us.
Yeah.
And all these were like Republicans that never served during Vietnam when they could have.
Of course. And also, well, like,
I'm going to take off this time for real.
You are? Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for hanging out. Thanks. Bye. You said something that made me think of something else. Fuck, what did you say at the beginning? Oh, yeah, no, Saddam was pretty bad. Yeah, Saddam, da-da-da. Here's the crazy thing is, yeah, Saddam was a bad guy, but, what's fucking hilarious is that the U.S. didn't bother to topple him when he was, like, doing even worse shit. You know what I mean?
The Iraq-Iran war? Yeah.
Well, yeah. If the U.S. had such an issue with Saddam using chemical weapons, they should have probably stepped in while he was using them. You know, just saying. If that was the problem, they should have stepped in while he was using them. Like, it was a fucking decade earlier. Yeah. Yes.
I remember,
yes,
I listened to a lot of Bill Hicks growing up, and he used to like make jokes about that stuff. He's like, yeah, Iraq found out that the hard way because we sold them all to him. He's like, oh, you got the Scud? We got the Patriot. That's the Scud times 2, you fuck.
Wait, what? Scud?
Yeah, that was the name of the Iraqi missile.
Oh, okay.
Or at least that's what the Americans called the Iraqi missiles, but basically they were missiles that we sold to them.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Oh, another thing, he was part of the Ba'ath Party in 1963. In 1963, the Ba'ath Party was installed with the help of the CIA to take over Iraq. Saddam participated in that, but yeah, so we have a long history of just
we're also fucking responsible for what's going on in Iran right now. Yeah, I've been yelling about this from the fucking rooftops. I posted this thing about the Iranian Revolution like a month and a half ago, and I've been meaning to post part 2. The problem is, I'm like, I don't want to post part 2 and like make it sound like any part of this legitimizes what the fuck the U.S. is doing right now. So I don't know, maybe like. Yeah, but it's the West's fault that that Iran is anything today that that it is. But also, like, all we got to do is look at fucking Iranian history to understand exactly how this can backfire. You know what I mean? I keep saying like, hey, like September 11th, whether you know it or not, was retaliation for something before. 11M, which again most Americans don't fucking know about, but the Madrid train bombings on the 11th of March, 912 days. It's believed that it was miscounted because of a leap year. After 9/11, so it was supposed to be, the theory is it was supposed to be 911 days after 9/11. Was retaliation against Spain for helping the U.S. with Iraq. 7/7, that was the London train bombings. Also retaliation for their help or support for Iraq. All of these things, terrible as they are, and as condemnable as they are, I absolutely condemn them and do not think they are okay, whatever. Like, they're all still, you still got to acknowledge they're fucking retaliation. And this idea that you're sold that, like, oh, they just hate the American way of life is fucking bullshit. You know what I mean? It's not, that doesn't just, like, people didn't just wake up one day and decide they hated America. Like, oh, we hate your freedom. We hate your freedom. No, like, they woke up one day and their family was unalived. They woke up one day and their roof was missing and their parents were lying in a fucking ditch. And their siblings, children were too. And they went, why? Looked around and they realized, oh yeah, the fucking bomb that was dropped on my house has like property of the USA, with love, USA, whatever bullshit. And they're like, you know what? Maybe this is like an entity that I don't like. Like, no one just wakes up and is like, I don't like your freedoms. That's, I can't fucking believe how many Americans genuinely believe that, right? That it's about the American way of life. No, listen, it eventually can turn into that, right? Well, but like in the same way that Americans fucking start demonizing everything that has to do with Islam because a Muslim did something to harm them, their family, their loved ones, their country. All of a sudden, they start demonizing. All of a sudden, they start blaming the hijab for like 9/11 or whatever bullshit. You know what I mean? And like, yeah, like you can be like, well, sure, down the line, they start demonizing everything that has to do with the West. But that's not because they just randomly decide to do that. It's because the West has harmed them. And the thing is, if you're ever going to get them to embrace anything even remotely westernized, you got to stop fucking bombing them in the first place. Anyway, this is all this to say, I'm saying if you look at the history, the last 100 years of Iran's history shows this so clearly, because Iran had a democracy that they fucking set up themselves, and they elected a guy, Mossadegh, who was going to nationalize Iranian oil. And the West, the UK, and the US were like, no. We don't want you to nationalize your oil. We want your oil to be like, to belong to us and to like our companies. So they went in and they fucking toppled their democratically elected government and they instated the fucking Shah. They instated an emperor, a despotic ruler. And like nowadays, sure, you got like half of Iran being like, well, a third maybe, of Iranians going like, you know what, the Shah wasn't so bad compared to the Ayatollah. That said, secret police that the CIA and MI6 helped set up, called the Satar? Whatever, doesn't matter. Secret police, disappearing political dissidents, absolute brutality and stuff. And he was also a fucking asshole, just like spending money like left and right. He made some improvements. Like, I'm going to give the guy that, like, or he tried making some. He tried like moving away from the feudalistic land system and stuff. It had mixed results because of the way it was implemented, blah, 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 whatever. But also he was a despotic ruler in general. And over the course of close to 3 decades of this, Iranians began being really, really getting really frustrated with the West, right? Westernized things, anything that had to do with the West. They started associating the West with everything that was happening in Iran that was harmful, right? the Shah is Mr. the West, and he's disappearing people who disagree with him, and he's spending lavishly while, you know, a lot of Iranians go hungry. They're going to start associating, and you can see this. They started, you know, insurgents started bombing like cinemas because they associated cinemas with the West. They started attacking like American banks because they associated that with the West. American brands, anything that was like an American brand or felt like American or Western, I should say, Western culture started being demonized because they were like, hey, you're the people who are keeping this fuck in power. And like, and eventually they got rid of the Shah. They were trying to instate a democracy, but also because they had rejected, they were in such an angry state against anything westernized. It created this situation that made it very easy for the Ayatollah to come in, step in, and basically take over amidst the chaos of the Iranian Revolution. And so all this to fucking say, yeah, fuck the Ayatollah for sure. But also, like, bombing Iran is a surefire way to make sure the Ayatollah reign for another 50 years. And if not the Ayatollah, another super anti-Western set of assholes. You know what I mean? We've seen it. This isn't theoretical. This is exactly what happened in Iran, like the last time the US fucking meddled and the time before that. You keep going in there and doing terrible things. They will decide to hate you and everything you're about. And like, I'm just saying, you know, please, yeah, the Cinema Rex fire that wasn't the only that wasn't the only cinema that was attacked, but the Cinema Rex fire was a big one during the Iranian Revolution. Again, you can watch my History in Under 10 video about the first part of the Iranian Revolution. And I do owe you guys the second part of it, but like, dude, if you want to oust the Iranian regime, bombing Iran is not the way to do that. Like, I hate to fucking break it to you, but like, sorry, bombing Iran's nuclear facilities is only going to make the people rally around their leaders more, most likely. Maybe they'll start to fucking revolt, but also like, that is not how you fucking do it. They're not gonna instate someone that suddenly like loves the West just because you fucking bombed them. That's not how that works. Don't even look at Iran. You know, you can look at Iran, like I said, but look at Iraq. Look at Iraq. We fucking invaded Iraq. You toppled Saddam, that was put in there by the West in the first place. You know, finally leave Iraq after leaving it in fucking shambles. Who takes over? ISIS. Why? Because everyone's fucking pissed that you murdered half their fucking family. Sorry, I hope that doesn't get me in trouble, but you can't keep doing this and expecting different results. That's literally the definition of insanity. Sorry, I'm just rambling, but like,
what's funny is that like China does things differently, where they approach countries and they'll build bridges. Like, they won't just start these. As far as I know, you'd have to look into this, but they have a much better way of having, I guess, partnerships with other countries. They'll be like, okay, well, we'll bid you this infrastructure, and then like you owe us some money or whatnot. Whereas the U.S. starts all these proxy wars, Yemen, Iraq, Iran, and it's like, it's getting to the age where the rest of the world is kind of getting sick of it. And yeah, China is starting to look like, you know, China's been around for like thousands of years, so they're clearly like the adult in the room. And, you know, don't get me wrong, I have disagreements with China in certain aspects, but I mean,
no, here's the thing. Here's what I say. My mom fucking loves China. I don't know if you're still in here, mother, but you know, that's the one thing that we like fight about the most, right? But and my stance is always like, you know, there are things that she forgives China on that she absolutely criticizes the US when they do it. And I'm like, at least I'm fucking consistent, right? I'm not okay when the US does it, and I'm not okay when China does it. Like, you know what I mean? It's not okay when Trump does it, and it's not okay when China does it. A lot of shit like that. However, like, there is recently, I saw a headline. I didn't like dig deeper. I meant to go check it out, but apparently in a recent like worldwide poll, it was the first time that like Here, let me see. Worldwide poll was like the first time that China was seen more favorably than the U.S. globally. And I was like, this is, I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Because, like, there's plenty to say China is doing wrong, but the U.S. is doing so much of the same shit now, and it's, like, definitely doing more and more of it. It's, like, nearing that same level. So, like, if you got to choose between, like, authoritarian, evil countries, the one that's, like, generally, like, not, like, opposed to entering... Here's the thing is the Chinese army is, like, really fucking bad. They're not good at war. They're just not good at it. And so the general thing, and I'm basing this on the this is like intelligence community sort of like assertions or like analysis on it. China generally wants to avoid war if they can, and they're pretty happy with like a world in which they are like economically they are like obviously on the upswing. I mean, they've had some recent setbacks and stuff, but overall, Chinese manufacturing has been growing. The economy has been growing. Their trade and like relationships globally have been like getting stronger and stronger.
Their transportation, oh my God.
Incredible.
Like their high-speed rails. Yeah.
Yes. Phenomenal green energy, vehicle development and stuff.
Into forests.
Yeah. They don't want wars because that's going to fuck their shit up, right? Like, it's not that they're not seeking power. They absolutely are seeking power, but they're seeking it in a way that's like not like, let's not fight some wars. Let's make people dependent on us, right? And there's something to be said about like, that is risky to other countries in general. You know what I mean? Like, it is risky for your entire country to be dependent on another country, especially if you're afraid that that country may use that to like fuck you over. But in general, it appears that China's cool with not fucking other countries over that wholly depend on it, as long as like China just gets to keep like benefiting from it, which is like, that's how it should all be, right? Like, yes. I'm not saying like exploitation is good and all that shit. And again, I'm not saying the Chinese government is good or anything like that. But there's something to be said about the fact that they understand soft power and appreciate it a lot more than a lot of these like other fucking superpowers now. And the rest of the world is like starting to realize that and be like, you know what? China is fucked up in so many ways, but at least we don't have to worry about China just like randomly invading us. You know what I mean? Like, at least that's something we don't have to worry about.
Yeah. No, you definitely explained it better than when I first brought it up. But
I'm sorry, I'm like rambling. My fucking Adderall hit. So, here we are. Seen more favorably than U.S. Here we go. Let's find this up.
Yeah.
In some parts of the world. Okay, yeah. Here we go. More people view Pew from Pew Research Center. Oh, wait, no. More people view the U.S. positively. When was this?
I remember when Biden first got into power, some guy, I was at the plasma center, and this guy was standing in line. He's an older guy, and he's like, I don't really follow politics. And they just started regurgitating right-wing talking points. But he's like, I heard that if the U.S. would not be able to invade China I'm like, why would we want to invade China? Like,
wait, sorry. Say that again.
Oh, I'm from like kind of a right-leaning part of the country, and like I was in line, and this is when like Biden first took power or first got into office, and some older guy I was talking to, he's like, I don't get much into politics, and spews like right-wing talking points, but he goes, I heard that the U.S., if it were to invade China, it would be incapable of taking. I'm like, why would we want to invade China?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. They must have been stoked when we gave up our soft power. Yeah. Absolutely stoked. Here's the thing. Hi Carrie, how's it going? Do you want to hop up? Want to talk about World War III? Did you hear this? The fucking knucklehead in chief bombed Iran. Oh, sorry, I got the...
Oh, they're bringing up Palantir in the comments. I hate that whole
The
thing.
reason is because of Palantir. What reason? They're filling the void that the U.S. dropped. Yeah.
I do find it funny, all these like conspiracy theorists like Alex Jones, who was always warning about the police state, is like kind of downplaying Palantir now.
I know. The fucking Trump phone. Did you see my post about that? You know, the Trump phone. I went to their website because I heard that their coverage map had the Gulf of Mexico labeled as the Gulf of Mexico. So I went to the website to go find this map. It was gone by then. I'm waiting on someone to send it. Someone said that they would send it to me on IG, and they haven't. By the way, if you happen to be in here, please send it to me. If anyone has a screenshot of the coverage map from the Trump phone website that shows the Gulf of Mexico labeled as such, please send it to me on IG. Same username. It's not a joke. But so what I found, I made a post about this. When I was like clicking around their site trying to find this coverage map, the fucking phone plan also has like all-inclusive telehealth with medical appointments, mental health appointments, tracking your prescriptions and stuff, and managing your prescriptions, and real-time biometric data. Like, these crazy motherfuckers who were convinced that they were getting like microchips implanted are literally, that we're gonna like track them and stuff, are literally like clamoring to give not just run-of-the-mill smartphone data tracking, which is already scary enough, to the fucking federal government. They're also doing it with like a built-in like biometric and health data tracking system. How are they not freaking I just don't know. It's fucking oh god. Trump's attack on Iran has emboldened China to increase their presence around Taiwan. Is that based on what? The airport's Real ID is already in force in most airports. Yeah. I gotta get my Real ID. Since last year, net positive perceptions of the U.S. have dropped from +20 to -5, only slightly ahead of Russia. Meanwhile, views of China have risen from around +5 to +14. Oh, Lord.
I remember when Trump won the re-election, I'm like, ugh, again. But I'm like, I hope like something crazy like the dollar doesn't devalue. And then he goes and does something where like countries are thinking about dropping the dollar. And I'm just like,
oh, yeah. He warned of more attacks if peace does not come quickly. There was peace, motherfucker. This is what's so fucking wild. President, in his little speech, he warned of more attacks if peace doesn't come quickly. What the fuck do you want them to do? They were doing nothing to you, bro. Like, if peace doesn't come, like, do you guys remember that old, what was it, like, Mad Magazine? I think that's what it was. Like, Mad, like, not cartoon, it was like stop motion, and it was kind of making fun of Mustache Man and stuff. But it was like kids in a classroom. Do you guys remember this? And like the American one.
When was this from?
This is like 20 years old, man. Mad. I feel like it was like Mad Magazine. Do you guys remember? Not Mad. Oh yeah, it was called Lil Lur.
Oh.
Do you remember that?
Kind of sounds familiar.
Lil Lur. I can't say it. I don't know if I can. Maybe. Robot Chicken. That's what it was. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I might have. Yeah, I remember. I didn't watch a whole lot of that, but yeah, I think I've seen that. My second guess was like, actually no, my first guess was like Homestar Runner or something from that time period. But
Was this it?
My teacher.
This just sort of reminds me of this shit. I'm gonna take the risk of showing this on here. It's probably gonna make my live unavailable on YouTube, but whatever.
My teacher? Yes, little Hitler? My desk is smart. I need this Polish boy's desk also.
Everyone gets the same size desk, little Hitler.
Really? Al Jazeera?
Now, class.
My teacher? I will need the Czechoslovakian boy's desk as well.
Little Hitler, where's little Pulaski?
Little Hitler.
This is gonna get me banned.
What's going on here?
It's not my problem. Now, it's my problem. Little Hitler.
I don't know why. This just fucking reminds me of it. Anyway, sorry. That was just a fucking ADHD
No, that was
like
fun.
jump over.
No, I've had ADD. I haven't taken. It was called ADD when I was diagnosed. Like they dropped that term in like the 80s, but for some reason my part of the country was still differentiating the two, but really they're both the same thing.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So,
I have not
Al
taken
Jazeera.
medication since I was like 13, and I don't know.
Sorry, James. I'm looking this up. Near. When did they report this? Al Jazeera, Chinese, Taiwan 2 days ago detects dozens of Chinese aircraft near island after. Taipei says an estimated 15 Chinese aircraft crossed the median line of Taiwan Strait on Friday.
You familiar with it's called Hawk's podcast? He's got 400,000 subs on YouTube.
Hawks podcast? No.
Yeah, he's like got like kind of a mullet. He's like a
Oh,
I think a
Hawkeye.
lawyer.
Yeah.
Hawkeye, yeah. Okay,
He follows
he
me
does a
on
lot of-
here. I like him a lot.
Okay, he featured one of your shorts. I don't remember which one, but
Really?
I was like, oh hey, yeah, I don't remember which one, but I was like, I know that person.
I gotta find him. I gotta find him on YouTube. I didn't know.
Yeah.
Wait. Oh my God. Will you
He
send that
reacted
to
to one of
me?
your shorts.
Will you send that to
If
me?
I can find it.
Okay. If you find it, because I keep a little playlist when people send me like, oh hey, someone showed you or showed you on this or da da da. I have like 3 or 2 links of
That's
like
what I originally
shout-outs,
hopped
but-
on. That's what I originally hopped on to tell you, and then like
Oh,
my
nice.
ADHD totally forgot it.
What's it called? Hawks. Is it Hawks? Beat?
Hawk's podcast is what I typed in on YouTube, but
Yeah, I think this one. Here we go. Subscribe. Nice. Yeah, if you know which one it is, I'll
there's
add
a
it.
gazillion of them.
I know.
Oh, you know who Stuart Copeland is?
That sounds familiar.
He was a drummer for God, what was that band? Oh, The Police back in the 70s and 80s.
Mhm.
His dad was part of the CIA when like they did Operation Ajax and all that stuff.
CIA?
Yeah, when they were doing all those
Which one was-
coups.
Which one was Ajax? I feel like I
Operation
know.
Ajax was the they installed the Shah.
Oh yeah, that's okay. That's why I
1953.
know it. Yeah, most of the day.
It's
yeah.
it's funny that like a professional drummer's like dad was involved in, and the guy I think like later expressed like
Regret.
expressed regret in doing that. But
Yeah, you fucking should.
Mhm.
Oh, we've only got 97 people in here. We lost our few hundred. Whoops. I wonder if people just got bored or if Rick Steve's Iran to you right now.
well, there's also like kind of rumors like because he had a brother I think was like I don't know if he's a touring manager for the police.
Mhm.
I don't know if he was kind of linked to the CIA because they were making those guys tour in countries where there were hardly any audience. They weren't known on the radio, but there were like just happened to be where there were certain like military operations happening.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I bet they were.
Great drummer, by the way.
Lord.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Yeah, a lot of moving pieces, a lot of dynamic and kinetic situation on the ground there in Iran and in the region. Welcome to an MSNBC special report. I'm Ayman Mohideen here in New York. As we have been reporting, President Trump tonight announcing that the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on 3 key nuclear facilities in Iran at Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. The president a quote spectacular military success.
God, I'm so sick of this fucking knucklehead.
One thing I kind of learned early on, like once I hit adulthood, and it's just this country, the U.S. does not reward. They always say, "Oh, you have to work hard and it'll pay off," and it's like, look at the people running things. Like Trump never had to work for anything in his life; everything was handed to him. It's just, it's. I feel like it's just a bunch of like spoiled toddlers are bringing us to the brink of the end of humanity.
Yeah. You know what I learned also? IGRC, they've lost command, control, leadership. What? God, shut the fuck up, Netanyahu. What a ghoul. You mean the IRGC? Oh, you're saying that they took out a couple of the commanders recently? Yeah, I think they announced that.
It is crazy how every country that either didn't have a nuke or gave it up ended up getting invaded. Libya, Ukraine, Iran.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point. Should make a post about that.
Yeah, I think a guy named Bad Empanada on YouTube kind of he mentioned something like that though. But.
You know, it's funny. I mean, it's not that funny. When I was in high school, I was part of. You guys know MUN, Model UN. You guys know that?
MUN Model.
Model UN. Where like students pretend to be like delegates from a country, Model UN. They go pretend to be fucking, in the UN, and they come up. It's like a practice exercise. You guys, okay? Someone knows it. Okay. No. You don't know? So there's this thing called Model UN where, and there's like a few different ones where your school can like participate, and you're basically given like a country. You're assigned a country, and you pretend to be the delegates of that country to represent that country, and you show up and you pretend to be the UN with a bunch of other schools, and you come up with certain treaties. Basically, you operate as though you are the UN for a few days, and it's basically just it's one of these like it's an educational thing to get kids to basically learn about the UN, but also practice diplomacy and stuff. And then the UN is usually, if the kids come up with like certain treaties and stuff, those are then given to the UN, I believe, and it's like a hey, by the way. And if you're one of the burnouts, you do accents. Yeah, my school didn't take it all that seriously. It's funny, but we did it. So I went to The Hague. Because I was in Europe, you know what I mean? So there's a Model UN that, like, does it in the U.S., and I believe they all travel to, like, New York to do the, like, UN thing there. Maybe there's multiple ones in the U.S., I don't know. But in Europe, it's called Thymun, THIMUN. So The Hague International Model UN. And a bunch of kids in, like, international schools, they're all assigned a country, and they go to the actual United Nations in The Hague, and you pretend to be the UN. Anyway, long story short, I did that. I was one of those fucking dweebs. Our country was Finland, and I believe, I don't know if it was like the full theme of that whole thing. I think I was just in because you know there's different. Oh my God, what's the word? Like groups. There's like, what's the fucking word? Committees. Thank you, Gabby. Thank you.
Yeah.
Committees. I was on the denuclearization committee for Finland. Funny enough. Anyway, it's not that funny. It's not a story. There's not like an actual story to it. But every time we're fucking talking about this, I'm just like, God damn it. And like, you did a ton of those. That's awesome.
Yeah,
Nice.
that seems like something that, what was that slime ball's name? Stephen Miller would be on and just be absolutely insufferable.
Oh, absolutely. There were some kids that were insufferable at it, but I respect it now. Like now as an adult, I respect it. So I got pissed about it. I really liked it, but then I showed up and I had pink hair, and they were like, you're not allowed to have unnaturally colored hair at MUN. That's one of the rules. So you have to go like firstly you had to wear full suits. Like I had to go out, I had to buy multiple suits at the fucking ripe old age of like 16 to wear. Like it was very strict about that. Yeah, but you know, whatever. I mean, it was fun. It was like, okay, cool, fun. And an excuse. I still own some of the fucking pieces of the suits, you know, today. I don't think they fit me. But yeah, loved the outfits, felt so formal. I still have photos from it. I mean, it was such a great experience. But, you know, we showed up and they told me, they're like, you're not allowed to have pink hair. So you're going to have to like dye it. You know, you can't participate until you fix it. They told me this in the middle of the day. And so I was like, okay. So I just like left and I went out into the middle of town to like I had to go like buy a scarf. You know, this is like in the middle of The Hague. So where the fuck am I going to find a scarf to like cover my hair? And like based on that, I was like, fuck you. I'm not taking this shit seriously. And half my class didn't really take it seriously either. And like the teacher wasn't all that intense about it anyway. So we ended up like shirking a lot of the meetings, which is kind of lame. It's super lame of us to do that. But yeah, so that's how that went. But like, you know, like the actual process, it was still a really fucking cool experience. All kids should learn like that experience. I mean, yeah, that'd be cool. I think. And Miller was defo in the renuclearization committee. Yeah. There's also, it's funny because there's another thing that I constantly think about. That was this like debate. This was like when we were being taught how to debate in, I want to say it was like middle school, maybe it was just early high school. I think it was early high school. And we were assigned, and it was about the Middle East. And I wish I could fucking remember exactly what countries it was. I want to say it was like either like Turkey or Syria or Iran, Iraq. I don't fucking know. But it was about a river. Someone who knows better than me is going to hear me describe the situation, and they're going to be like, well, it's obviously
Euphrates
this.
River?
Maybe. That was like this river that flows from one of the countries into the other country. And oil was also part of the thing. But obviously. Yeah, is there a river? What river flows from one Middle Eastern country into another one?
I know the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, that's like the beginning of modern human civilization, and that runs through at least Iraq and I think into parts of, I don't know.
Let me look this up. Rivers.
That's the only major river I know in that area other than the Nile, but...
Draw cartoons like Netanyahu with acne written on the bumps. Major Tigris,
yeah.
Euphrates, Nile, Jordan, Karun. Particularly significant as Turkey flows through Iraq, eventually joining the Euphrates. So it might have been that one. It might have been the Tigris River for Turkey and Iraq, yeah. Or Euphrates flowing through Syria and Iraq before, yeah. So I believe Syria was involved in some sense, but maybe not. Anyway, so it was like, we were set up. It was like based on, I think, a real life kind of debate. And like the teacher was like, okay, we're going to set up a debate. It's going to be debating like whether or not this country should be allowed to build a dam in this river, which will like affect the country downstream of them, you know, and their ability to get like drinking water and stuff. You know what I mean? And And like, of course, everyone wanted to be on the side of the country where you're like, well, obviously, yeah, you should let like the country get the drinking water. I don't know. Maybe it was like reroute the river. I don't know. The question was like, do you let the country downstream if you get the water or not? And everyone was like, obviously, yeah, you have to let the country downstream if you also get the water. You know what I mean? Because we're not monsters. So when they were like, okay, so we're going to do a debate, you know, and everyone wanted to be on that side. And then, of course, you know, they put half of us on the opposite side and everyone was like fucking pissed. And I was put on the opposite side and I was like mad about it. And I just remember like halfway through this, like debate, because I was still good at debate, you know, even if I didn't believe in it. And we're like in this fucking thing and we're going back and forth, like negotiating oil, water, blah, blah, blah. And at one point they go, again, this is not an important story, but they go like, but you have to give us like the water. And I just go, says who? And like, and the class kind of goes like, and my teacher goes like, because it just kind of came to a fucking standstill at that point where we realized like, oh yeah, like that's like the ultimate fucking question, right? Like, says who? Where we had always been working on this premise, like that debate basically through there, we had been working on this premise of like, well, yeah, we have to give you the water, but like how much oil are you going to give us in exchange for it? Like, give us this much oil so we give you the water, da-da-da. Give us this much oil. No, we don't want to. And we're like, oh, no, but like you can't, you know, no, you have to give us at least this much. But it was always based on this assumption of like, oh, we're going to give you the water, right? And just trying to get the oil in exchange for it. And until we got to that point where I was like, they were like, no, you have to give us, well, you have to give us the water, you know, whether we give you that much oil or not. And it was just like, well, says who? And it kind of, and that was like, I know it's such a minor moment and it's like 2 fucking words, but just like the face on my teacher, that moment of like realizing like, oh, that is the fucking ultimate question. And just realizing that when you get to that point, that's also like where negotiation stops. You know what I mean? Negotiation stops there where you say like, says fucking who? I don't have to if I don't want to. And like the other side just being like, you have to. And now I constantly think about it, especially when we talk about the Middle East, especially, you know, because I'm like, I know it was about that region specifically. You know what I mean? Anyway, there's a little good news. Sorry, that was not a good story, but
no, it was very interesting.
You don't have to be polite, man. But let's see. Apparently, Trump did tell select reps beforehand. Yeah, apparently, he told Republicans. Marjorie Taylor Greene fucking tweeted about it 30 minutes before it was announced.
Did she buy any stock beforehand, like she usually does?
Yeah, right.
She's another one of those people like, oh, AOC's never had held a job. I'm like, you got money from your rich dad, and you floundered. I think she sold off her dad's. I don't remember what the deal was, but she tried to have like a workout gym or something. It failed. That's one thing I can't stand, people with no self-awareness.
Ew. Trump wins immediate praise from Republicans in Congress after announcing strikes on Iran. So yeah, they're the pro-war party. Never fucking let them forget that. They are now just like, let's fucking call them the pro-war party. They are the pro-war party. They start all the fucking wars. They're the pro-war party. Of course. I mean, I can't fucking believe this knucklehead successfully ran on the like anti-war candidate bullshit. Like since fucking
I remember, when he won, he got reelected, and someone's like, well, at least, you know, we didn't have any new wars. And I am not a debate bro or anything, but even on, I know that, like, I can just completely was shutting all that down because he is not an anti-war. He was never anti-war in his first term. He ramped up the drone strikes. Yeah. There was a thing going on in Yemen. He took out the second in command in Iran right before COVID happened. Oh, yeah, when that happened, all these people, Charlie Kirk, who are like, I don't want war. All of a sudden, when Trump takes somebody out, they start, you know, sucking up to him again.
So Desi, you say the same thing, like, Rolling Thunder, this isn't going to take out the regime. I don't know why you think this takes out the regime. Here's the thing. Okay, let's fucking follow this thing. First, well, so Desi, just want to say, he treats his whole life like a war. Yes. That's another way of saying what I was going to say, which is like, I don't know why anyone would believe that guy, the most confrontational asshole, like in every situation, is anti-war. What, he's like super pro confrontation and provocation in every situation except like global fucking politics. You're really going to fucking believe that? No. But okay, so it's weird that almost all Iranians want the regime toppled. It's not a nice regime, guys. Firstly, would love to know where you get that data from. And by the way, saying this as someone who, super anti-Ayatollah, would love to see them gone, would love to see the Iranian people have the democracy that they had in 1952 back. You know, the one that we Americans fucking got rid of for them. But let's say, this is about toppling the Iranian regime. Okay, Trump said that if we get peace right now, then they're done, right? He bombed the fucking nuclear sites and he's demanding immediate peace from Iran, and then it stops. Okay, so immediate peace from Iran sounds like Iran being like, okay, we're not going to retaliate. So in that case, so he leaves the current regime in place, right? Mission fucking, is that mission accomplished? Why do you think that he gives a fuck about toppling the regime? He loves that the regime is there. Bibi loves that the regime is there. It makes them really, really easy boogeyman. You think they want to fucking topple the regime? Why? They obviously don't give a fuck about that. They're offering them like, cool, now we're even. How's that good news, Potato? Thank you, Wally. Thank you for the mic, champ.
Do you ever participate in any debate panels? I don't know how active you are on YouTube, but...
No. I don't know how to do that on YouTube. I don't really spend that much time on YouTube, but...
I'm not a YouTuber or anything, but, like, I know people who know people who know people or something, and, like, I sometimes follow it. But, no, I think you'd be pretty good at that, or be pretty good on, like, certain discussion panels.
Oh, thank you. But, I mean, yeah, I used to host a lot more discussions leading up to the election and stuff. It was like, it wasn't, I hesitate, I would say debatey, but they wasn't debates like Parker and Dean and stuff. It wasn't that style exactly. Mm-hmm. It was very much just like free flow discussion. And I would hear MAGA out, on certain things. Obviously, hate speech and stuff got fucking banned. But like, we would talk through it, and I would just challenge. Firstly, we would fact check, so that's why we have this sign up here. We would fact check what we said. This was a gift from my boy because my motto accidentally became "we fact check here," because I would stop people when they were spreading bullshit, just being like, "No, we fact check here, we fact check here," and also would investigate the logic. You know what I mean? Would question the logic behind their things. So it wasn't like, I think Parker and Dean, they, there are benefits to what they do, but I do find that like it was a little bit more like Good Trouble, but with like less just straight up insulting them. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I love Good Trouble. But it was more like free flowing. It was more like, okay, I'm going to hear you out and then I'm going to respond to what you're saying. Parker and Dean, I feel like they they bring up the points they want them to address. And so I think like you hear them make the same sort of points and challenge the same sort of logic and question the same sort of thing. Again, lots of value to that. But for this, I was mostly like, let's talk about what's important to you. Let's investigate what's important to you and why. And like, why that's going to make you, vote for Trump or Kamala or whatever. But I kind of slowed down on that because, number one, it doesn't pay very well, by the way. Making posts is a little bit better use of my time in terms of paying my bills. But also, I was spending hours and hours and hours up here, and between that and making the posts, trying to make the posts good and the time that takes, I was getting really, really burned out. And
gotcha.
And yeah, I was burning the fuck out. And then I also got to the point where I was like, I don't know what the point is anymore. I was like, we're gonna, why am I debating with MAGA? Like when we're seeing how this plays out, I don't have to convince them that tariffs are going to do one thing or another. If they get implemented, if in fact they ever go through, we're going to see it. We're going to see it play out. Like, this is the find out phase. Even if I convince them of it now, that's not going to do anything. So it kind of started feeling a little bit hopeless. But yeah, I come up when there's like big news and stuff like this now, and we just talk about.
It's like a podcast. It's hosted by it's called Leftist Mafia. It's like Mike Figueredo of the Humanist Report. Like all these guys that got like either 500,000 subs or close to 1 million. But like Mike Figueredo's pretty good at like giving like leftists like a voice or a platform. I don't really know him that well. We're mutuals on Twitter, but I heard he's pretty easy to like, and like I said, you're kind of like he is, like far left, but we're not like, we're very skeptical of like third parties and you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm a pragmatic leftist.
But they do these at the end of the episode, they'll like read off, like usually they're super chats to their channel. But I mean, if you can like plug your channel, like I think you got 6,000 subs now.
Yeah, something like that.
So yeah, I don't know. If the more people could follow you, the more people would send you super chats.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I'm live on YouTube
not just
right
live
now.
Streams, yeah. Live streams, comments, and memberships are also good, but
yeah,
it's just a ridiculous hustle, and I can understand why you would get burned out, and that's kind of what prevented me from even starting.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, yeah, if you're saying, oh, you should be a guest on something like this, like, I'm open to stuff like that. I don't know if I could host a show of any, I basically don't want to guarantee like regular stuff like that, but I'm happy to fucking engage. I like, as long as, here's my thing, like I would never do like a Jubilee thing and stuff. I would never, because for me personally, it's like, I think I believe in like being able to fact check as you're talking about stuff. You know what I mean? One thing that bugs me about like debates with like a capital D, like the debate structure, is like you show up with like all the information and the research and stuff, but technically like there's no like live fact checking really. So like if someone says like false information and you're not equipped to fact check it, like because you didn't happen to bring the thing that challenges that, like that just like, it just hangs there, and you know what I mean? They put it out there and it hangs there, and I don't like that. So for me, it's like, I'll talk to you about shit, but like we better be looking stuff up as we're talking about it. You know what I mean?
If you're confident, you can BS your way through almost anything. That's this scumbag, Andrew Wilson. I don't know if you're familiar with him.
That sounds familiar.
He does like, he's on like the Whatever podcast.
Right,
I don't know if he ever did a Jubilee, but like he's a Christian nationalist. He's a total misogynist, and he just constantly he debates like OnlyFans models.
Yes.
And just constantly like talks over them and just doesn't hear the other side out. Nobody's fact checking him. Well, this idiot humiliated himself one time because he's like, oh, this is the difference between men and women. He brings like an olive jar and tries to get this chick to open it. And she's like, okay, I don't know what the point of this is, but she's like, okay, well, let's see you open it. And he's like, what? She's like, yeah, I mean, and he brought the jar. This guy, if you can find this clip, it's funny. He struggled. He couldn't open up a jar of what, he's supposed to be this like alpha
glued it
male.
shut. That's the thing. You know what I mean?
No, he didn't, because one of the guys on the Whatever podcast working behind the scenes, he just walks and just pops it off like it's nothing. But it's just, yeah, you run into like scumbags like that who just, they talk over you. Nobody's fact checking them in real time.
Yeah.
And it's just.
Yeah. This was frustrating. Sorry. So Ray said something. New York for real need to pull up a bear to NYU. Yeah, good luck with that. I went to NYU. I'm so fucking ashamed of it. Fuck NYU. What did Ray said something? Ray, you said Iran state media has already threatened military sites. Anyone found off base is at risk. Can you clarify this, Ray? Probably because he's surrounded by the Secret Service constantly. And there's like security guards at every NYU building.
Oh, another thing that I thought was funny, like you can't say certain words on TikTok that are weird because I have a buddy at work who he's got 1,000 followers on TikTok and he has no videos. He just has popular comments. There is somebody that's like hate following him and reporting him every time. And he keeps showing me, he's like, dude, I got another warning. He's like, all I did was screenshot a video and post it in the comments. And
Yikes.
The screenshot said nothing. And it was like flagged as inappropriate. Or like he'll have like, he called somebody a cactus because he didn't know what else he could use as an insult. And he got reported for that.
Honestly, if the sentence is structured like an insult, it often gets flagged. That's part of the issue. Iran says ships are toast. What does that mean? Oh, I'm sorry, Shorty. I miss them too. I wish it was easier to like just jump up here like less often and just get into a little scrap. What I would love to be more of like a guest on other, like I'd love to be a guest on like Good Troubles Live every once in a while. You know what I mean? And get into some discussions there. He doesn't know I exist, but would love to be one of his like regulars that comes on and has whatever without the pressure of like hosting like on a regular schedule and stuff. Because I also have like, I'm a freelancer and like right now I'm on a job technically, for the next like month or so.
And you have ADHD and you do all these things, I totally relate to that.
As soon as I commit to doing something weekly, I'm like, ugh, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it anymore. Yeah, but petition to get Good Trouble to know to like learn who I am and start having me on as a guest. That's the goal.
I've heard of that, but I don't think I've seen an episode.
He's usually live in the evenings, like same time I am, which is a bummer. But yeah. On it. Thank you, Shorty. ADHD is a heavy cross to bear.
That's the thing with having ADHD. Like, I love having like I don't know what you call it, just a chaotic imagination or a mind. It's just having that and having to go into like the rest of the world with it.
Yeah.
And to have to just,
Yeah. Is Ray still in here? Iran state media has threatened military sites. Anyone found off base is at risk. Message him. I don't know if it he just doesn't. It'll probably just end up in his requests.
Doesn't hurt to try.
I guess. How do I do that? Hi, Good Trouble. Big fan. Would you let me up as a guest on your lives every once in a while? Thanks. I don't even know how to make that fucking ask. Maybe I will. Insta, maybe, yeah. Maybe on IG. Yes, that was great. Awesome. We got it. That'll be it.
Oh, wait, you said you're a director too, right?
Yes.
When
I can be.
Yeah. Okay, there's a podcast or YouTube channel called Movie Night Extravaganza. For some reason, they only have 2,000 followers, which is crazy because they get on like really good guests. They got on the director from Heathers.
Oh, cool.
They got on they got on directors from other I don't know. I hate saying lesser films, but newer films, I'll say.
Yeah.
And they got
films.
on they get on like Sam Cedar was a guest on there
fun.
because Forrest Miller, the host of it, he was like the editor for Michael Brooks. before he passed away.
Mm.
And then it has like it's co-hosted a guy named Conan Neutron, who has another podcast where he interviews a lot of like alternative, indie, and experimental like musicians and stuff. But it's a really good podcast. It has like a lot of it's movie and like pop culture, but it's
Uh-oh. Am I still live?
yeah, you're still alive.
Okay. Sorry, I got an
Sounds
alert
like
that
a
it got.
weather report.
No, I just got disconnected. It's like an alert that I got disconnected from the thing. Um. Home. Choppy for a bit. Oh,
Yes,
okay.
okay. Yeah, you were kind of choppy, but I didn't know if that was my phone or
I guess it's my end. It's my. It's. I mean, the heat wave is gonna affect stuff like this,
Mhm.
but Advanced view. What? Yeah. Whoops. Sorry. Anyway, is there anything more to fuck it? So Ray said something about Ray's has gone now, but Ray said something about Iran state media saying something. So Europe is about to wake up, by the way. That'll be interesting.
God, so much of this stuff could have just been prevented. Like,
Iran State TV says Trump bluffs about hitting Fordo. God, I don't want to go off of Times of Israel. Iran clean, totally obliterated. Blah blah blah. God. Can we figure out if he's actually in Greece, BB? Where did that start?
I don't remember exactly where I first heard that, but I heard he just was not in Israel at the time. And I know his son was in I heard his son was in Miami when all the IDF soldiers were, being sent to.
It's coming from the Times of India. Times of India is like a weird. A lot of conspiracy theory shit comes out of this place called the Times of India. Be very, very wary of that. It's super weird. I don't know if the Times of India is actually located in India or if it's just like random whatever name given to another fucking like Russian, fake news site. But just be wary of the Times of India, guys. A lot of misinfo comes out of it.
Rafa says he believes he went to the island where Crete is.
His jet was spotted in Greece. Well, TRT. No, that's Russia. This is coming from Russia, guys. IRNA, that's Russia, I believe. That's coming out of that. Yeah, I wouldn't trust that. He's trying to get people pissed at Greece. He's trying to get the West to start fighting each other. Yeah, the West. Are sleeper cells a thing in the U.S.? Like, in what sense? Yeah, the Greece sources look sketchy as fuck. Would not put much credence in them. So the only thing I'm getting on the Iran state media is from the Times of Israel. So take this with a grain of salt. Iranian state media claims targeted nuclear sites and their uranium stockpiles were previously evacuated. The IRIB, state broadcaster, claims the sites along with their enriched uranium stockpiles were evacuated beforehand. Oh, this will be interesting to fucking see them twist. Report, again from the Times of Israel, so question it. Report, U.S. and Israeli militaries practiced tonight's Iran strike during Biden administration. Citing an unnamed source in Israel familiar with the matter. The exercise was planned and executed during the Biden administration, but we did not think a year ago that this would happen now, the source says. So all these fucking Republican war hawks that are celebrating this, they must be real fucking grateful for the Biden admin, huh? For making this possible.
Yeah, we definitely need new leadership in the Democratic side.
We do.
It goes without saying, but it's just... Now is not the time to be spineless.
Yeah. I early voted today in the New York City primary. The New York primary.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Is it Zohan? Zoran?
Zoran.
Okay, cool.
Sorry, 1 sec.
Okay, you guys have ranked choice voting. So
Why
you
is
choose
everyone
him
concerned?
first.
Sorry, 1 sec.
You choose him.
Good question.
Okay, sorry.
Because I just have to plug my laptop in real quick. Ray, I was asking earlier, I think you swiped out. You said something about Iran state media said something about military bases. Anyone found is like threatening military bases and stuff. Can you point me to what you are talking about? Also, why is everyone concerned with sleeper cells all of a sudden? Is everyone concerned with sleeper cells all of a sudden? Roasted Coyote just asked about sleeper cells. What do you guys mean by sleeper cells? You just mean like spies ready to be activated when needed?
That's just...
Yeah.
That's such an old common thing.
I mean, but yeah, also. You know, sure. Like, I think it's crazy. I think sleeper cells makes it a bigger deal than... Like, the title makes it sound like a bigger deal than what it would be. You know what I mean? I'm willing to bet that every nation, just about, has people, loyalists in, other nations that, like, have said that, hey, listen, on the day you need me, you call me up and I'll do the thing. You know what I mean? On the day you need me to take a risk, I'll do it. And, like, in the meantime, living their fucking life in that country, right? We've seen this. I think also, cells can be activated, again, with the Madrid, the 11M bombings, right? That was a cell that existed before the Iraq War, but, like, because of the Iraq War, it became connected with Al-Qaeda, because, it successfully, got in, drew in, people joined up over the years because of their fucking frustration, their anger, whatever. We've seen recruitment happen, all those crazy stories and whatnot. I think it's not as simple as like, oh, we got a sleeper agent in this country. I think it's like, Jesus Christ. We've detected inactivity during your live. Hey guys, please tap and
We hear you.
Please tap the live, like and share. If you're so inclined to gift, please do. We're being flagged for inactivity. People think I'm not doing anything on here. Thank you guys. Thank you. Yeah, exactly, Anna. It's like, oh, thank you. Thank you. That's cool. I don't think I've ever gotten that before. That is cool. Thank you, Wally. So, yeah, I think it's like, I don't think it's like the drama that like the term sleeper cell and the movies kind of suggest it is. But I think there's people who are either radicalized. I mean, radicalized is a term that we use for our enemies, right? But people, Ray's trying to come up. Yeah, I think every country has, especially ones with power, have people within the borders of, foreign adversaries that are loyal and are ready to be called upon when necessary.
It just strikes me more, it's somebody's trying to divide somebody. People are trying to divide because if you have people looking for, I don't know why I'm gesturing and quoting. Anyway, looking for sleeper cells, people will start looking for the other. And we already have
Oh, I see
issues
what
with
you're
that.
saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And if I had tried to type all that, it was never going to happen.
Yeah. No, I get you.
Bear with me. I'm looking for a exact reference. My spouse was chanting
Mossad just did
something.
it in Iran. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Mossad just did it in Iran. I guess also, yeah, like what's the context of it here? Because here's the thing. There's one thing I keep saying, which is like, listen, this is gonna come back and bite us in the ass, right? It might not be tomorrow. It might not be in a month. It could be 5 years from now, just like September 11th. Like when you bomb a country, people in that country, people loyal to that country, people with, family, loved ones, whatever in that country, tend to become upset about it, and down the line, eventually someone somewhere might very likely choose to take revenge, right?
Or use the upset later as a way to grow power. And
no, but I'm saying even if it's not like state sanctioned necessarily, right? Like there's like, hi Bubba. Like there's like Americans right now that may become radicalized, maybe Iranian Americans or whatever, maybe not even, who could become radicalized, who maybe became radicalized tonight seeing this happen, going like, what the fuck, right? And one day maybe like decide to fucking do something about it, like, and that's not necessarily state sanctioned or whatever. I think it depends on the context. If people are like, there are sleeper cells, they're got to weed out all the sleeper cells in America and stuff. Yeah, that's definitely like people who are like, it sounds like othering. But there's also like a thing to be like, there's definitely a conversation to be had, which is like, there are people who are going to be upset about this. And some of them are in America. And like one day, some of those people may choose to take things into their own hands. And that's, you know what I mean? Which is I think is a legitimate conversation to have. Not in the sense of like, you got to go like hunt out, like weed out all the sleeper cells. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like, you got to fucking understand that that's how September 11th happened. And that's why you got to stop bombing countries. I'm not saying that as the thing. That's why you got to start weed out. Sorry. Does that make sense? Sorry. I got to give one of the dogs more water. Sorry.
How many dogs do you have?
I just have one, but I'm watching my neighbor's dog today. McCarthyism is coming back. There's always been some form or another of it. Yeah, it never left. It's, there's always been some form of it or another.
Most people with rational sense have been able to balance recently, but it pops up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know, Trader. We were kind of talking about that earlier. Like, if I was Iran, I would use July 4th to fucking return the favor. But just saying. Luckily, I'm not Iran. Oh, really?
I'm gonna go in case somebody else wants to.
Oh, I mean, we can get more people up here. There's plenty of space. Wait, we've got someone up here. Ryan. Ryan's been up here this whole time and hasn't said a word. Or have you?
He's a sleeper cell.
You're a sleeper cell?
Or he's just asleep.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let me. I might have to take the dogs out at one point soon. Sam with the limited Nixon despite him vetoing it. Oh, Chucky Shooms. Chucky Shooms. Is putting out a statement urging Johnny Thunes to... Wait. Johnny Thunes. That's not a real name. Who's Johnny Thunes? Is that really the name? To put the
It's
War
a bad
Powers Act on the
spelling.
floor. Hey, Sam. Oh, what's good? Not much right now. America bombed Iran.
Oh, John Thune.
John Thune. Oh, okay. That name I've heard. Chucky Shooms. Johnny Thunes. Chucky Shooms is fucking funny. He's my senator. Put out a statement urging Johnny Thunes to put the War Powers Act on the floor. What's the War Powers Act again? Same one that limited Nixon despite him vetoing it. Glazing OBBB the other day. Who's that? Are we going to war? That's a tough question. I would argue that this was an act of war. This is very much an act of war. Oh, sorry, Rusted. I just saw you were trying to come up. I have to use the
Not
restroom.
officially, because Congress has to approve the funding for war.
Yeah, well, yeah. Congress hasn't technically... That's the thing. It's like, internally, Congress has not approved going to war. But in terms of an international thing, when you bomb another country, that is an act of war. You know what I mean? So the international community would consider that largely war, whether or not Congress approves the idea that we are in a war. You know what I mean? Iran
Yeah,
could certainly declare war on us. Sorry, take it away.
But
I gotta use the restroom.
as far as our thing, it deals with money. Everything with our legislator deals with money.
Yeah, I don't know. It would be so stupid. Just Iran is like 6 times larger than Iraq. To just even get involved into another full scale war, but nothing surprises me at this point.
Netanyahu is so pulling on every one of Trump's and
Yeah,
his whole
he's a
cabinet strings.
he's a spoiled brat. He's corrupt. He's being investigated for corruption. I mean, he's trying to stay in power. And yeah, like I said, Trump and Netanyahu, 2 spoiled brats, 2 corrupt criminals, are willing to just take down the whole world.
Yeah. I'm
Ooh,
a
Pelosi.
little
Pelosi just accused him, basically saying he did this unilaterally without congressional authorization, sort of thing.
Ooh, she's wagging her finger. That,
I know, but at least it's something. At least it's something.
Yeah.
Let's just be fucking real. The act limits presidential executive order. Oh, wait. Puts it on par with Congress's used against Nixon during the Vietnam War. What do you mean it puts it on par with Congress's? Executive orders are already below Congress, just to be clear. Executive orders are always de facto below Congress and the laws that Congress passes on the fucking scale of power.
You need a constitutional lawyer in here.
I mean, I know this for a fact. I can tell you that. Executive orders do not supersede law in any way, shape, or form.
No, they just tell you how to do something, not what you can and cannot do. Example being, if you're renting a place, they tell you how you
So
can paint
apparently
the
U.S.
room, not
informed
what
Iran.
color.
Wait, sorry. U.S. informed Iran of the strike beforehand? What?
That would be applying to
what?
International
According
law.
According to, where are you getting that, Naz? I'm gonna have to take the dogs out soon. I hope he spends the rest of his life with a tummy ache, Sam.
Rubio
Thank
probably
you,
looks
Wally.
upset because he understands the law better than anybody else of those four standing there.
Who? You're saying
Rubio,
Rubio?
between Rubio, Hegseth, Trump, and Vance, he probably has a better idea of what exactly happened as far as the law is concerned.
I mean, he's been very critical from like a just, diplomacy perspective on most of what Trump is doing. Everyone, he's been on record. His policies, his beliefs and stuff have been on record for a long time and largely do not align with what Trump is doing. So everyone knows, like, oh, Rubio fucking knows that this is bullshit. But,
yeah, he's falling in line with the Venezuela whole issue.
what do you mean? Nas, what was your source? Where did you fucking hear it? Where'd you hear that? Nice. Nice. That's a big claim. I Googled it. I'm not seeing it. Israeli airspace is closed. Israel's doing something terrible in the Strip right now.
Nobody's watching them.
Yeah. They already ramped it up since all the Iran news started hitting. Because all the news is now about them bombing Iran, they started ramping it up in the Strip already. I'm just realizing, okay, now the news is going to be focusing on the U.S. doing this.
Do you think they planned that, or?
Yeah, I mean, Israel knew that this was going to happen for sure. I'm betting
Netanyahu knows what strings to pull to get what he wants.
Yeah, but even if he didn't, Republicans knew about this. The planes left, 8 hours earlier?
And they had pre-positioned to Andrews Base beforehand. and they had, oh, what is that plane? The one that can handle an EMP and the mobile site. What is it called? I know what it's called. In process, and that had relocated from down south to Andrews Base as well. It's a mobile fortress.
Are you just
I
talking about
really,
the B2s?
the B2s had relocated to Andrews Base ahead of time, and then from
Doomsday
there
plane?
flew out.
People are
The
saying
Doomsday plane. That's it.
Okay.
Sorry. But Israel, was it Netanyahu or a spokesperson was complaining about Iran bombing a hospital,
Mm-hmm.
and I was sitting there thinking, what about Gaza and all of that? And you're complaining about a hospital
Mm-hmm.
and everything that
CNN live
is,
updates.
it seems more than slightly hypocritical.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely hypocritical. I agree, but I'm just saying to this question that like, oh, would Israel know? Yeah, of course Israel knew this is coming. I'm sure. I can guarantee they did something fucking terrible at the same time that this was happening, or are right now, and are just banking on the news, focusing on this because this is batshit insane.
Do you think they
CNN live
overestimated
updates.
their how their Iron Dome would handle the Iranian strikes? Because apparently,
Maybe.
yeah.
Let's see. Live updates is the page that Trump says Iran's key nuclear facilities totally obliterated. Real concern of retaliation, says CNN analyst. Do you know what the wording was, Nas, on part of it, so I can like Control F or Command F it? Yeah, roasted. We covered that. It was practiced under Biden.
Here's the thing: is there's plenty of missions that come into creation that are training missions or are set up that are never ever used, and part of
Yeah.
them, the whole point is that they're never used. A lot of it is just, look, we're
Oh.
training together.
When I controlled informed. That I don't think that necessarily means that they were informed ahead of time, Nas. Okay, it's not. I'm doing control informed, and it's not showing up.
I still don't understand how you can compare Trump and Biden as the same. They're not perfect, but
Basically, Trump. I mean, just one example. Trump took off the restrictions to what was it? Raising the price of like insulin for diabetes. He did away with those, and people died from that because they couldn't afford it
Careful
anymore.
with your
I mean,
language.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Yes.
But I mean, that's just one of like 1,000 examples. Nobody votes for Biden because they like Biden. It's just the other option is it's just demonstrably worse.
well, we could also go with Trump declared bankruptcy how many times and has a history of not paying people. And
Yeah.
Biden literally was a politician and for half a century.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying politicians are great, but at least he was serving the people in one form, not himself. I didn't say that perfectly, but
It's not showing. I'm literally just seeing on first post, which sounds scammy as shit. They're the only ones that I'm seeing claiming U.S. alerted Iran before bombing nuclear sites, informed nothing further planned to report. First post. What the fuck is first post? CNN reported. I can't find CNN's reporting on this.
I don't see it anywhere on CNN.
Yeah. I can't, and they didn't link it to CNN's reporting. God, I fucking hate when they do that. If you're gonna say that CNN reported it, then send me include the link to where CNN reported it. Yeah, I can't find this. They claim that CNN reported it, but I literally, I keep Googling it and I cannot find it. And I'm looking at I tried to do a word search, control, find terms, search for terms on CNN. And it's not showing up. Prominent advisor to Iran's supreme leader says it must launch missile strikes on U.S. Navy ships.
That'll be entertaining.
Yeah.
Remind me, how many Trump replacements are there? How far down does it go? Is there an actual admiral who has experience and knows what they're doing?
Hold on, Curly. I find it astounding that you're so confident that Biden would have done the exact same thing when Biden did not do the exact same thing. That's incredible. Also, hate to break it to you, but Biden wasn't on the ballot, so.
Curly is either an obvious troll or somebody who hasn't paid attention within the last 10 or so years.
No. At this point, I sort of think a little bit of both.
Fucking wild, yeah.
It's like you can't overthrow the regime with coping. This isn't 1917 Russia, dude.
When has Iran been doing that to anyone?
What are they saying?
They're just replaying his fucking statements about talking about Iran was unaliving so many Americans and stuff, and it's like, what are you fucking talking about?
That's
Hey, Curly, no, it could not be 1917 Russia. Our government has a much bigger military. We have drones that can just shoot people down from thousands of feet up in the air.
Jesus, leftists will never win until we admit.
Yeah.
Okay, Curly, listen, I don't particularly love the Dems, and I'm happy to criticize them plenty, but we're not going to pretend that they are literally the exact same. People like you are what give us the Republicans. To claim you're an obvious fucking plant, this shit is just literally doesn't help leftist ideology at all. That doesn't help the left go anything progress towards the left in any way, shape, or form. To be no, they're the exact same in every single way. That's just fucking stupid, dude. And it's harmful. It pulls us farther and farther away from the left. You know what I mean? So sorry, but I'm gonna be fucking smart about trying to push towards the left in this country.
Quite honestly, if you're talking about time periods, neither one of those apply. We're closer to 1960s, 70s with a cast from 1930s and 40s.
Yeah, Curly, no one disagrees with that. But saying that both parties are trash is not the same as saying that they're the exact same. That's not both parties are trash. Cool. I'm cool with that. Sure. But that's not the same as saying, like, every single time Trump does something, being like, yeah, well, Dems would have done the exact same thing. Because no, they wouldn't have. Because they didn't. They could have, and they didn't. Like, it's not, you can't just say, oh, every single thing that he does, they would have been the same. They would have done the exact same. No, I fucking refuse. If that's the case, then why not just put the Dem in? If that's actually the case, why not just put the fucking Dem in? Like, come on, dude. You know that that's not true. Cool. I'm cool with you saying they're both trash. I don't disagree with that. But they're not the exact fucking same. They wouldn't have done the exact same thing.
Just reminds me of that time, like during like COVID, when the whole Bernie campaign ended and like the left went into all this infighting, and all these like stupid podcasters are like, both sides are terrible, blah blah blah, donate to my Patreon, the whole system's corrupt, send me money.
Or, I
Wait, who
mean,
is
keep
this
in
who
mind
said
that-
this?
Just numerous like people who are like, their whole identity was like, I'm a radical progressive, both parties are the same, and
Both parties are
like
trash. Listen, I'm a progressive. I'm a Bernie bro. I'm very much a leftist. Both parties are fucking garbage, but I'm not going to say that they're the exact same.
Yeah.
Simple.
They might have.
But I also think,
similar
but here's
problems.
the thing. Well, also, I just want to be clear also, because people are like, oh, well, the solution is fuck the two-party system, vote third party. Yes, fuck the two-party system, but voting third party doesn't fix the two-party system. At best, you get enough support for a third party that basically flips the two-party system into being two different parties. At best. And then that second party is going to absorb everyone that prefers that party over the other one, and all those people are going to turn that party into the same party that they already fucking have. What you need, the system is fundamentally an issue not because we have two parties. The system is an issue because of the first past the post system. At the very least, what the best thing we could do in this country is to set up ranked choice voting across every fucking race. And that way, just naturally, as a result of how ranked choice voting works, it would open up the playing field for more than two parties. But right now, you don't, like, introducing a third party, a fourth party, a fifth party doesn't fix the two-party system. The two-party system is the only way is actually just the only smart way to win in the current system we have right now, unfortunately. That's just how that happens. Ranked choice voting would fucking solve that.
Not to mention, like, a lot of these like third parties are just not very good at. They're either not good with they raise money and do nothing with it, or they mismanage their funds. Like there was the Movement for the People's Party. They spent, I don't know what the number was, but it was a stupid amount of money just to design a logo for their party, and it looked like something I could have made in Microsoft Paint when I was 12. Yeah. And the guy Nick Brana that was running it, he was accused of sexual harassment.
Careful, you can't say words like that on here, man.
I am so sorry.
It's okay. You gotta be careful.
Being gender inappropriate.
No, just say like
Okay,
SA.
just-
Just SA, SH.
Okay, all right.
Here's with third party, they do well at small and local government levels.
They can. They don't always inherently, but they can. Yes, Jill Stein fucking disappeared. She collected her check.
She'll pop back up again, but at the national level, they don't do well for so many reasons. One, because it's hard when at this point in time, we're set up for a two-party system, and it's not going to change. It's going to take a century, if we're aggressive, maybe less time to get a solid third-party system in. I mean, look
But
at
again,
it. We have
even
how many
but again,
independents?
it's just not gonna work. It's like
Not-
with a first past the post system, it's not gonna work. Because a first past the post system, basically you need someone to get you like a full fucking like plurality and like it makes the most sense for I grew up in Spain, right? And in Spain we have a parliamentary system, and there's a million different ways you can do parliamentary systems. But the idea with parliamentary system, like you end up there's something like 17 parties in Spain, and that's because it's like ultimately the results end up being apportioned representatively,
Canada's similar.
you know? Yeah. So, yeah, Canada is similar. Exactly. The UK, similar. Although the UK is like almost like halfway through because it's still like whatever. Doesn't matter. But so that way, like, just by creating a system in which it's like, it's not like a binary or, it's not like basically as a result of that, we know that once like in a parliamentary system, the parties get elected, then the like representative parties, even though there's like 17 of them in the parliament, they then form coalitions to choose, the parliamentary leader, whether it's the prime minister or president, whatever of each country, right? Usually prime minister. But so the coalition is formed once all the parties are like apportioned and whatnot. However, in our system, it's set up so that the coalition has to occur before you even get to the voting booth. You know what I mean? You have to amass a big enough fucking party that like is basically going to get you as close as possible to 50%, to over 50% to guarantee that win. So that's why you end up with this like you just end up with two parties that are supposed to like encompass this like massive range of actual beliefs, because the coalition has to happen before that voting booth. In a parliamentary system, again, depends on the parliamentary system, but in parliamentary systems in general, the coalition building occurs after the fact. And that's, that's the strongest fucking thing. And here's the thing. I don't believe we're going to successfully change America over into a parliamentary system without a very bloody fucking civil war. So, which I'm not looking forward to. But the best thing we could do without fundamentally changing the system to a way that would literally require an actual civil war to do is doing ranked choice voting. Ranked choice voting, even though it like maintains a first past the post thing, it like still it gives you, it opens up that thing where you don't have to form a coalition necessarily before you get to the voting booth. You can present more options and not be afraid that the people who kind of like this option closely but really prefer this option, but this option has less of a chance of winning, you're not like afraid of like them peeling off entirely, or like you're not afraid of like of that like affecting this person. You know what I mean? Like just the ranked choice voting like fixes a lot. It's not perfect, but it helps mitigate a lot of the issues we have without completely doing away with the fucking system. The Hassan sub is fighting with the 5051 sub. Why? Fighting how? I mean, I'm in New York City. We just had ranked choice voting today. We have ranked choice voting in New York City.
My state doesn't.
New York State, yeah. Just New York City, right? I think. Or does it? No, New York State has ranked choice voting.
We thought the whole state did, but I don't vote there, so.
So, what? And also, I don't know if it's just in the primaries. Yeah, it's local elections. Okay, so we like I think it's the state. I think it's the state. Or is it just New York City?
When did New York City get ranked choice voting?
So the first time was the primary before the last mayoral election.
Okay.
So really recent.
Very recent. Recent, I mean, in a few years, yeah. So it's possible. And here's the thing. We're more likely to get it out of Dems than we are Republicans. We're more likely to get it from them. I'm not saying, there's a ton of Dems, fuck them, that are going to be resistant to the idea, but we have a better chance of getting it with them.
Mm-hmm.
And they've pushed for it in various states at different points. 2021. Thank you.
I think is it Nebraska has it to some degree. I know.
Go Zoran.
We've
I
got
voted for Zoran today.
Yeah, Alaska. Yeah, Sarah Palin lost because of that. I don't know I don't know who, if the Democrat in Alaska got reelected this time around, but
Maine does.
So
Yep.
Hazans was accusing 50-51 as being Z's.
Jesus. Apparently,
Yeah.
Cambridge, Mass does.
Oh, that's cool. Cambridge
Just Cambridge,
specifically.
though.
That's funny.
Yeah. And
Man,
Minneapolis.
I hope everybody
you,
puts
Gabby.
Cuomo all the
Good
way at the
night.
bottom. I am so sick of like the entitlement.
He's not the only one you ranked though, Curly, is it? I ranked 5. I ranked all 5, but not Cuomo, obviously. That bugs me, Simon. I'm sure some people in 50-51 are, but like, so what's their fucking point? They're not allowed to fucking fight within the U.S. What a dumb fucking... I'm sorry. As someone who, as you know, has been very critical of before it was cool in America, that is a fucking stupid... I'm sorry. That is a stupid fucking fight. Stupid fight to pick. Stupid fucking fight to pick. Yeah, congratulations. Like, not every single person of the, whatever it was, 5 million or 11 million who showed up on No King's Day 100% agree with you on all that.
The whole point was not everybody was going to agree on everything.
Exactly.
That
fucking drives me nuts, dude.
It was sort of to illustrate that we don't all agree, but we all agree that no kings.
Yeah, exactly.
At this point, I think I only use 2 social medias, this and Blue Sky. I lost patience with everything.
Ooh. I haven't been on Twitter in a while, or Blue Sky. But
Never had Twitter.
Yeah.
It was fun during COVID, but it also got chaotic. And it just got worse once Elon took over.
I was the one of 2 people working my team of 30 people. I did not have free time during COVID.
Facebook, I'm rarely ever, if I'm ever on that, it's just to like get a hold of somebody like that I personally know. Other than that, I just get on there and I don't recognize like the timeline or anything. And
I think I still have that. I haven't checked in. Oh, I keep track of a few cousins that I haven't seen in decades.
When you say so different, Curly, you suggest that we're saying that they're a whole fucking, the Grand Canyon between them. And that's how fucking different it is. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying they're not the exact fucking same, dude.
And here's the other thing. Are we talking about Republicans as in conservatives that was brought up with Reagan? Or are we talking Republicans like the maggots?
I'm sorry. Republicans and MAGA are the exact same thing now. I will not, I refuse to fucking accept this idea that there's like different. No. They have aligned. They are the same exact fucking thing now. And if they're not, well, then those fucking Republicans are Democrats now. Congratulations. You know what I mean?
The Republicans that I grew up that would now be considered conservative Democrats versus the Republicans now, which are full on.
If they're Republicans now, they're MAGA.
Yeah.
They are. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. I'm not giving we gotta stop giving them like plausible fucking deniability. Oh, I voted for Trump every time, but I'm not MAGA. No, you're fucking MAGA. You're MAGA. You're aligned with MAGA. Like enough so that you saw nothing wrong, or you saw nothing that was seriously wrong enough to vote against it. You're fucking MAGA. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And also I was gonna say Reagan was kind of a precursor to MAGA. I mean,
Oh,
he
he was
wasn't a
so
yeah
he so would have been MAGA.
yeah a
Yeah.
B movie star, a celebrity
Well, and
becomes
so much
president.
more than just that, but yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what gave us Reagan, don't you? U.S. intervention in Iran.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
This is why you don't fucking do it. This is why you don't fuck with Iran. It like literally nothing good happens to the U.S. And I know that that's like a horribly like selfish thing. Like, oh, don't fuck with Iran because it's bad for the U.S. Don't fuck with Iran because like there's no fucking need to fuck with another nation that was like democratic until we fucked it up. You know what I mean? But
And
don't fuck with
anytime we
Iran. But
get
also don't fuck with Iran because it actually doesn't actually help out the U.S. all that much. Turns out.
And anytime we get involved in the Middle East, there's no upside to it.
There's upside to the people who profit off of it. There is an
Yeah,
upside to it, but there's not an upside to it for us.
that's okay. I'm sorry. I don't tend to think of warmongers and
That's a good
billionaires
point,
when I
Carly.
think of us.
I know, but you didn't say us. You said there is no upside to it, and I'm just clarifying. There's an upside to the people who profit off of it. The upside is not to anyone fucking normal. It's not to us. It's not our upside. There is an upside. It's just not for us. I can't fucking believe this. I can't fucking believe this.
Wait a minute. I missed something. Who showed up when minorities were demanding more rights? I hate to tell you, but it wasn't Republicans. Or what is now referred to as Republicans.
He's saying that Reagan and MAGA and Trump both showed up as like reactionary to
Go back
social
farther.
justice and whatnot movements,
go back farther than
strong
that.
social movements, and progress on civil rights for minorities. They were both reactionary. Pearl clutching. Trump demands Iran make peace or risk more strikes. Make peace. They didn't do anything. Jesus Christ. Shut the fuck up. Anyway.
Trying to find where the news station or whoever mentioned that a German bicycler was caught by Iran, and because he wasn't the US, but because he was close enough. So I'm trying to find out what happened in all of that.
Wait, what do you mean?
A German bicycler was caught up after the bombing. It's one of the reasons why all of our allies are not going to be very happy with us, because their people are now in danger.
Yeah. I mean, our allies are not happy with us. Period.
Well, they haven't been happy with us for a while.
Period. Yeah. I don't know that capitalism was really fracturing under Jimmy Carter. To be fair, I don't. What do you mean by capitalism is fracturing? If you're talking about like the left wing, like the new left, that was like 10 years earlier. Really, you know what I mean?
Why does everybody dislike Carter so much?
Tomorrow, 8 a.m. News briefing at the Pentagon.
I wonder if he'll be
I know, Carter. Oh, man. Fucking love Carter. I did a whole history in under 10 on Carter, except it was a history in under 15 because there's that man, what a fucking saint. I can't believe that we wrote him off and his presidency off as long as we did. Like, doing the research into Carter made me go like, you know what? I think Carter might be my favorite. I think his presidency might have to be my fucking favorite.
Yeah, unfortunately, I was born a few years too late, so I had to be born during like Reagan though. But so I can't say Carter was the best president of my lifetime.
Yeah.
I was born after
I mean, I
Carter.
wasn't alive during Carter. I'm not saying it was
Yeah.
the best one during my lifetime. I'm just saying my favorite president, like ever.
I don't know who my favorite. It feels like if I ever try to think of a favorite president, there's always something bad they did.
Yes,
Carter did the
obviously.
least. Like the least. I mean, he still like armed other countries and stuff, and
Yes.
yada yada yada. But I mean, he didn't put people into internment camps like FDR did. Which, and I think FDR was one of our best presidents. But
Yep. I like it. I like
I'm a JFK
FDR a lot.
fan.
I am not.
Why not?
I don't like
Why
a
not?
lot. I think one of the best things, and please, 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 I think one of the best things about his presidency is probably the fact that he became a martyr because so many things after him happened. But I think, again, he was a self-entitled,
Sure, but what about
spoiled
his
rich
actual
boy.
presidency? I mean, because he and his brother. Here's the thing. I think his brother Bobby. I think Bobby would have been a fucking phenomenal president, because he
He
was.
was less spoiled.
No,
Not that.
I mean, yeah, sure, but
they
like
were both spoiled, but they were both pretty competent. And
they were
respected.
competent, but also they pushed, even as spoiled, rich, old money, white boys, like actually helped advance civil rights like a decent amount. And Bobby Kennedy was like even more pushing on that than JFK was himself. Like there's plenty fucked up about JFK. He was shitty to Jackie. They were both hooked on a cocktail of, substances, whatnot. Absolutely. But like when we're talking about actual like policy and changes and whatnot, like I fuck with what they stood for,
I think a hot take is I think LBJ was a better president than Kennedy.
Yes, I think I would
minus the
agree.
Vietnam.
Why?
I mean,
why?
I think he was a very good senator. He had he could really politic with people. Civil rights got passed.
But okay, no. But that's the fucking thing. Civil rights. That was what JFK was like pushing. Here's a lot of LBJ's achievements was like him swooping in on JFK's fucking work. You know what I mean? And like, in part, yes, partially it was because JFK became martyrized, so it became a little bit easier for LBJ to like fucking cross that finish line. But so much of that wasn't that LBJ was this master politicker, whatever. No, that like the work was mostly done by the time he stepped in. He was not this like suave guy who could,
Oh no, I'm
like
definitely not
politic
saying,
and
that guy
negotiate and all.
was
The guy was, but and not just crude, like whatever. I'm not like a prude. I'm not saying like, oh, he was crude, therefore whatever. No, but the guy, like, a lot of people really didn't fucking like the guy because he was running around literally like dropping trow every chance he got. Like he wasn't this like expert negotiator, policymaker, whatever. He like stepped in at the last second on a lot of what JFK had been pushing for and fighting for. And again, I think Bobby Kennedy would have probably been, if he had gotten the chance, he was even more like advanced and bigger on pushing, like civil rights and whatnot. I think he could have surpassed JFK. I think he was in JFK's ear, like a lot of it. I feel like I get the vibe that, he was partially responsible for encouraging JFK to be like more, progressive in that sense. But yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't know.
Would you say he was at least good as a senator?
Reagan responded to stagflation, black liberation, the Powell memo, feminism, oil shocks, all threats to capitalism. Curly, again, I've repeatedly said here, like, this is what I don't appreciate that you do. You try to like redefine our stance and make it different just so you can be like, well, I still think this. Literally, we have repeatedly said we think Dems are garbage. We can say both parties are garbage. And I haven't said that, like, and you said, oh, why do you think they're so different? And I literally never said they're so different. I said they're fucking different, dude. I said they're not the exact same. And acting like they're the exact same is harmful to leftist causes because it pushes the entire fucking country further to the right. And the fact that you keep coming back and being like, oh, well, I just think that you're wrong about how similar they are. It's like, what do you fucking mean, dude? I'm literally like agreeing that they're both terrible. They're both terrible. I'm not saying there's like a huge gap between them, but one is undeniably better than the other. Period. Like, stop. You're looking for a fight. You're looking to be like, well, you still think they're so different. No one fucking said that. And that's why I'm getting triggered. I'm getting triggered because you literally just want to like treat us like we're fucking morons about this when you agree with what we're saying. Stop trying to like twist it at the, like, you're agreeing with us every step of the way and then you're twisting it at the very end just so you can feel like we're fools and you actually know how different they are. Like, come on, dude. Like, let's be fucking real here.
I was trying to.
The beef is because you keep the beef is because you keep trying to like put a sort of like bow on the conversation that concludes that we believe something and have been pushing and claiming something that we have not been. That's the beef. The most frustrating thing for me is when people claim that I'm saying something that I'm not. That is one of the most triggering fucking things. It's like, if you don't understand what I'm saying, fine, I will explain it to you 1,000 times until you get it. But like at a certain point, it stops being my fucking fault and it starts being yours. But if you understand what we're saying, and every step of the way, you're like, yes, I agree. And then at the very end, you just try to like slide one in and like misrepresent what we were saying or whatever. That pisses me off, dude. I don't like being misrepresented. I don't like being misrepresented. It's simple as that.
I was trying to explain to a 15-year-old friend's granddaughter who was 15 the difference between Republicans and Democrats and how voting for them would affect her last year, right? And this is in a small rural town in New England. And I basically just said, big difference is the Democrats are going to care for the society that you live in, and the Republicans are going to care for the people who take home the money. And she's like, well, does that mean it's going to care about my stepfather? No, because he doesn't make enough money for them to care about him.
Right.
And it was the easiest way to explain to somebody who doesn't understand basic politics in a family who I'm never going to be able to make them understand that Republicans are not what they think they are.
Sure. Well, I think also there's like a simple way of putting it too, because Republicans will come in and they'll be like, no, we care more about the working man than you do, right? They'll just say, no, that's not true. And who is she going to believe? I think one of the simplest way of putting it is like set aside the parties, right? What do conservatives versus liberals, right? And I get it. Don't fucking come at me and be like, well, liberals are the worst. We're leftists. We're progressive. As a progressive and like / leftist, which I know also drives people crazy. Leftists hate someone that calls themselves like a progressive and leftist. But I am, sorry. If we're talking conservative versus progressive or liberal, just along a spectrum, conservatives have always been on the side of like conserving the bad. Like, ask, who was on the bad side of fucking slavery? Conservatives. Who was on the bad side of women's rights? Conservatives. Who was on the bad side of LGBTQ rights? Conservatives. Every single time we get to a crux of like questioning like who gets rights, who doesn't. Like, conservatives want to conserve a system that harms more people. And so, like, give it whatever fucking name you want. Republicans, Tories, whatever. Like, conservatives consistently end up on the wrong side of fucking history. consistently.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why they like to change their name.
Yeah.
Also,
Part of
another
it.
reason why I just don't like. I mean, it's also little things. Like, was it in Ohio? This teenage girl. It's the abortion. She ended up dying because she couldn't get one.
Careful with the language,
Oh,
man.
sorry. I'm trying to figure out ways to get
Passing.
my point across. Passing. Okay. So it's stuff like that. Like I don't. When I vote, it's not always voting for myself.
Mm-hmm.
It's just.
Yeah.
Like, or they'll say stuff like, "Oh, well, Biden said he's gonna forgive student loans. He didn't forgive any of yours." No, he forgave somebody else's, and I'm not gonna be a jerk and
Yeah.
vote against that to possibly prevent somebody from, having their life improved.
Right.
It's just.
Well, also and there's also a thing of like you can, if you look at it selfishly, and you can, right? Like perfect example, the student loan thing. I was incredibly privileged. I'm not rich by any means, but I was privileged enough that my grandmother, a gazillion fucking years ago, set aside, enough money in some stocks that would cover my fucking college and education, right? That's the extent basically of my fucking privilege. I got my college covered. Amazing. Puts me a gazillion years ahead of everyone else my age, right? Because I didn't have to have student loans. That is like, I mean, I understand how fucking privileged I am in that, right? And the thing is, I could be upset. And listen, I'm going to be honest with you. Sometimes I get a little twinge of like jealousy of like people who took out student loans, and this argument of like, forgiving student loans. Part of me is like a little bit jealous. It's like, oh man, I could have taken out loans and then I would have the money that my grandma left me. You know what I mean? And I could just then, I could probably afford some stuff then, right? And that's true. But also like, firstly, I'm lucky. The reason I didn't have loans and they do is purely because of that fucking possibility, necessity. But also, like, I understand on a selfish perspective, the economy does better when we do shit like forgive student loans. Like, the economy does better if everyone has better economic opportunities and like stops spending their lives in crushing debt. So purely from a like selfish perspective, it doesn't help me to make them pay their student loans. It actually technically helps me, and in a much subtler way, and in a way that isn't as simple as like how much money I have in my bank account versus not, but like, and it's longer term, but it actually helps me if if a lot of people get their student loans like forgiven, and if people start being able to afford education more, because the healthier the country is, the more educated the country is. A rising tide lifts all ships. You know what I mean? And,
they have more money in their pockets. If I wanted to start a business, I can sell to people. I sell stuff on eBay. That many more people that have that much more disposable income would be great.
Right. Absolutely.
Random difference in time periods and how things change. My 2 or 3 times great grandmother made a purchase for all of her children, similar to your grandmother with education, funeral plots.
Oh wow.
Because that's the difference though, is that she wanted to make sure the family had enough to stay together, because the family's been military for over 250 years and everybody came home to be buried. And the only way you left was military.
Yeah.
And but that's the difference, being education. And it's also 2 or 3 times great grandmother. So we're going back to
1800s almost, or
just around Civil War, I believe.
Okay. I have, what was it, my third great grandfather? I think he was born in the 1860s, but like, I do genealogy, and I was asking my great aunt, like, and she goes, yeah, I think a while back they bulldozed part of the cemetery and removed all the headstones. Him and his wife are still there, but it's just been replaced with something, which is just kind of awful.
But
Look
also,
at
I mean,
Old Town Records. The plot where it is I'm lucky enough. Nobody in the family lives there since my father moved out about 10 years ago. But my father's family founded the town um pre-Revolutionary War when there were still colonies. So been around a while, and people kept going back. So, but
One of my ancestors, I think, platted. It's called Gravesend. It's where Coney Island's at. It's now Brooklyn, though. But I always thought it'd be cool to. I've never been to New York though.
take a road trip.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have my spouse's side, which sort of dead ends at a slave boat. So makes it harder to genealogy gets a little bit more tricky.
Mm-hmm.
been unpacking colonial culture and how it's passed down and it's traumatizing. In what sense, Curly? I'd like to know because there's a very the way Americans talk about colonial culture is very America centric, and I'm gonna say like when we talk about colonialism in America, it's like 90% applies to colonialism like worldwide. But I had someone yesterday, I don't know. I recently posted about 11M, the Madrid train bombings, right? And the perpetrators said that basically it was in response to Spain's involvement in the Iraq War, right? And someone was claiming, no, it's because of the, I don't know if they said colonization. They either said colonization. I think they said colonization of the Muslim, area of Al-Andalus. So Spain. So the Iberian Peninsula was under Moorish control, Islamic control, for a couple hundred years. I think it was like 400 years, right? And eventually it was like reconquered, the Reconquista, from the like Catholic kings. It was like it ended up being like, it's very Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones is basically based on this. It eventually became like 7 different kingdoms or 5, and eventually reunited or was unified and all that kind of stuff. But so like, yes, there was a conquering, there was a colonizing. Oh, thank you, Wally. A colonizing of the Iberian Peninsula that at the time was under Moorish rule. And they were basically being like, no, it was because of that. Because, like, they got... whoever's making that sound, can we... Sorry, mute you. Whoever's fucking with stuff on the thing. It's, like, super distracting. I don't know. I think it might be you, Rob. I'm just gonna... Okay. You can unmute at any point, but... yeah, Aragon, Castilla y León, whatever, bunch of them. And the way they basically talked about it, they were like, it suggested like that Spain, which is true. Technically, it was like Muslim controlled. It was the Moors, right, were in control of it for a few hundred years, and then it was reconquered. And you could call that colonization, but also like... But that, like, the way they put it, like, suggested this narrative that's like, the way we talk about colonization here in America. In Europe, which, because Europe has basically like a longer history in many ways, obviously, like, before the Moors, it was like the Romans, right? So the Moors colonized it, and they colonized a bunch of Romans. And before the Romans, it was the Greeks. Right? And the Romans colonized over the Greeks. And before the Greeks, it was the Visigoths, if I'm not mistaken. You know what I mean? And they colonized the Visigoths. And before the Visigoths, it was the Celts. And the Visigoths, colonized the Celts. So it was like, there's like a way it was just like, that's a very sort of like America-centric way of looking at it, of being like, oh, well, Spain was actually Muslim and it was colonized by, the reason the Madrid train bombings happen is because, you know, it was like Muslim and it was colonized by white people. And it's like, okay, but it was also colonized by the Muslim people as well. Like, it's not the same narrative as the American one. Does that make sense? Yeah, no, that's it, right? That's exactly it. That's the thing. It's like, and it's come up. It comes up like I started kind of learning about that because again, I grew up in Spain, so I came to the U.S. as an adult, and there's so much of like U.S. social issues I had to learn as an adult, right? Like I did learn U.S. history, like going to school, but so much of it I thought was history. You know what I mean? And I learned the basics, and like, but so. Like coming here, but one of the things like that fact of like the, you know, the colonization, the conversation of that, how it varies or how it changes certain assumptions and discourse, it comes up in the most interesting ways. Like a few years ago, I was hired to adapt a story like into a children's version. You know, they were like, oh, we're hiring a bunch of writers from different countries. And we're asking them to present like 10 options of traditional stories, you know, from their culture, and how they could adapt them into like, you know, a very, very tiny, simple version for like toddlers, right? Cool. So I was asked to do that. So I went through, I looked at like traditional stories in Spain, you know, got 10 of them. But here's the thing. Spain, like I said, is not just, you know, Spanish and like, which technically is like a holdover of like the Catholics, you know, the Catholic kingdoms, even though of course it went from the kingdoms, the reunified kingdom, to then a fucking democracy, a republic, and then a dictator, and then a constitutional monarchy. You know what I mean? Like even through that, it's like, whatever, it's gone through iterations. But sure, let's call this like the iteration of like the Catholics. Like, but it was also Moorish for a while. It was Greek, it was Roman, it was Visigoths, it was Celt. So like between that, like we have a lot of stories that are like, you know, traditional stories that are the same as like, you know, we like 1001 Arabian Nights, right? Shahrazad. Like we have a version of that story. And that comes from our like Moorish Islamic, you know, 400 years of Islamic rule, for sure. Moorish rule, I should say. Because they originally started in India, and then it made its way, you know, and it got adapted into like a more Arabian tale, and then it made its way through Northern Africa, and then it was brought into Spain, right? But like most people are gonna be like, oh, 1001 Arabian Nights. That you can't tell that. That's not a Spanish story. It's like, okay, but it's been told in my country for over 1,000 years. When does it become Spanish? Or there was another one that was like, they also had like an Italian, right, that they hired, and they were like, isn't this story Italian? It's very similar to this like Italian story, and this person says it's actually Italian, and it's like, I mean, it's as Italian as it is Spanish. Like it cropped up in a few areas around the same time. You know, we have no fucking idea. But Italians, you know, people that were in Italy at that time were doing lots of cultural exchange with people who were in what is now Spain at that time. You know what I mean? Like, so for them to be like, well, that's actually like Italian is fucking insane. It's insane. Or German fairy tales. What are known as German fairy tales. Some of them, their original roots, you know, that we can trace, start in Spain, start elsewhere, you know, whatever. Or there was one that was like a Portuguese one. Someone was like, isn't that a Portuguese one? Because we have like, isn't that a Brazilian one? And it's like, I'm sure it's a Brazilian one, because who the fuck went and colonized South America? You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Of course it's a Brazilian one, because it's also a Portuguese one, and it's also a Spanish one. And so, but like Americans were very much like, no, I think it's cultural appropriation if you, a Spaniard, tell this story that we've been told is like a Brazilian story. And it's like, that's not, no, like we're talking in levels like centuries. Crazy. Yeah. Spain had a crazy amount of people taking over. Crazy amount. Right. Like yes, absolutely, Curly. Yes. People do care more the more recently it was. Most of the Grimm's tales are not from here. Yeah, exactly. Most of the Grimm's tales are not from fucking Germany originally. Like, so, but that's kind of my point, right? There was like this conversation where I was like in Europe, at least in Spain, right? By necessity, there's this understanding of like, there's not really like a hard line where you can be like, no, this is Spanish and only Spanish. Because if it comes anywhere, unless you invented it that day in Spain, it came at one point during centuries and centuries and centuries of like tons of different peoples moving through Spain. So like there's a little bit more of an understanding of like, you can't segregate it all that much. You know what I mean? And America's understanding of everything, I think of culture, of race, of peoples, of nations and whatnot is a very segregated understanding. That they like, Americans like to think in very sort of like hard lines. You know what I mean? And
Here's an example.
Yeah.
Sorry. Here's an example. Most cultures have a sweetbread, right?
Most what?
Most cultures have a sweetbread of some sort.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
You're familiar with the brand King's Hawaiian sweetbreads, sweet rolls?
Yeah.
Okay. The Portuguese have a sweet roll, and they're very, very specific about it. And I can't tell you how often that I'll run into a Portuguese in a store, and they'll complain that the King's Hawaiian brand, they just appropriated it. And it's like, no, they can have a sweetbread, and it can still come from Portuguese. Well, they just took it from the Portuguese. Sort
Right.
of, not really, but close. Everybody can have sweetbread, and it can just travel. It's a yeast-based bread, and it travels well on a boat.
Right.
I mean, it's just explaining something that simple, that you can have it, somebody else could take it for a trip. They have their version of it, and it changes over time. It's not identical.
Mm-hmm.
It's not yours alone, and it changes.
Sure. Yeah.
It's one way of explaining. When it comes to stories, people will understand that everybody has a similar story, and that it'll change with cultural references in each telling. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. The pyramids Greek because the Greeks ruled for 300 years. That's not what I'm saying, Curly.
No.
You understand? That's not what I'm saying. And like, yeah, the pyramids of Egypt are older than ancient Greece. I'm saying like, if you find like, I'm saying if Egypt has the same like story that Greece does, right? They have the same legend. Are you going to say that, because the Greeks were there for 300 years, are you going to say that Egypt culturally appropriated that Greek story just because they have it and also the Greeks have it and technically it originated in Greece? No, you're not going to say that. Does that make sense? It's because it's part of both of their history. The Greeks, were in Egypt for 300. I'm taking your word for that. I don't remember all the fucking centuries, but like, yeah, if the Greeks were in Egypt for 300 years and Egypt ended up with some Greek tales and folklore, Egypt didn't culturally appropriate that from the Greeks. You know what I'm saying?
They shared. Just like Greek took some things from Egypt with
But
them
if the
when they
Greeks
left.
took credit, that wouldn't be racist, just kind of dismissive. You're the one who's bringing race into this, man. I don't think you're listening to me. Again, I'm saying that Americans have a very sort of segregated understanding. They try to draw these hard lines between we're the subject we're talking about is colonization and the way Americans conceive of colonization, right? And the example I gave was someone that basically suggested that Spain, the story of Spain is that it was a Muslim territory that was then colonized by Europeans. And it's like, sure, that's technically true, but it was also colonized by the Moors in the first place. So it's not like this story, it's not exactly the same story of like, oh, it was like brown people that were colonized by white people, America's story, period. It's like it's like there's been hundreds of years of different iterations of different peoples in there, each pushing back over and over. And it's not as there, you can't, if the people who colonized Moorish Spain are the bad guys, then the Moors are also the bad guys. You know what I mean? It's just, yes, Andrew, that's what I was saying earlier. I'm saying that like it was, before it was Moorish, it was Roman. Before it was Roman, it was Greek. Before it was Greek, it was Visigoth. Before it was Visigoth, it was Celt.
That it's just America hasn't been around that long, so you're talking. I mean,
that's not what I said. I never said that
oh.
people call my perspective racist / colonial. That's not what I didn't say that, Curly. I literally didn't fucking say that. I said that when having these conversations with Americans, the way Americans conceive of colonialism and have that conversation and the way it leaks into their understanding of culture in general, like it pops up at interesting points. And I'm sharing this story of like when I was asked to adapt a traditional Spanish story, and they were like accusing me of cultural appropriation because some of the traditional stories that were traditional in Spain were also traditional stories, German fairy tales. And they were like, well, I'm sorry, but I think that's German. And it's like, well, it's also Spanish, technically. Because at one point it was Roman. You know what I mean? Like, and same thing when they were like, actually, that's a Brazilian story. And it's like, well, of course it's a fucking Brazil. Like, who do you think brought it to Brazil? That, like, you know what I mean? They were saying, like, it's not Spanish, it's actually Brazilian. And there's like this weird difficulty that like Americans have with understanding that like it's not as simple as like one group of people colonized one other group of people, and that's the story. You know what I mean?
It's just multiple layers and nuances.
I showed in the documentary Gladiator.
No, I have a lot of Eastern European in me, and the way the Slavs came into Europe, they came over parts that, like, I got a lot of Southern Europe, which was Roman, Illyrian, Thracian. I think that's what they're called. Like all these like tribes,
Yeah, language too. Thrace is, yes, is Thrace modern day Bulgaria?
Yeah, actually, I think it is. Yeah.
There's also like, it also comes up with like, oh, thank you, Wally. Half of them have broken off already, but thank you. The ones that are still long are nice. Like in Spain. Yeah, it's, well, and it's also like, I'm just more like trying to, and obviously like I'm generalizing, but I'm saying that there's like a difference in the way Americans, and I think it all comes down to the fact that America is a very young nation that has not been conquered a gazillion times. You know what I mean? Spain has been a gazillion different things. You know, what is now Spain has been a gazillion different things, just one right after the other. Da, 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 da. So there's like this idea, there's like this understanding of like, oh, like this more like fluid understanding, I think. Whereas the US, like, yeah, it's fucking like, built by colonizers, as an entity. But it was like one round of colonization, essentially. And obviously I am grossly simplifying it. Obviously, like, there was a bunch of different groups of European colonizers that showed up and then fought over it, essentially. But it's basically one general iteration of colonization that occurred, and like that's it. And so America tends to, and America has had to like grapple with that, right? Especially in modern days, like now that Americans are like, no, we got to start like understanding colonization and like our fucking role and our history and all this kind of shit. But there's like this very simple, there's this simplistic understanding behind it because America was basically colonized once and that's it. And so when they think of colonization, they talk about it, they think of it that way, you know? The atrocities have also been more forgotten in Spain, maybe because of. Well, yes and no. I mean, there's there's full acknowledgement. Yes and no, right? But I think it's more so that because every iteration in Spain committed atrocities, I think there's like a little bit more of that well, that's what people did back then. You know what I mean? Which is fucking terrible. Terrible. Oh, Cottage just came in. Hey, Cottage, U.S. bombed Iran. Cottage, literally, this is her expertise. We're talking about colonization and the way Americans talk about it and conceive of it versus Europeans. Yeah, really.
I have a
really.
U.S. history book.
He announced it in a True Social post, dude. Spain also has more than one language. Yes. I know. Sorry, Cottage. I know. I was waiting for you to wake up. I was like, sorry, Cottage is in the UK, so she's just waking up now to find out that. What I said that Europe is about to start waking up and they're going to start figuring this out. Good morning.
That's quite a good
I know.
Sunday
Sorry,
morning
Cottage. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah.
I have a U.S. history book that's dated from 1876, and every time.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, we just lost you.
I'm sorry.
You're good. I think, okay, you're back.
I apologize. One more time. I have a U.S. history book dated from 1876 that deals with the formation from the writer's point of view of the U.S. through the Civil War. And it makes me want to scream because I have issues with it for multiple reasons. But anytime people start on with different points of view and they're like, well, that's not what they were saying then. It's like, well, it's not what they were saying in 17 something, but it's what they said in 18 something. I don't read it often because.
What do you mean? I don't understand what you're saying.
The book itself was published in 1876.
Yeah.
It refers to the time before the Icelandic and literally just the chapter. The part one is Aboriginal America, and then it's the voyage and discovery with Icelandic and Norwegians in America, and then the Spanish discoveries and French, and you get the idea. But it's one of those. It's a history. It's a school book. It's not a. It's not. Sorry. It's not a book that somebody wrote about what they think. It's literally a textbook for schools.
Right.
From the late 1800s.
Right.
So it's trippy. It uses language that would get you not canceled, but I can't read it out loud.
Right.
Outdated.
Well, of course. Yeah. I mean, but that's also, yes. And I think there's, we have to acknowledge also, it's at certain points, certain language was not considered harmful necessarily, that now we're like, yeah, that's fucking harmful. And part of that is because we recognize harm, and part of that is because the meaning has shifted over time. You know what I mean? And part of that is things have become derogatory that are not. And there's a mix of it, right? And yeah, I think there's a level of. They're gonna need a coffee too. Yeah, exactly. Because you also have to remember, it was written. You said it was around 1865. That's fucking Civil War. You know what I mean? It's American
It
Civil War.
includes the Civil War, so the published date is 1876.
1876.
And it goes into the causes of the Civil War.
Or what does it? What does it claim that the causes are?
It was written during the Grant era, so.
Hold on, let me go back to the.
I'm gonna say it's a little more favorable to the Union, which it should be.
Considering it was from a New England library school, yes, yeah, I should hope so. It's not from a Southern.
Right.
Bear with me. I'm sorry. I have to find that area. And I don't.
That's cool.
It goes all the way through Grant's administration. It even calls each administration the first years of the war and every causes. Lincoln's administration in the Civil War, and then goes right into causes. 303. I don't memorize it for some reasons. I haven't looked at it in a while. There's patience. So, without reading the entire thing, the most general cause of the Civil War in the United States was the different construction put upon the Constitution by the people of the North and the South. Okay, well, that's the first line, and then bear with me. The question struck into the very heart of the government. It threatened to undo. Hold on, I skipped what you need. A difference of opinion existed as to how the instrument, as to how the Constitution was to be understood. One party held that the Union of the States could not be dissolved, and that the states are subordinate to the central government, and that the acts of Congress are binding to the central are binding on the states, that all attempts at nullification and dissolution are disloyal and treasonable. The other party held, that would be the South, held that the national constitution is a compact between sovereign states, and that for certain reasons the union may be dissolved, and that the sovereignty of the nation belongs to the individual states, and that a state may annul an act of Congress, and that the highest allegiance of the citizen is due to his own state, and that nullification and dissolution of the justifiable honorable. The question struck into the very heart. The second cause of the Civil War was the different system of labor in the North and the South. So the whole reason that they disagreed about whether they needed to follow the Constitution and whether it could be they could separate or not was because they couldn't agree on.
Yeah, wait, keep finishing the thing about the labor. Just keep reading that system of labor.
A whole paragraph? Oh, yay.
Or just a couple more sentences.
The different system of labor in the North and the South. In the former section, the laborers were free men, in the later slaves. In the South, the theory was that capital should own labor. In the North, that both labor and capital are free. In the beginning, all the colonies
both
had been
labor
slave
and
holding.
capital are free. I wonder what that means. So that capital should own labor versus that both labor and capital are free. What does that mean? Why am I not understanding the point?
Business, basically, in our term of thinking, is the capital.
Right, but when they say both capital and labor are free, versus like
the state doesn't own the capital. The state,
right,
state doesn't own the
but the argument of the capital owns the labor, should own the labor. That is not in opposition to. I understand what freedom of the labor versus not. I understand that, guys. I'm saying both the capital and the labor are free. The capital being money.
Finally saying white men are free without saying white property owners are free.
Right.
They're referring to them as capital.
Okay.
Because they're the business.
It's just talking about them as the money.
Yeah. Instead of referring to them as white capital men.
No, I know. I understand that. I'm just saying that, like, to distinguish being like, oh, that they think that both the capital and the labor are free. to me sounds like they're distinguishing that the other one suggests that the capital is not free, and then the capital also owns the thing. But fine, yeah. If they're just
No,
saying,
in
oh, they both
the
agree that the capital is free, but they disagree on whether or not the labor is. Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
oh, in the in the former section, the laborers were freemen, and later the slaves. I see what you mean. Yeah, it's the writer has, and I think it's the time period because I
Right.
have
Yeah,
a
because they're saying,
Christmas
yeah.
book. Is the phrasing, it trips me up a lot when I'm
Mm.
reading other books from the time period.
Yeah.
Um, in the beginning, all the colonies had been slaveholding. In the
Thank you,
eastern and
Molly.
middle states, the system of slave labor had been abolished. In the northwestern territory, slavery was excluded from the beginning. Thus, there came to be a dividing line drawn through the Union. Whenever the question of the slavery was agitated, a sectional division would arise between the North and the South. The danger arising from the source was increased by several subordinate causes. So
Nice.
they don't go into, I mean, they don't nicely say it was states' rights. They flat out say it was because they
Well,
wanted to
yeah.
do something against the Constitution,
And
and
that would,
the North
yeah.
said that was treasonable.
Well, what I find interesting is how they put that, how they say
The
it.
capital part?
No, I mean that. Yes, that too. But like, no. What I find interesting is that while technically that book is presenting the idea of states' rights, that's also like the way. Oh, the Civil War was about states' rights. Is now used is very different than the way that book actually describes it. You know what I mean? Or maybe not very different, but it is different. And there's like, because my understanding is that the narrative of like, oh, it's actually about states' rights, that's like a recent rewriting of it. So to hear that this book that was just like, a decade after the Civil War started, basically, so not as long after it ended, would include a version of the states' rights thing, along with saying like, but the big disagreement was over slavery, obviously. Like, and every time they disagreed about slavery, that's when the question of like the role of the union,
But the state right wasn't whether they could do slavery right or not. The state right was whether they
I know.
could secede.
That's what I'm saying.
And
That's what
whether
I'm
that was
saying.
treasonous.
That's what I'm saying. That's not how it's talked about now. When people say, "Oh, it was about states' rights," they don't mean, "Oh, it was about whether or not states could secede." That's not even. And maybe I just completely missed that part of the like, "Oh, it's about states' rights" thing. But no, they like use it. That's what I'm saying is interesting. It's like even though this book, because like we all agree, oh, it was about states' rights and like just like the right about whether or not like a state could do whatever the fuck they wanted. It's like
You don't
versus
miss it. That's why they
acknowledging that
fly
it's
the Confederate flag, which is a treasonous flag, because they
yes.
don't acknowledge that they're treasonous.
No, I understand, but I'm saying like I'm just saying that that's like what's interesting where like because I was not expecting it to include any mention of the states' rights thing. And it doesn't, my point is that it doesn't include it in the sense that they now use it. It's saying, like, obviously it says that, like, the biggest disagreement was about slavery, but it also says, like, oh, the more, like, existential disagreement was about states' rights, but they mean something completely different than what people today say when they said it was fucking states' rights, which is, again, a modern fucking, the way people say states' rights now about it as like the cause is a modern rewriting of it. And now, so that's what I'm saying. It's like, I didn't expect it to say anything about states' rights, but it makes sense that like it said it in the way it said it, which is very different from what it is today. That's what I'm
It
saying.
makes me slightly concerned with the way everybody's like the states that, especially even in Trump's first term, that the states that don't agree should separate, because
What?
that,
What do you mean?
do you remember back in 2019 when there was a bunch of blue states who were like, we don't agree with you. There's it was small and quiet then, saying we'll just leave type thing. It was very quiet. And then when
Seceding.
he lost, yes, seceding. I'm sorry. And then when he lost, the red states were all like having a little toddler temper tantrum type thing, saying, no, we'll go. And the whole laughter part being they can't exist without the blue states.
Yeah.
I mean, they are very dependent
Right.
on the blue states.
Oh,
But
completely. I live in a red state that like takes in more tax dollars than it produces.
Yeah. No, but that's
Right.
what I'm saying. So but that's why I'm bringing this up of like, if like, yeah, sorry, finish.
But you have California now who doesn't need the rest of the United States. It
Yeah.
really doesn't. But them leaving is, I mean, even playing around with the concept is
Disastrous for the
problematic.
rest of the country. Yeah.
It's not, no, it's not, forget disastrous. Even playing around with it at a state, anything beyond just, hey, should we consider it, could be considered treasonous because it's already spelled forth through the Civil War
Well,
that
just because
seceding
it's,
is considered treasonous.
well, sure, but if it's not written down on a thing that says, hey, considering like secession is treasonous, that doesn't mean it's like.
But I believe it is when they
spelled out.
signed in when they were acknowledged as a state, and that's part of the reason.
But do you have what based on what document?
I'm
not saying it doesn't
I
exist,
haven't
but if
looked
it
at
does, I don't know.
California specifically. I only remember looking at the original 14 colonies, the original 14 states that signed in. I didn't go looking at. I tend to be a little bit myopic when it comes to East Coast versus West Coast. Sorry. Hazard of growing up in New England. I can look it up if my tablet
Here's the thing.
will function.
I don't mind when a fucking state says it's gonna secede. Most of the time, usually it's a red state. Like,
it's always a red state.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you brought up California, but like,
I'm
saying
it's a lot of talk in that area.
That doesn't upset me. I don't think it's inherently treasonous for a state to say, I mean, unless there's a document out there that says it. I get it. You're saying like, oh, well, it was like spelled out because of the Civil War. I disagree. Just because a war was fought over, it doesn't mean that it's officially a rule that if that a state secedes, it's treason. I disagree. Unless there's a document that explicitly says that. No. But the reason I'm pointing out this thing of like, oh, okay, well, we all know that the recent thing of like, no, it wasn't about slavery, it was about states' rights. That's like a relatively recent rewriting of it. And why I'm saying it's interesting that something that was written like less than a decade after the Civil War ended is like, well, it was about states' rights in a sense. And the reason the states' rights thing came up was because of slavery. I'm like, oh, well, that's like interesting because the states' rights thing is a modern thing, but the way they describe the states' rights issue is so different than the way it's understood now. And I'm saying that is a very interesting and powerful piece of knowledge to have that I wish was like more remarked upon, or at least better documented, because that now it means that anytime like because it like just proves that it's bullshit when they're like, well, it was actually about states' rights. It's like, well, it was about, please let me finish. It was about your state, whether or not your state had the right to secede. But the people who keep saying that it's about states' rights are the same people that they would never fucking secede, because that would mean giving up all the benefits that they get from the rest of the country. Like, that's why they've rewritten that states' rights thing. Yes, to a certain extent, it was about states' rights, but it was about a state's right to secede. Like, period, point blank, whatsoever. And those states
exactly
that like, right, but that's not what they say nowadays. I'm saying like that's the fucking point. So like the states that are like, no, well, states' rights. I'm a Republican because states' rights. I fly the Confederate flag because states' rights. It's like, okay, the only right it was ultimately fought over is your right to secede. If you want to secede, if you want like go ahead. Most of y'all fucking rely on us. So like, I'm saying there's like a way of using that, I think, and like basically taking the air out of the bullshit tires on that claim and that argument nowadays. There's no federal law that explicitly criminalizes secession. Yeah, I don't believe there is.
I need to reread the Constitution because I think it actually might be
right
in
here.
the Constitution itself.
I don't think it is. I have a Constitution here. But I don't think it's
Because I think it might be part of when each state ratifies.
I mean, let me Google it, but
I'll see if it mentions anything in here. I'm going to mute myself for a little bit because I need to sneeze, and I don't think you need to deal with that.
the U.S. Constitution does not explicitly address or permit secession. The Supreme Court has ruled that states cannot unilaterally secede from the Union. The Constitution strengthened the federal government, but also recognized state sovereignty. So they cannot, so the Supreme Court says that they cannot unilaterally secede, but like basically they could take it to a vote. It seems. There's a pathway for it. So it's not treasonous. Firstly, it's not treasonous to talk about secession because free speech. But also it's not
Didn't
that
mean talking about it. I just when they start holding votes, and with this specific administration, I don't hold much past them.
Supreme Court's ruling in Texas v. White established that secession was not legally permissive under the Constitution. Let's see if it's... Oh, for a single state to be autonomous nation within the United States. Except through revolution or through consent of the states. Yeah. So basically they said the way that you can read that. So the initial act admitting a state to the union was final. There was no place for reconsideration or revocation except through revolution or through consent of the states. So basically the Supreme Court in their ruling left the door open of like a single state cannot decide to secede, but through consent of all the states, they can decide to secede. Like if basically...
Is it all states or is it the 2/3?
It just says through consent. It just says through consent of the states. It basically... So I would assume that, yeah, like if Congress decided to... If it ever actually became like a serious enough question, they would decide whether like... I would assume it would be like done the same way that like an amendment would be ratified.
I forget that not everybody looks like the cast of Hamilton.
And then, okay, so California, when you bring up California amended its own state constitution so that it says within California's state constitution that California, quote, is an inseparable part of the United States of America, instead of, quote, is a part of the United States of America. New sections of the Constitution declaring the intent of California voters that California become a fully functioning, sovereign, and autonomous nation, whether within continued association with the United States of America or an independent country, peacefully through negotiation with the federal government of the United States. The governor would lead these negotiations. Other details of the negotiations could be specified in state laws adopted in the future. The measure provides that a future negotiated settlement with the U.S. This is specifically... Oh, this is the prop. Wait, no. Proposition 7.
Who's alarm?
Why is it doing this? Hey guys, tap the live. Tell it that we're still here. It thinks... Correct. Wait, did you misunderstand that? Wait, did you misunderstand what? Right. Well, basically...
I didn't mean to go off on secession.
No, it's fine. You think you misunderstood so basically no. So basically the measure would be that like a future negotiated settlement with the U.S. government on these matters would not take effect until approved by the state's voters as a revision to the state constitution. As such, at a future date after the passage of this measure, a settlement which would be approved in one of the following ways: legislative and voter approval. Yeah, so there was a proposal put forth in like 2017 when they were talking about seceding, right? But it was basically because at one point in 1911, California voters approved Proposition 7, which amended the state constitution to create the statewide voter initiative process. Basically, may not institution that substantially alter the basic governmental framework of the state. Only this legislature or state constitutional convention may place proposed blah blah blah. Okay. Yeah, so this was just a proposal that their proposal for secession was to basically start the process of a secession. So in the California Constitution, state constitution, it's the U.S. says or provides that California, quote, is an inseparable part of the United States of America. So this proposition, this proposal, was that they would change the state constitution to say is a part of the United States of America, right? And then would add a new section that would say like, that would basically within the Constitution declare the intent, California's intent to secede pending negotiation with the federal government. Like peacefully through negotiation with the Fed. Yeah. So basically it was just like, their approach to secession would be to create a state constitutional amendment because the state constitution says it's an inseparable part of the United States. And so the first information that they're giving from like 1911 is because California voters like approved Proposition 7, which basically amended the Constitution to create a statewide voter initiative process, which basically it's just like explaining like, okay, how can you change the Constitution with like a vote like this? Yeah. Well, no, Bren. So the thing is, it's not clear that secession would need a U.S. constitutional amendment. It's not clear that that's what it would require. But an amendment would make it easier. Like an amendment is probably how it would happen. Because, so like basically the Constitution says nothing about it, right? And so what the Supreme Court ruled was basically that a state cannot unilaterally secede. But they were like, without the consent of the states. But that's pretty loose. And that doesn't outline, it's not like the Supreme Court said, well, it can only happen through an amendment and stuff. Whatever. They just said like a state can't decide to do it on its own. It's got to be agreed upon among the states in general. Now, there still exists no official route for secession. So if a state was like, hey, we voted on it, our constitution was amended, And according to our Constitution, now we are stating our intent to peacefully negotiate separation from the United States. What say you, fellow other 49 states? The states, were they to consider it seriously? I mean, obviously, most of them would be like, nah, fuck you. But, like, they would have to come up with a way to do that that would basically establish consent of the states, right? Like, that's basically what it's saying. And so the most likely way that they would go about doing that is by ratifying an amendment to the Constitution that would lay out a framework for secession, most likely. But they could also technically pass a law, and because it wouldn't technically go, like, they could just pass a random law that says, like, hey, if you want to secede, this is how you fucking do it. I think technically, it depends on how they would write the law and whether or not, and that would, you know, determine whether or not it was challenged successfully in court and made its way to the Supreme Court. But as long as it doesn't go against anything in the Constitution, which the Constitution doesn't prohibit secession either, technically they could do it that way, I believe. But what would most likely happen is it would probably be determined that the best way to do it would be to lay out a framework that would become an amendment to the state constitution. But I don't think that would be required. We're just talking about the constitutionality of secession.
What else are we going to do at 1:30 in the morning?
And how it could happen, theoretically.
God, just hearing that guy in the background.
I know, right? God is
okay, it's not
super.
my fire alarm that's beeping.
It's not mine.
It's not mine.
Someone's. It's one of your guys's. Hi, Greece. Good morning. Surprise, America bombed Iran last night while you were asleep. Sorry to break it to you.
Oh, something you brought up earlier about like being on the wrong side of history, like as far as like slavery, you said conservatives. A lot of conservatives now love to bring up like, well, it was started by the Democrats without knowing the nuance of that.
No, they
Also,
know it. They're just pretending not to.
Yeah. But also, like, every politician in the South was racist, even the Republicans. The Republicans ousted, like, especially like in the 1880s or 1890s, they tried to...
Well, that's why, I mean, don't let them do the thing. Just be like, everyone knows the parties flipped at one point, so let's just talk about conservatives versus progressives.
Yeah.
Conservatives wanted to keep it. Are you conservative? Cool. You were on the wrong side of history back then. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what the... Because also, I forget, you know, at that point in time when we're talking about slavery, wasn't it like Republicans and Federalists in the first place? Like, I don't think the parties were...
It depends on how far back you go. I know it was like Federalists and then Democratic Republicans, and then the Federalists dissolved, then came like, I think it was the National Republican Party that dissolved and became the Whigs. And then the Whigs dissolved, and then the modern Republican Party. Well,
Federalist Party ended around 1816.
Mm-hmm. Then there's Democratic Republican. Then it kind of... There was like a rift because it was... A lot of them were against Andrew Jackson. So they started the National Republican, which lasted not too long. And then the Whig Party had a few presidents.
Okay, let's see. This is kind of what I was saying earlier when I was saying, like, just like bringing in a new party doesn't fix the two-party system. It just replaces one of the parties. This is exactly what happened to the history of... Because, like, top of the fucking Wikipedia page for political parties in the United States is American electoral politics have been dominated by successive pairs of major political parties. So shortly after the founding of the Republic. Yeah. Since the 1800s, the two largest political parties have been Democratic Party, the Republican Party, blah, blah, blah. Oh, together have won every. Okay, yeah. So it's been those two since 1852, basically. Just by keeping the same names, the two parties have evolved in terms of ideologies, positions, and support bases over their long lifespans in response to social, cultural, and economic developments. The Democratic Party being the left of center party since the time of the New Deal, and the Republican Party now being the right of center party. Yeah, so the New Deal is essentially what slid them into the current left of center, right of center thing. And the New Deal was 1930s, following the Great Depression. We talked about this on here because basically Republicans crashed the economy so badly.
FDR.
They gave us the fucking Great Depression, quite literally. And the Democratic Party was like, yikes, we got to become the party that's like, that's like pro-regulation. We got to become the party that's all about regulating, like, because they had basically lost in Congress for I think 15 years at that point, and yeah, so that's when the new sort of approach to the Democratic Party came out, which was like, okay, we're all about regulation, we're all about this, and then slowly but surely it started also shifting on like social issues and shit as well.
Oh yeah, Great Depression. A lot of tariffs enacted.
Yeah.
Right before that, or you know what I mean.
Going way back to favorite presidents, can I say that Eleanor is my all-time favorite first lady?
Yes, you can. Yeah, I think that's generally. I think a lot of people love Eleanor, right?
I think
like.
she's usually the highest ranked.
Yeah.
And I think it was maybe Dolly Madison for saving a lot of artifacts when the White House got burned during the War of 1812, but
yeah.
I think that was
directing others to save.
Okay, right, but
Oops, two thoughts. Arguably changing constitution and laws within are the same. Wait, what do you mean?
Oh, who is it? Was it Woodrow Wilson's second wife? It was like rumored that she was kind of running the country when he had a stroke.
Yeah. It's funny because I was just reading about her because she's the one who set up the Rose Garden. They got destroyed today.
Ugh.
And the flagpoles that are such a precise height.
Like, yeah. Didn't she herself save the China? Oh, nice. Oh, God.
Women's suffrage, that was 1920, right?
1919, if I'm not... I think it's 1919.
Eleanor, however, was very instrumental in UN coming into existence, period.
Mm.
So not just the US's first lady, but I would consider her the UN's first lady.
Mm. The UN's first lady. God. Yeah, it was 1919.
You keep yawning. I might actually be able to go to sleep.
Sorry.
No,
So 1919. I keep forgetting when he had that stroke. So I'm wondering because like Woodrow Wilson was considered a very like backwards president. He kind of.
But he didn't pass suffrage. Women's suffrage.
That's what I was wondering.
Laws are passed by Congress.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not even if he.
But did he even sign that, or I'm trying to figure if he was even capable of doing anything at that point.
Suffered a major stroke October 2nd, 1919.
And he was in office till 1921. March 4th, 1921. They didn't reset for until later on.
Wait, what's that? They didn't reset?
They didn't start changing presidents in January until later.
Right.
Oh, that's right. Because like FDR, he didn't get inaugurated until like March or something.
It used to be March, yeah. Nobody's going anywhere in January if you're in the Northeast.
Yeah. Trump posted on Tuesday. I broke the news on social media because I was literally opening up Trump's Truth Social at literally the very minute he posted it, 7:46 p.m. It's my one
I
claim
hate to
to fame,
ask,
and so
but
yeah.
has he done anything since he loves to post at like insane hours in the morning?
I don't think so. We'll check it, but
maybe somebody took his phone away.
Maybe. Well, he said that there's like anything new like on Iran. You heard that we bombed it, right? No, we're just talking about constitutionality of shit now. We're just whose fucking thing is that? We got to figure it out. Chat, watch our guests and see which thing lights up when the chirp goes off. Yeah, let's look up Trump's Truth Social. I'm kind of waiting to see. Europe is waking up now, and I've been doing so well on the sleep thing. I don't want to stay up all night, honestly, but I kind of have been wanting to see what Europe would say.
What time is it over there? Like 7 or 8?
It depends on where in Europe.
England, or for starters, I guess.
What the fuck? There are no truths. They're just not loading. God, Truth Social is buggy as hell. You can't scroll very quickly because it like struggles.
Are you actually registered on there? I thought about joining
No.
as a joke. Okay.
I've thought about it just because I want to be able to see. I want to be able to see the whatchamacallit? The comments and stuff on his Truth Social posts.
Does anybody in chat feel on and feel they want to share?
There was this like stupid movement on both Twitter and YouTube called MAGA communists. Don't ask me to explain that. But anyway, they wanted to like work with MAGA as communists. It's really stupid, but like they tried joining Truth Social, and all these MAGA people are like, "No, you're communists. Get away from us." It was so funny.
I don't think most MAGAs understand what an actual communist is.
Right.
But
no, not really, Souch.
So most
It's not me, Shorty. I don't have a fucking. Firstly, I'm on a mic, so if I did have one, you wouldn't hear it. Second of all, I don't have a fucking thing.
That's concerning.
I might have one, but if I do, it's definitely not in a place that's very effective because it's behind a bunch of. It's definitely not me, guys. Because I'm hearing it on my headphones.
I keep muting myself and still hearing it.
I think I heard it, but I don't think it's not on my end.
It's rope. Cottage says it's rope.
What is it exactly, though?
It's a chirp that.
Oh. I heard it, but not from my end though.
Okay, one of you has to mute for at least.
Okay,
I can mute.
You mute for a little while, and we'll see if we hear it. So, in the meantime, while we're waiting to hear the chirp or not, Oh God. So 1 hour ago, he tweeted a clip of him at the fucking podium. 3 hours ago, he truthed in all caps. Any retaliation by Iran against the United States of America will be met with force far greater than what was witnessed tonight. Thank you! Exclamation point. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. Why is he signing it? Why is he signing it? Yemen just joined. Just joined what? 5 hours ago, he tweeted just the American, like an image of the American flag. 5 hours ago, he said, I will be giving an address to the nation at 10 p.m. at the White House regarding our very successful military operation in Iran. This is an all caps, historic moment.
I think I might know what this is. I have a fire alarm that just beeps.
That's what we've been saying. That's
but I didn't. You said a chirp. You said a chirp. I thought I was thinking like a bird or something, but
it's your fucking
fire
smoke
alarm
detector.
chirp.
It's your smoke
okay.
detector.
I'll go pull.
Battery.
You gotta change the battery.
I'll
It doesn't just. It doesn't just. Like go off every once in a while. It's out. It's running out of battery. Yeah. That's what's happening.
Okay.
Go save your own life and change the battery.
I'll do that. I'll be right back.
Jolly posted about it. What? But what do you mean? Be more. Use your words, guys. Yemen joined. Joined what? Bombing Iran? Like, what does that mean?
The Houthis in Yemen.
Google. I just Googled Yemen. Ago. So, like, okay.
The Houthis in Yemen.
Houthis say they will target U.S. ships if they attack Iran. That was 13 hours ago. I just Googled Yemen. So without giving me more information, this is all I'm going to get. Yeah, they already target U.S. ships, so same. Yeah. And this was announced before Iran was bombed. If there's more than that, please let me know. But I don't know what to Google.
And one of the reasons why I think he signs DJT, his truce, whatever the idiocy that is because his administration is saying that those are official.
But he doesn't sign all of them. Releases. That's the thing.
No, he doesn't. But also there's different types that are released or whatever. There are some that are completely coherent and they're not all caps and they're not they're grammatically correct and they make sense. And then there's the all caps locks and there's misspellings and they don't come across as typed by the same people at all.
Sure. Yeah, sure. But also, I don't know. He also does this thing where a bunch of them he signs with "Thank you for your attention to this matter." Like he announced that he had just bombed Iran with and ended it with "Thank you for your attention to this matter." It's fucking insane. Okay, so the one I was reading though was 5 hours ago. I will be giving an address to the nation at 10 p.m. at the White House regarding our very successful military operation in Iran. This is and then all the rest of it is all caps. Historic moment for the United States of America, Israel, and the world. Iran must now agree to end this war. Thank you! Exclamation point. 5 hours ago. Oh my God. He tweeted an image of open source intel is that on Twitter?
Why?
Fordo is gone. He just tweeted an image of that. Jesus. Okay, 5 hours ago he said, we have completed our very successful attack on the 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordo and Natanz. Is this the one? Yeah, that's the one that I saw. Yeah, that was at 7:46 p.m. That's the one.
Exactly, Conchko. The customer service response. The thank you for your notice. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your attention to this
It reads
matter.
like an automatic response system.
Yeah. Yemeni authorities said we are officially entering the war. Keep your ships out of our waters.
I'm sorry.
What?
It's definitely become the shopping lighthouse.
Iran, but or face consequences. Iran. But like Yemeni authorities are Saudi backed, so they're like U.S. allies. You're talking about the Houthis?
Yeah, it's got to be the Houthis. I'm not saying anything about Yemen state. It's just the Houthis in Yemen.
I'm not finding this.
Hey, but at least Pete Hegseth didn't manage to lose a B-2 stealth bomber during it.
Okay, I googled that line, and what I'm getting is Jolly's video. Oh, here, threads. Yemen enters war, Yemeni authorities declare. Yemeni authorities declare we are officially entering the war. Keep your ships out of our waters or face the consequences. Yemen warns it will target U.S. ships in the Red Sea if strikes on Iran continue. Let's see. Yemeni authorities declare. The Saudi-backed ones? This doesn't make sense. This is the only thing I'm seeing, though. And this is coming from like a random dude on threads. I don't know how legit this is, dude. Ooh, Israel got hit again. Sucks to suck.
Hey, according to a release out of Atlanta and AP, man,
I don't see
Trump
this verified, dude. Trump what?
it's not. It's AP's not saying that it's saying he acted without congressional authorization.
Yeah, we know that.
They're flat out saying, well, we know that, but I hadn't gotten anybody else to actually print it, saying it.
I think they have been. I feel like they've been saying it. Because a lot of members of Congress have been saying so. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I think
I've
they
been
have.
saying it that to declare war, he needed it, but nobody flat out saying that he didn't get it, and that he had spoken with
No, but
Johnson
they have.
and
No. I'm telling you they have, because on MSNBC they said as much like 5 hours ago when it happened.
I was bouncing. My spouse likes to bounce channels.
They've definitely been acknowledging it, at least on TV. I don't. But I think it's been because a lot of them have been doing the live updates thing, so they're just like reporting what people say, and they're not adding much commentary themselves. So maybe that's why like most maybe print media hasn't said, oh, they did it without congressional authorization. But at least on TV, when they've been talking about it, they've been saying it was done without Congress.
And I did spend more time on Canadian broadcasting than I did on US because I stopped trusting US.
Yeah. Yeah, this Yemen thing isn't verified. It's literally coming from it's literally on 2 fucking threads accounts. 2 random threads accounts. That's it. No legitimate like print media or anything has reported this. Netanyahu tweeted at this, and the reason is confusing is because when they say Yemen authorities, who the fuck do they mean? If they mean, because the Houthis are accused of being on Iran's side, the Houthis, the rebels, versus like the actual like Yemeni fucking government, which is Saudi Arabia backed, and means it's backed by an American ally and stuff. What did Jolly show? If he just showed that random tweet, that I don't know.
It's 5 to 9 on Sunday morning. This is the first day of the working week. And I know you're watching these pictures, but behind us, there's some of the main roads in central Jerusalem, in the old city, and I can see 3 or 4 cars, and that's it. At this time on a normal Sunday morning, it'll be busy.
Yeah, people on Threads are like,
They're not going to work. They're not venturing very far from their homes, and they're staying there because of the risk that is still being posed by Iranian missiles coming in.
it was that tweet that he shared. Yeah, that's not fucking official.
The Associated Press obtained a letter from the ambassador from Iran, and I'm not going to pronounce his name, so I apologize. That the UN's most powerful body must take all necessary measures to hold the U.S. accountable under international law and the UN Charter.
Who said this?
This is from a letter from the UN's ambassador Amir Saeed. I'm not going to pronounce that last name. I'm sorry. And
But what ambassador to where?
Iran.
That was the Iranian response. So the Iranian ambassador.
No, that was a letter that the Associated Press obtained from the.
Right,
I
but
don't know if that's their official response, but
is that okay? But that's the Iranian
ambassador's response somehow.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Cottage. It's a statement he put out already. And it was the Iranian response. Okay, so yeah, it's the Iranian consulate or ambassador to the UN, a representative to the UN, where he's calling them for, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's misinformation, dude. Two accounts tweeted it. One has 0 followers, and he's verified. And the other one is an account that calls itself from Iran. It's not verified. It's not actually Iran. It's just a random thing. That has a lot of followers. It has 137.8K followers. But it doesn't, it's not like an official thing, it appears. It's just tweeting stuff. So if it was tweeting that thing from, based on what that guy said, Jolly's spreading misinformation. Come on, Jolly. 11:27 p.m. on that one. What time is this? How do I see what time?
Yes, Cottage Grove.
Why is it sometimes possible to see the exact time that a tweet was posted and sometimes not? How the fuck do I see the exact time? Does anyone know how to like see the exact time that something was posted? Sometimes it pops up, sometimes it fucking doesn't. It's so frustrating. The legal argument is to create a basis for filing against U.S. action in UN courts. It's the early necessary step for Iran to have a legal argument against this U.S. action, and yeah, expected. Yeah. SkyNews.com. That's weird.
My thing is, am I a horrible person if I sort of want Trump up on war crime charges,
No.
but I don't want the U.S. dragged into it?
I mean,
I know
we're
there's
in
no way to
it. I hate
separate
to
the
break
two.
it to
I
you,
know.
but we're in it.
I know there's no way to separate the two. It's just, if we're going to have to be, I really would like to see some just desserts served sooner than later. What time is it in the Vatican?
Okay, I can't see the exact hour, but the first person to have posted this is a random fucking dude that calls himself a Forex trader and has 0 followers. And then the other account that calls itself from Iran posted it after him, it appears. And now it appears that like 2 more accounts since I've been searching literally in the last 2 minutes have posted this claim. But it doesn't, it's like, this is spreading, but it's all coming from this one fucking dude. They're all the accounts are tweeting the exact same thing. Breaking: Yemen declares we're officially entering the war. Keep your ships out of our waters or face the consequences. The Red Sea just got hotter. That's the exact text of the tweet that's being shared like now.
The Red
It's
Sea
not
just
true.
got hotter.
Yeah, it's just, it's fucking bullshit. It's bullshit. This appears to be misinformation. Might want to comment on Jolly's video, let him know. Type Houthi into Google. Okay. I did. I'm just getting stories from 12, 15 hours ago. Middle East Eye. Houthi response to U.S. attack on Iran. Only a matter of time, says official. Houthis threatened to target U.S. ships in the Red Sea if they participate in any attack on Iran. That was 12 hours ago. 15 hours ago. Yahoo has an article. You didn't click it. An article on what? All news regarding the Houthis is like at least 14, 15 years old. Okay, so 15 hours ago is obviously not a response to what happened 5 hours ago. Sorry. That doesn't prove the claim that Jolly's now pushing, which was originated with one random dude, a fucking self-described Forex trader who just tweeted an image of someone with a quote. Yemeni authorities declare. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
His leadership today has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond to a future of prosperity and peace.
The most current thing I can even find
Yeah.
mentioning them.
You might want to, guys, you might want
is-
to let Jolly know. I kind of want to let him know, because the fuck? Why is he spreading misinformation? Come on, Jolly.
If Americans are killed, this will spiral fast. And on Iranian state TV, the threats were quick and direct.
We were negotiating with the Americans when we were attacked. You made this choice. You started this. The 40 to 50,000 American soldiers in the region are now legitimate targets.
After days of ambiguity, a president now decisive. Where next? It is impossible to tell. Mark Stone, Sky News in Washington.
We'll be speaking to Mark in a moment, but this morning Iran launched its response, starting with a series of missiles directed towards Israel. Our Middle East correspondent was live in Jerusalem, Alistair Bunkle, as sirens sounded in many parts of the country. Just have a look.
It, of course, is an attack on Israel because Israel has been carrying out wave after wave of attacks on Iran over the last 8 or 9 days. Hence why we've been seeing these daily missile barrages. But I think we also have to assume that it is the first reaction to what the Americans did overnight. Now look, that's a red alert, which means the sirens will probably sound in this area quite soon. Oh, there's a, can you see the trail of this missile there? Again, that looks to me as though it's heading towards possibly the Haifa or Tel Aviv region, where at the moment it looks like the majority
Okay, I just left a comment on his video.
around the Haifa and Tel Aviv regions along the Israeli.
Come on, Jolly. It's annoying.
Interceptions, 5 other 7, 8. So that is a 9 now. So I think we're well into double figures of missiles fired. Now in recent days, the waves have often been 20, 25 missiles fired from Iran towards Israel. It looks like it might be a similar figure now. Clearly not all at once.
Iran is launching some shit at Israel right now. They're shooting all out. Oh, flat. Sorry. I just saw that you're...
I was like, jeez. Been sitting here a hot minute.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. My question was so I'm seeing the same thing from like the Jerusalem Post and then Fox News, from like 15 hours ago.
Yeah.
So
No, the claim is that Yemeni. There's a photo of a dude that they're claiming is a Yemeni authority. I don't know who this dude is, and they attributed this quote: "We're officially entering the war. Keep your ships out of our waters, or face the consequences." No official channels tweeted this. It doesn't seem. I can't. I mean.
Oh, so it's the tweet that's. I mean, I guess my question was: is it safe to assume that they're going to back up their earlier statements of if the U.S. decides to join in, that
I mean,
the Houthis are going to take issue with that?
The Houthis maybe, but that's what I'm saying. Like Yemen official, like Yemeni authority. You mean the Houthi authority? Like, you know what I mean? Like that's a different thing. The Houthis are the rebels. Like, okay, a Houthi authority is going to join the war. What the fuck does that even mean? You know what I mean? Okay. Right. They're already like in a war. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. That doesn't particularly mean anything, but also to say, like, it's not like Yemen, the country, has entered it.
Right.
And I don't know. Houthis threatened. Is it likely that the Houthis will back up their thing? Sure, yeah, but that's not the same as Yemen, the official government, entering the war, which again are Saudi-backed, which makes them basically a proxy for a U.S. ally.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jolly's spreading misinformation, unfortunately. Come on, dude. Come on. That's really disappointing. I mean, we're all going to get something wrong every once in a while, but, like, it bugs me that he didn't fucking verify a fucking tweet. Come on.
Did you see the video of Bernie finding out at his speech earlier?
No. A video of him finding out?
Yep. He was in the middle of giving a speech. I think it looked like he was starting to wrap up. And someone in the audience just called out, "We just bombed Iran." And he like looked it took him a minute to process. He like looked around and he was like trying to figure out what to say, and one of his aides ran up with a new stack of papers.
Bernie
And
Sanders.
he was like, well.
A stack of papers to prepare you what to say when something stupid happens.
How do I find this video?
Or maybe just a note of like, no, this is verified. This did just happen.
Okay.
Yeah. How do I find this video?
Here, I can send it to you.
I might not be able to open it very easily. What's it like? What's the title? Can I?
I saw it
watch
on
the moment
TikTok.
Bernie Sanders finds out Trump. Okay. Well, I just see the paper getting
This
handed
is
to
a
him.
statement from Donald Trump. Quote,
I didn't hear the original
we have
thing.
completed our very successful.
The video I saw was had a little bit earlier than that. They had like the original person yelling.
Oh shit.
All right, let me conclude.
The way he's like, and then.
Right.
Damn.
This is a statement from Donald Trump. Quote, we have completed our very successful attack on the 3 nuclear sites in Iran, etc.
It's gonna go down in history.
Yeah.
That's fucking historic, yo.
My gift to you for the night.
Thank you. No, that's a good one.
You're welcome.
That's literally, I mean, you couldn't have fucking scripted it better. There's literally a scene in Mad Men that is basically this. I don't know if you guys have all seen Mad Men, but they're at an awards show, and the Clios, you know, for ads, for advertisements. It's like a nice evening thing, and someone asked, I think it's like Paul Newman is supposed to be up there, and someone yells like, what do you have to say about Dr. King being shot? And everyone's kind of like murmuring, and one of the characters, who's a journalist, stands up and says like, who said that? Who the hell said that? And it like, and everyone's like, oh my God, wait, did it happen? And that's how like everyone finds out. And so they like all kind of like walk out and, yeah, whatever. Yeah. Iran strike is, yeah, I'm watching it. But they sent over a bunch of things and they got intercepted. We were watching it live. Well, I was watching it live. You guys were hearing it live. That's what those alarms were going off. That was like live from Israel, the Iron Dome thing. I think I saw a headline that said something about the Iron Dome is like running out of things. I don't know if that's true though. Or it's like burning through like interception.
I heard that it was like totally down at one point.
How has Iran managed to breach Israel's Iron Dome air defense system? Is Israel's Iron Dome failing against Iran? What ex-general? No, that sounds sketchy. Effectiveness of Israel's Iron Dome drops to 65%, officials says. Damn.
Woof.
Israel may run low on missile interceptors, putting U.S. in a bind. I think that's what I saw earlier. I have to use the restroom. Excuse me one second. You can tell me basics. 20 minutes ago, is bombing Iran now? Israel is bombing Iran now? Jesus.
I mean, Pod Clove, I would be lying if I said every time I hear the Iron Dome, I don't picture the like Tony Stark, a suit of armor around the world. Like, I know that's not what it is. It's a good visual.
I literally think of an iron cloche.
Yeah, that too. It's like the Iron Curtain. Like, it's just, it's a very, it can be taken literally very easily.
So I forget where I saw it, but there I saw literally a graph that like only like 5 to 15 to 20% of what Iran is Iran is throwing at Israel gets through, but they've also not been sending their more effective things through. They've been sending the older stuff through, or they've been using the older stuff initially. So they're now it's starting to weaken. They're sending more of the newer, more effective, more powerful things, and more things are getting through. But also, it's just the rule of numbers. You send so many things through, so many things at it. It's not perfect. Stuff's gonna get through.
If you don't have enough missiles, yeah. Because I assume part of it is like reloading, basically. Like if you send 5 that would be intercepted with the like interceptions here, they need to be reloaded. They go, and then yeah. Well, but if it's they said, but down to 65%. That sounds like a long-term thing. Is Israel down to incoming volleys of Iranian missiles? A shortage of its missile interceptors could put both the United States and Israel in a bind. After a week of its aerial war with Iran, Israel's long-range aero interceptors are running low. Ooh. Wall Street Journal reported on June 18th. In addition to aero interceptors, which are Israeli-made, Israel also has U.S.-made THAAD systems, which intercept medium-range ballistic missiles. If the United States chooses to replenish Israel's missile interceptors, it would mean drawing from other stockpiles. You really want to do that? You kind of just declared war on Iran, U.S. Since Congress wouldn't have time to surge U.S. defense production of more, according to Brandon Buck, a research fellow at the Cato Institutes, that could include siphoning off interceptors marked off for delivery to Ukraine. Oh. That's convenient. To Taiwan, in a possible... What's that?
XS already cut the budget for all Ukraine support.
What do you mean by cut the budget?
In the budget that he presented, there is no Ukraine support included at all.
But that he presented, so that hasn't been approved.
Presented, sorry. Yeah.
So that hasn't actually cut anything. That could include siphoning off interceptors marked for delivery to Ukraine, to Taiwan in a possible future conflict, or from the U.S.'s own national stock, Buck said. If they truly do run out, that's going to put us in a position in which we have to make some serious decisions, Buck said. It's going to put the U.S. and Israel in a bit of a bind. No kidding. He added, the U.S. could also position some naval ships off the coast to augment some of their capacity. Naval ships off the coast while the Houthis are coming after you? Good luck. I guess, are they going after them in a different body of water? It's not in the Mediterranean, is
Maybe
it?
they can manage not to lose any expensive planes into the water.
And where are our weapons produced, I wonder? Where are they produced, Cottage? How long do you think till Iran starts? I think Iran is smart enough to keep trying its luck with Israel. I think it's going to take out its anger on Israel. I think that's the smart way of doing it, personally. USS Nimitz, a massive aircraft carrier, is en route to the region and will arrive in less than a week, USA Today previously reported. It will join the USS Carl Vinson, which moved to the Middle East in April when Iran... Okay, so we're sending another massive aircraft carrier. So it looks like they're just going to fly over Iran and just keep bombing shit. The U.S. spends $3.4 billion to bolster Israel's missile defense every year, including $1.3 billion for its Iron Dome. I can't fucking believe we spend this much money on that fucking
So as we send
toddler.
all of our carriers there,
I don't know.
what's
Let's find
China
out
doing with
together.
Taiwan?
Yeah. Iran could still have thousands of missiles in its arsenal. Israel keeps information about its missile interceptor stockpiles tightly under wraps. Its military said on June 16th that it had taken out a third of Iran's missile launchers. Israel says its missile defense success rate stands at greater than 90% against Iran's attacks in the ongoing aerial war. Still, some have evaded Israel's defense, including the missile that struck a hospital in southern Israel on Thursday. It's also unclear exactly how many missiles Iran has left. The Pentagon estimated in 2021 that Iran had just under 3,000 missiles of different ranges, and Israel attacked Iran on June 12th through June 16th. Iran had fired around 370 missiles, meaning thousands could remain. Oh, God. This is... See, people are fucking dramatic. They have plenty. They have plenty. Israel's military... Blah, 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 blah. Okay.
You know, when Gen Z said bring back the 2000s, I don't think this is what they meant.
What's going to happen now? Well, what has already been happening now is Iran shot some missiles over to Israel, and now I believe Israel is hitting Iran. That's what someone said. We got to check that. I haven't seen that.
So
You want a
earlier
jelly
week
shoes,
when-
and yeah, you get WMDs in deployment. I want to steal that cottage, but God, that's so good. You want a jelly shoes, and Enya, you get WMDs in deployment. The update: Iran fired some missiles at Israel. The Iron Dome appears to have intercepted them, and then someone said that Israel returned fire. I don't know, love. I was hoping that this would be impeachable, but Republicans literally all immediately suddenly didn't suddenly become, took the fucking masks off and admitted that they're all warmongers, like they've always been.
Something military industrial complex.
Yeah. Live updates. Iran warns U.S. strikes will have everlasting consequences. Yeah, no fucking shit. Man, we're so fucked, dude. I want to get the fuck out of the U.S. Like, I can't fucking believe this.
I think that goes more to the question of earlier that there's been a lot of like, especially on TikTok. I don't know if you guys are seeing it. I'm seeing a lot of like fear mongering of like people putting tweets up and being like, oh, you know, they're gonna bomb Chicago, right? Like, I don't know if
Yeah.
that's the question is like, at what point do we end up getting like war on our own soil that isn't
Oh,
between our own people?
they were pushing stuff similar to that to Iraq, saying like, oh, they had these missiles that could reach this far. And not saying, I mean, anything's possible, but
What's more likely is that U.S. allies in the EU are gonna get fucked. The EU, if the EU is smart, like fucking Germany coming out and praising Israel like recently, wild shit. No, zero preservation instincts. Let me fucking tell you. Just speaking as again a country that had a fucking shitty president that aligned himself with fuck it, the U.S. when they invaded Iraq. You know, against the wishes of 85 to 93% of the population, who then got attacked. Like, good luck with that one, Germany. Have fun with that attack. Samson option. I feel like I've heard of it, but I don't remember. Like the EU, Europe is gonna have a big fucking moment right now to decide if they want to risk getting, if they want to put some distance between themselves and the U.S. or not. And if they do not, I think, I hope they realize that they are likely putting a target on their fucking, their citizens' backs, their civilians' backs, and opening them up for insurgency and stuff.
Side note, I would like to check this whole Samson option thing.
Yeah, let me check this.
Because the only stuff that I've seen about that has been like weird TikTok AI generated videos talking about like Samson from the Bible, right? That it's like a scorched earth
Seymour Hirsch.
policy. Like, I don't know if that's legit or not.
Mm. It's Israel's deterrent strategy of massive retaliation with nuclear weapons as a last resort against a country whose military has invaded and or destroyed much of Israel.
So basically, we all go down together. Is the move?
Commentators have also employed the term to refer to situations where non-nuclear, non-Israeli actors have threatened conventional weapons retaliation. Is this what Israel has on the U.S.? I've always figured it was fucking intelligence, some fucking skeletons in some closets. Is this what they have on them? Is the U.S. just like they literally know, oh no, they'll blow us all up if we don't fucking protect them? No, I don't think they would physically invade Europe. I think there would be terror attacks on European soil, just like after the Iraq War.
Am I losing my mind, or did you do a video on that recently?
I did a couple. Yeah, that's what I know. I keep returning to it, but that's genuinely what I believe. I think this is the kind of shit that leads to terror attacks. I mean, it leads to, warfare, but, in a world where, Iran is going to have trouble sending shit, like invading the U.S., what they're going to do, the best way for them to fucking retaliate is with terror. And if it isn't, even if it isn't coming from the Iranian government, the people of Iran, there are people who are very hurt, very angry, and some of them will take it into their own hands. This is what we've seen it. That's what September 11th was. That's what 11M was. That's what 7/7 was. That's what so many terror attacks have been. It doesn't happen out of the blue, Sergio Felix. Hi, Sergio. Hello?
Do you guys remember that one attack on the World Trade Center that was right before 9/11, 3 years?
You talking about 93?
Yeah, 93. It was on the World Trade Center. There was a bombing.
Yeah, it was like it was a big Ryder truck, and I think
like 1993. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, 93.
Oh, I think I've heard this. Yeah, 1993.
Cottage Clove in the comments corrected me. Yeah, there was a lot of attempts. I know that.
I'm too young. What was this?
World Trade Center. What word can I say? BLM.
I mean, I usually say bombing. I say bomb, but I know that you're supposed to be careful about it. Some people are very careful about it, but explosion.
Yeah, they used a moving truck.
It was in the parking lot. Yeah, it was in the parking lot.
It was, gosh. I think I was 8 or 9 when that happened. 9, maybe? I don't know.
I'm too young. So what happened? The government involvement in Iraqi politics, U.S. government Iraqi politics, or what? What caused it?
What caused it?
Yeah, because I don't really remember those years of politics. Yeah, I think it was George W. Bush, George Bush Sr.
I think it might have been Clinton when it happened.
Yeah, Clinton came in 1992.
Yeah, okay, so there was the World Trade Center bombing, and then there was a U.S. ship was attacked in 2000. Also, that one was blamed on Osama bin Laden, but somebody else, I forget the guy's name,
Also,
was.
George W. is the son. That's the Katrina and
It's the
Yep.
Katrina.
I can't.
I can't
Well,
fucking
I mean,
believe he was there for Katrina too.
I mean, W has so many good quotes. Like, I'll never forget. My personal favorite is, "If you fool me once, shame on you. If you fool me,
twice.
you
Yeah,
can't get fooled again."
you
Because he
can't.
couldn't say "shame on me,"
Yeah.
so he
We're
just
we're
broke.
we're working real hard to put food on your family.
Oh
Another
yeah,
good
he
one.
did. I don't know. I think it's really bad, obviously, but what were we? I don't know. This was kind of
I'm looking
inevitable.
up. I'm looking up the reasoning. Some people claim. I'm like looking at the actual links provided by the AI statement here. Wait. 1993. Some people say it was in response to both U.S. support of IS and general like meddling in the Middle East. Some apparently one claim is that they said just in general get the fuck out of the Middle East to the U.S.
Desert Storm.
Desert Storm. Someone else said, hold on, I'm trying to like. Trained in Afghanistan.
Cottage, I feel like we're still there. We are. We are now protesting a wartime president.
Yeah, living the same years over and over again, same lifetime that our parents did.
Yeah, that was
Constant.
also Rafa. That was the intro to that quote, which is also great. Maybe in Texas, but also in Tennessee.
What was the other George W. Bush? Tribal sovereignty. It's like, tribal, tribes that are, they're sovereign.
I like we did definitely underestimate our opponent.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Misunderestimate.
When Bush said something dumb, it was funny. Like Trump says something dumb, and it's just annoying.
Well, because as much as like I was not a fan of Bush, he was mildly confident. Like I wasn't, I wasn't sitting there like, oh, he's sundowning and posting on Truth Social because it's 7 p.m. Okay.
Yeah, he's getting in catty fights with Elon Musk, his former
No,
employee.
he was smart enough to go golfing or do something recreational instead of Twitter
Being
wasn't
weird.
around then, but
The best let your kids do art story.
yeah.
Sundowning for real, for real.
Oh my god, shut the fuck up. Stop pushing this bullshit, dude. I'm so over this shit.
What's on the TV?
It's MSNBC, but they're using, basically MSNBC is streaming Sky News. They're basically being like, well, some fucking British dude being like, well, because Iran has constantly called for the destruction of Israel, and October 7th was the first attack and a thing. They're basically now saying, no, Is was hit first. October 7th was the Iranians, and so they declared it that and they're like just trying to like rewrite, just making it so it's like no. All of this was retaliation against Iran. Iran started it.
The comments asking if Sky News is Murdoch. Yes, that is. Sky News is like the Fox News of
We don't like Sky
England.
News. Yeah. I don't know why the fuck they MSNBC is playing Sky News of all the fuck. I guess Sky News is the only one they could get like the rights to.
Leave Sky News to the birds, honestly.
Rupert Murdoch's still alive. I think he's like.
Yeah, he's knocking
not
on death's door though.
Ugh. I remember back in I don't remember this obviously, but like back in the 70s or 60s, I think it was the 70s, he aligned himself with the Australian Labor Party, which was like at the time getting like universal health care and all this like decent stuff. And then, I mean, I think he was always kind of right wing, but I found that just kind of odd that
Is it more?
his political foray was through the left, and then he went on to like the U.S. and poisoned us.
I'm just imagining
So,
that like.
sorry. At one point, the guy who was responsible for the WTC, the World Trade Center, the main guy, basically the mastermind, it seems, at one point in his statement before Judge Duffy at the time of his sentencing, Yusuf chastised the United States for tacitly supporting Iraq during the late 1980s when Saddam Hussein killed unalived thousands of his own Kurdish citizens with chemical weapons. Remember when I said if the U.S. wanted to do something about Saddam's chemical weapons, they would have entered like over a decade earlier. This is what I'm referring to. He went on to say that Saddam is unaliving them innocent Iraqi civilians because he is a dictator. This posits perhaps Yusuf sought to mask the identity of his sponsor by condemning Iraq, but his pattern of rhetoric seems unlikely to come from someone acting on behalf of Saddam or the Iraqi intelligence services. Yeah, I agree. But, you know. We're transnational. They're inspired and assisted by several Islamic militant groups. Blah, blah, blah. And then he said, so he arranged. So the other one, Abu Alima's alleged confession made no mention of an Iraqi government connection to the bombing. He explained how he had arranged to collect the funds for the WTC bombing from Iranian industrialists and fundamentalist expatriates living in Europe. So they got some money from Iranians, supposedly. 300 men across the country would do anything to hurt the United States, I'm sure. Blah, blah, blah. International movement concerned with affairs of the world's Islamic armed movement. At least identified links between the WTC bombers and at least 5 organizations: Gama al-Islamiyya, Islamic Jihad, Hamas, the Sudanese National Islamic Front, and Al-Fuqra. Because they feel... Yeah, he had observed that these groups work together more closely in diaspora communities outside the Middle East because they, quote, because they feel they are surrounded by a common enemy, Westerners and their values. Everything we've been fucking saying, right? Emerson concluded that the WTC bomb was financed by Islamic terrorist groups, but not by a state sponsor. Several historical forces created a fertile climate for a loose collection of individuals to act out their anti-American feelings, even though they were not part of a formal T organization. The decade-long struggle in Afghanistan against the Soviet Union created a generation of rebel warriors who were fervently anti-IS and anti-American. Both Ramzi Youssef and Iyad Ismail, who drove Youssef in the rental van to the WTC garage, claimed to have had relatives unalive during the Persian Gulf War or at the hands of Izis. Moreover, the political mood throughout the Middle East immediately after the Gulf War, particularly in the PAL community, was strongly anti-American. Iraq's devastating defeat by a coalition of forces under U.S. leadership created a political backlash that led many Arabs to rally to Saddam Hussein's cause. Yusuf and the other... So, I mean, literally, it's just... They're like, well, it was a group of people, all of which had plenty of fucking reasons to hate the U.S. because of all the shit the U.S. did in the Middle East. Like, literally, that's what caused the WTC bombing. Hope that answers the question.
Yes.
Yes.
22 missiles. Y'all seeing the Iran retaliation against Israel? We saw the first wave. Second wave? Where are you seeing the second wave? We're reading about the why things have been targeted. Let's see, Israel counteroffensive. Where are you seeing the counteroffensive? I tried to find it a little while ago. BBC, an hour ago? Okay. I'm not seeing it. PBS, live updates. Iran retaliates.
Iran retaliates.
No, never mind, that was a week ago. BBC print or, okay. What's the title of the live feed? Do you have a link you could put in the Discord? By any chance? Please.
Wait, there's a Discord? You have a Discord or?
Yeah, but no one's really on it.
Oh, okay.
You can. We share links on there when we need to.
Okay.
But my whole thing was like, I'm not gonna manage it. Someone else has to manage it. Is it in general? Oh, here. Iran, Israel, latest. Okay, cool. We got the live feed up. Thank you. Iran should return to negotiating. Starmer says Iran has to return to the negotiating table. Are you fucking kidding me? Jesus. Oh, God. We're hearing from UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer now, who says the U.S. has taken action to alleviate the grave threat of Iran's... Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Oh, no.
Well, that's you, UK. You're up for the next fucking attack. Sorry. I mean, what a gamble. What a gamble, Keir. Someone's got to explain 7-7 to this man. Not join forces. No, but he's basically backing up the U.S. by basically being like, oh, good job. The U.S. fixed the problem. They alleviated the grave threat of Iran's nuclear program. He's basically like validating the whole bullshit instead of calling it out. And now he's saying like Iran should come back to negotiate and blah, blah, blah. Really not a smart move, in my opinion. It's fucking risky, dude. Also, like, wrong. Like, you know that's bullshit, dude. You know it's bullshit. Do I have to refresh and stuff to get the updates, or will
If you've
it?
got it on desktop, in my experience, BBC it'll update and then it'll flash at the top and say like
Okay,
There's
cool.
if you've scrolled down too far, it'll say like there's a new post. Bubble refresh. Yeah, that's the name.
Unrest domestically because the Iranian people, and it is a divided country, they will now be looking at the billions of dollars spent on this nuclear program, huge sanctions that has affected.
I'm literally trying to come up with any kind of like intelligent justification for that, and it's failing miserably.
If that is indeed the assessment eventually, is being taken out in just over a week, and any unrest that is
Lord.
If you didn't tell me, I would just assume that was the real name for it. Seems legit.
The real name for what? Oh, cottage. Sorry, I didn't see
Bubble.
you.
Yeah, like bubble refresh. Like,
Oh,
sure.
when did Ray hop down? Sorry.
Oh.
Did we
I
lose
think
Ray?
she said she said she had to go to bed or something. I
Oh,
think.
okay.
Trying to think.
Was I here
Yeah,
when
she
she
said.
said
She posted in the chat.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry,
The
Ray.
world isn't ending, and I have to go. Oh no. The world isn't ending, and I have to do housework before it gets too hot.
Gotcha. That's fair. Good night, Maddie. Thanks for hanging out. I gotta get to sleep soon too, but also like, I don't know. I gotta get my contacts out. Excuse me.
So, who was this person?
What do you mean?
Who was he to the EU? You guys were talking about what was his guy? What was his whole deal?
The prime minister?
Yeah, who's he? Who's he What country is he prime minister of?
The UK.
The whole.
Keir Starmer is the prime minister of the UK. He's not. The UK is no longer a part of the EU.
Damn,
What
I
happened
think
to
someone
Nigel
yelled at
Farage?
Keir. Someone yelled at Keir. Because the UK just came out and clarified they had nothing to do with this. Someone was like, bro. I need my glasses. Where are my glasses?
What happened to Nigel Farage?
He was never elected.
Oh, I thought he was.
What?
Yeah, I thought he was that popular.
No, Reform UK sucks.
Yeah.
We are not for Reform UK.
I'm not
Reform
okay with
UK
it. I thought he was popular in his own circles.
No,
Sky's basically agreeing with me. He's like,
puddle
well,
that's filled with poop.
he's like, the Sky News is kind of agreeing with what we're saying about this, just being like, well, he's like safe. He's putting some distance between him, so he's like, saved himself that way, but not safe from the fact that they're obviously a key ally, so they're gonna be UK targets are gonna be basically like on high alert and stuff, whatever.
I honestly would not be surprised if the reason Keir Starmer's first statements there were a bit on the border, we're friend with the U.S. is because we literally just signed a new trade deal last week. So I wouldn't be surprised because Keir Starmer's not doing super well here, and
Yeah.
he needs the economy to do better.
Yeah.
So I have a feeling that is where that came from, but that's just my opinion.
Do you I mean, isn't that risky? That aren't a hell of a lot of Brits gonna be like, why the fuck are you setting us up for another 7/7? Or will Brits
So
just not
honestly-
recognize it that way?
Honestly, British people will read Keir Starmer's. I'm looking at the statement now, as a British person in a
Mhm.
way, obviously. This reads differently to me with the context of British English. This is I think British people will look at this as Keir Starmer attempting to stay friends with Donald Trump so that it doesn't affect trade stuff. In fact, I bet that if you hang out in the UK debate lives later today, you'll probably hear that. You'll hear people that are upset and are worried that we'll get involved and have to send troops. And honestly, we are such close allies with the U.S. that I wouldn't be surprised if that ended up being the case.
Yeah.
Um,
Should be
but
crazy.
Yeah, I don't think the British people will read this the same way.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay. I think it's crazy to.
I could be wrong though.
Yeah. I think it's a little crazy, but I hope Spain doesn't fucking do that. I hope Spain is a little bit like. I mean, I don't know. Spain's gonna have to be careful too, but I just think it's like to just so clearly like support it and be and like validate the lies seems fucking insane to me. You know what I mean? I think there's like a more measured way of being like, well, our allies are ally. We support our allies' judgment without being like, yes, they were building a nuclear bomb and now they're not. This was good, you know? I don't know.
No, there's definitely a more diplomatic phrasing to be had, but
Neutral stance
yeah.
would have been
I don't know,
better.
I feel like the thing is like there's lots of things that I would love for other countries, especially like the UK, to say too. And
Sorry, I can't hear you over the
Sorry.
sound.
I would love for the UK to like make a statement that would get a bit more involved or like say something like, we'll get involved when America officially declares war. Do you know what I mean? But I don't think another country would ever do that because the US would take that language as very threatening. Do you know what I mean?
Sure.
So I think that that's like a part of why like no one really addresses the US in a way that we like balls out think they should.
Definitely not with
I feel like
fucking
it's because
Trump.
we don't know. Yeah. I don't know.
I'm hoping Spain will have some balls on it, though. You know, Spain recently voted, Spanish Parliament passed a measure to not send any more aid or help or weapons to IS, right?
That's sick.
I know. Fucking awesome. It's like a month ago, a little over a month ago, I think.
I'm gonna be grinding coffee and boiling water, so
Okay.
for a few minutes.
Which report, Nas? Because from what I saw, they were like, everything I've seen was that it was clear that no, they're not building a nuclear bomb. Like, nuclear bomb building capacity, that's one thing. Like, are they capable of doing it? Yeah. Because they're not like, because they have money, they have enriched uranium, they could, you know, fucking set up a factory, they have scientists, they could figure it the fuck out, they could design it, da-da-da. Sure. Capacity, they have the capacity. That's not the same as saying they're building one, which it seems like has been very clear that no, there was zero indication that they were working on any sort of fucking bomb building.
A lot of countries are allowed to have like nuclear bombs, and we never threaten them. Like, it's never a problem for them to have nuclear bombs, like Japan and China. It's only when the people in the Saudi Arabia area have. Saudi Arabia is its own problem.
Well, because they've got all that oil. That somehow affects nuclear weapons, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's a little suspicious.
Every time.
Complicitness. Yeah.
Cottage, I totally thought that was in response to the comment that I made that I hope you're not in the States if you're making coffee right now because it's the middle of the night.
Oh no, I live in the UK. Sorry, I totally missed you.
Yeah, Cottage just woke up.
You don't drink
But I was
coffee
like,
at 3 a.m.?
It is a
I
way
used
to
to.
assert superiority. I mean, like that's.
We're in the war room. We need as much caffeine as possible. This is the war room, the meeting of minds.
If this is a war room, I require a raise.
A raise?
Yeah, I
can
don't
raise.
remember signing a damaged portion of my contract.
I can raise you.
Not with a Z.
No increase in radiation levels have been detected, by the way. They might not be lying about getting all the fucking material out in time.
Is there a death toll? Or I can't say that. My bad.
I'm not sure. I don't think yet, officially.
Can we say dearth?
Loki, though, exposed Israel's vulnerability around solar to Israel with their own home-built arsenal. Or you mean the Iron Dome vulnerability, or what? It just means, honestly, exposing a vulnerability like that, like, it just means that the U.S. is going to spend way more money. Like, just watch the U.S. Congress will waste no time in passing another fucking thing to triple the amount of shit they sent to Is. Watch it happen.
That
Well,
could
and how much
house
bullshit is going to be hidden in that bill too?
Yeah.
all that money could house people, or
Feed people.
yeah.
Go to
Hell, just
education.
straight up not bomb people.
Yeah.
I'll take that. You know what I mean? I'll give up healthcare if you stop fucking doing this shit to other countries. You know what I mean? I'll fucking figure it the fuck out.
I have a question. Can we call it the other word? The area that it's... Can we call it Palestine?
We have to say is and pal.
Okay, PAL. It was called PAL for thousands and thousands of years, and I don't know. What I'm saying is like
We're talking about a government. No, bro. I understand what you're gonna say, but we're talking about a government. I'm not gonna say that PAL bombed Iran because that is not accurate.
No,
like I'm not. I understand what you're saying, but it's totally different fucking context. If we're talking about like, oh, what the area is called, da da da. In this case, no, we're not gonna like.
No, I know.
We're not gonna like blur those lines in any way, shape, or form.
No, I'm not doing
is
that.
the
I was
entity.
gonna ask. I was gonna ask like, why did we pick? Besides it being the Holy Land, why did they, after World War II, pick Israel, that area, or the area of, as known as Palestine?
So there's like a whole history, like historical reasoning for why both like the area and the name Yisrael was like chosen. Honestly, there is no too long didn't read really for it or like explain like I'm five other than the movement of Zionism as a home for a diaspora of Jewish people is much earlier than the state of Israel being 1948. Like the early rabbinical like speakings of it that talk about it as a movement start I think in the 1880s. Honestly, the best place to get information about like where it came from is like some Jewish history, like libraries have pretty good like historical context. Sure, there will likely be like pro-Israeli Zionist propaganda, but it will likely also be obvious to you. So you can see like why the name shows up and who presents it, and it's honestly is like a whole ass thing.
Okay.
No, I don't agree with it. I am pro-Palestinian, but as someone who has like sat through the lectures of it, it's long and boring.
Yeah,
Well, and I think there's a halfway decent crash course video if you're familiar with like the crash course history videos by John and Hank
John
Green.
Green. Yeah.
They have a decent one on the not quite current state. I would say current up to like 95 2000.
Crash course history videos. I was asked to do a screen test for those.
Nice.
I didn't
Did
get
you?
it. I did the screen test, but I didn't get hired.
A travesty.
A travesty, I know.
For a YouTube video?
Yeah, just for crash course history stuff.
It's pretty sick.
Yeah. But I didn't get hired. I think because they saw one of my History 9 or 10 videos. How the fuck do I tell the story about the Iranian hostage crisis now? I don't know how to tell that story on here now. Without everything. That's what I was gonna film tonight, by the way. I guess but instead we're here.
I wasn't trying to be like a dickhead and try to like ask the semantics of who
No,
owns
sorry,
it.
I misunderstood what you were asking when you were
I
like,
was
"Can we
gonna
just
ask,
call
like,
it this?" But yeah.
the land, like, no, I was asking, like, on TikTok, like, because I don't even want to call it I don't want to call it that. The land has been called hell for
Right, but when you're
thousands of
okay,
years.
but again, but
And
that
it's
like the
sad.
entire context, it depends. It's like, okay, if you want to talk about the area, the land, fine, call it pal.
Yeah.
But like when you're talking about political entities, to not call it is like it's doing it a fucking disservice. It's doing
it's
the actual pal people a fucking disservice by not naming
wouldn't-
their oppressor. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. And it is the nation of Israel, and it's not a great nation at all. Nothing's good about it at the moment. I think, I don't know. Again, I just wanted to say, like, I just was asking, like, shouldn't we, I don't know, like,
God, Rothschild. Anyone who fucking brings up Rothschild's bullshit is just full of shit, dude. Get the fuck out of here.
wouldn't it be, like, where would they go if like a solution of just have it be, like a solution of let's go back to it being PAL, like where would they go? I wouldn't personally like be able to solve that or like care because they're Zionists slaughter people.
Bro, watch the fucking language. Watch the language, dude. That you're gonna get me. You're gonna. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm disconnecting you. Not because I disagree with you, but because using language like that is exactly what's gonna get my fucking account banned. Straight up. That sentence will get me banned. I have to be very careful about how I talk about these topics on here. And I've been very careful. I'm not fucking risking it for someone who can't handle self-censoring. Especially now. Sorry, dude, but no.
Rafa, I would, but I can't read that with a straight face, let alone say it.
Palace dizzy. I'm saying you can't use the full word and then say like the S word that he said.
Yeah.
You can't say a sentence like that. And also like right after using the Z word, which is now also flagged. Like you like be fucking smart about it. Jesus.
I like Marcy Rubio better.
Marcy Rubio. Marcy Rubio.
And honestly, Cottage, I don't know.
Marco Rubio, he just looks so tiny in the press conference. And he looks angry, and he's blinking so much. Sorry, the BBC is playing it right now. And
Well, that's what his nickname was when he ran for president, Little Marco.
Was it really?
Yeah, Chris Christie called him that, I think.
Well, then maybe that's why they put him there. Also, JD Vance looks like he's currently undergoing an enema.
Oh, gosh.
Marco Rubio needs to call Ted Cruz and find out where he gets his lifts from.
Do they know they all match?
Did you guys watch that full fucking the full interview between Ted and Tucker? I didn't watch the full one, but did you see more than just like the main clip that came out when they started talking about
I keep seeing more clips, and I let it play every time. It's so good.
Yeah, fucking good. Ay, ay, ay. UN Chief Antonio Guterres calls the U.S. move a dangerous escalation. Ooh.
There we are.
10 minutes ago. Oh, wait, no. BST. Never mind. So that was a couple hours ago, I guess. The military says its Air Force has begun a new wave of attacks against military targets in western Iran. Yeah. Sorry, it literally just updated for me on the BBC site with that like bullet point list.
Oh, weird. Sometimes it does take a minute to refresh.
I had to turn off my BBC notifications because it was giving me heart palpitations.
UK
Because
not
they want to
involved in
do
U.S.
breaking
strikes on
news
Iran.
for
BBC understands.
everything.
Yeah. So BBC just reported the thing that Sky reported a little while ago about UK not involved in U.S. strikes on Iran. BBC understands. BBC understands. It is our understanding.
Yes.
Weird way of putting that.
We were negotiating with the Americans when we were attacked. You made this choice. You started this.
I can't fucking believe this.
Soldiers in the region are now legitimate targets.
Oh yeah, the Antonio Guterres was 6 hours ago for us.
To Brenna Lord
Sorry,
collab one. I
5
don't know. You
hours
gotta
ago.
call up Lord and ask her.
You
Sorry,
get
what was
Charlie
that, Cottage?
XCX on that.
Yeah, sure.
What?
Anyone. What was that, Cottage?
I don't know. I heard both people speak at once, so I have no idea what occurred.
No. No, you said
Sorry.
you were saying something before.
Oh, I said the UN chief responding, calling the U.S. move a quote dangerous escalation. It says was it 2:54 our time, so that was about 5 hours ago.
Okay. Didn't Trump say he will decide in 2 weeks? Yeah, is that what he said he would decide in 2 weeks? I forget now. He said something about 2 weeks.
The Lord collab.
But the Lord collab? Yeah. He was asked about the Brenna Lord collab, and he was like, 2 weeks.
Oh, speaking of icons, I discovered the hard way that if there's there's a TikTok post that was like, my girlfriend said that if Renee Rapp comments and likes this post, that I can propose to her and she will say yes, right? So Renee Rapp like reposted like with a comment. And so I, like the absolute dingus that I am,
Uh-oh.
was like, oh, I'm just gonna hit the heart button on her repost because that's gonna like the comment because I can't find the comment in the thread. So I slid into Renee Rapp's DMs on accident
Nice.
because TikTok informed me that's it sends a direct message instead.
Yeah,
I did
that's a
that.
weird thing. That's a weird thing that I've seen it do sometimes.
Yeah.
I think
Or when
Witkoff
you
had a huge
open
influence.
a
Who's
link
Witkoff
from
again?
someone, even if they sent it to you like via text message, and then you open it and it opens up into TikTok, it'll
Oh,
and
yeah.
your friends on TikTok, it'll show the video appearing in your chat, like you sent it to them on TikTok.
Yeah.
If they access it through
Yeah.
a share link. That creeps me out. Oh God.
Oh, he's a diplomat. Never mind. He's in a fucking real estate group.
Is it BlackRock?
Real estate group.
No, it's like the Witkoff something something blah blah blah. Is his wife
Sort of
Lauren
curious.
Rappaport related to Michael Rappaport?
Happy birthday, Tommy.
Happy birthday.
I don't think this was a good present.
Happy birthday! There were fireworks somewhere for you.
If it makes you feel better. Actually.
You don't get to feel better because we're never gonna know the end of that sentence.
Hold on.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm still pre-coffee, so I apologize.
You're good.
Okay. 7. What time did the bombs drop?
The BBC just put out a timeline, so it says that at 50 past midnight British Standard Time, which is
Okay, cool. 15 at wait, yeah. So at 12:15 British Standard
No,
Time.
sorry, 12:50.
Oh, 12:50. That's when.
That is when Trump announced.
Oh, when announced. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Well, the good news is it probably happened. He said they're out of Iranian airspace, so it probably happened not long before that. So guess what? The difference, Iranian time is 2 hours even ahead of British Standard Time. So if it was past midnight in the UK, it was definitely past. It was like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. in Iran when they were struck. So technically in Iran, it was not on your birthday. It was on the 22nd.
There you go.
But they did drop them in the middle of the night, which is worse. Jesus.
No, they did. They dropped it at like 3 a.m. Iranian time. Sorry.
But so I have here that they dropped on 3 nuclear
You're welcome,
sites.
Tommy.
I don't see anything about casualties.
But you're seeing something about, what are you saying about casualties?
I see that the strikes. So it says here that the strikes were carried out on 3 nuclear sites.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't see anything on this page, and I haven't yet seen anything that talks about casualties.
Yeah, I haven't seen casualties either. Which makes sense. It's going to take a while for them to figure out who's gone, I think. People were asking, like, immediately as soon as it happened, like, how many casualties? And it's like, girl, how do you think they figure that out, dude? Like, that takes a second.
It's not the Hunger Games. There's not a tracker that's
Yeah.
beeping and then tells like a GPS thingy.
It's not the Hunger Games, isn't it, though? Isn't this all for the entertainment of rich people?
I'm just waiting for them to add the cannons.
The cannons? No, we just get fireworks on July 4th.
Oh, okay. Do we know if that, I'm going to say gathering, because I don't know what's banned currently, or flagging, is happening on July 4th or if that's July 17th? Because I've seen from the actual organizers of the previous that for No King's Day, that they're doing a part 2 that's not called a part 2 on the 17th. But I have seen a bunch of people talking about July 4th as well.
Oh, really? Oh, I don't know. I haven't heard about the next date. What is the next date? And also, it doesn't have to...
July 17th, I believe.
Okay.
Because they were going to do July... The official statement that I saw on the website when I looked into it, like on Monday of this week,
on
this
50/51.
past week,
Yeah.
was that 50/51 was going. They were considering July 4th as a date, but they thought because of the like historic relevance and the fact there's going to be a bunch of people off work that it was too high of a risk, and so instead they decided to move to July 17th for the next one.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't.
Well, they're not the only organization that organizes things, so things on July 4th can definitely happen.
Of course, things on July 4th can happen. I'm going to a lesbian beach day.
Nice.
It's gonna be great. If it's not 1,000,000 degrees out,
I was
let me tell
gonna
you, Pride
literally.
Fest
That's where
today
my
was
brain
brutal.
went. My brain started calculating. Wait, is July 4th within the next 7 days? And no, it's not.
No,
but
and this heat wave needs to break because I'm like, this is. It was a bad time. It was I mean, it was a good time, but it was
thanks
also.
for subscribing, Defiance. I lost almost all my subscribers in recent months, so thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah, cottage. I'm sure. Jesus. Hey guys, don't forget to tap on the thing because it keeps thinking that it's not active. Thank you
Is that
guys.
what that alarm was?
Yeah, I think if people like stop interacting and stuff a lot, because it says like we've detected inactivity on your live, so I think usually that's when things kind of like slow down. I used to think it was me, like if I haven't moved in a while, but it happens even when I'm moving sometimes. So I think it has to do with like if people are interacting and stuff. Thank you, Defiance. You're great. Thank you. Oh, thank you for the gifts, guys. Thank you.
I'm just trying to avoid that terrible alarm again.
I know it's awful, isn't it?
It's
Audemars
like the
Piguet.
worst default early 2000s ringtone.
It is. It really is.
They should have made it that little animated dude who did like a brum, 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 brum. You have to know what I'm
The
talking
crazy frog?
That would have ruined that sound for us, I think. What did you say earlier? You wanted this isn't what they wanted with the early 2000s. You wanted jelly shoes and Enya. Instead, you get
WMD
WMDs and deployment. Oh my god.
I want phone charms back, but I want phone charms to be so universal again that I can get them at those little, like, the 50-cent thingies, like the vending machines at
Yeah.
Jewel.
So in Spain, we never, at least not among my friends, phone charms never really became that big of a thing. One thing I did though, I used to paint my phones with nail polish. I used to do like little designs on them with nail polish.
I totally remember that, and getting like little jewels or whatever to stick on and bedazzle yourself.
When it's funny looking back, being like, because now I, like, my personal phone has like crazy, like an OtterBox case and like a screen protector and all the rest, right?
Sorry, wait. Analysis from BBC on Starmer's response. They said Starmer's response to strikes neither full-throated support nor criticism. Okay. Sure, if that's how you want to take it. The response, I mean, this to me, this is like analysis. This, I swear to God, this to me sounds like someone who like wants to put out there like, hey, it's not full-throated support. I think you could absolutely take it as full-throated support. The fact that he was like, yes, they took out the danger. Now Iran has to come back to the table. That to me sounds like full-throated support. Okay, whatever. The response of the UK Prime Minister to the overnight strikes was neither full-throated support, but nor was it any form of criticism. Keir Starmer has been calling for de-escalation and negotiation. He specifically asked Iran to come to the negotiating table. Last night was neither. What we can say is there will be a quiet sigh of relief that the UK government avoided a potentially difficult decision. I'm telling you, dude. This is what I'm saying, Cottage. I think people would be pissed. The most obvious base from where to stage the attack was Diego Garcia, the British-run base in the Indian Ocean. It's half the distance from the sites in Iran compared to the base in Guam. Had the U.S. asked to use the facility and the government agreed, then that would surely be seen as by Iran as the UK joining the war. The fact that last night's attack took place without the involvement of Diego Garcia will be a source of some relief to British policymakers, even as they worry about their wider implications. Yeah.
So to me, this basically says, like, Keir Starmer just said, like, wow, threat depleted. We didn't actually, like, do anything, which is his, like, the UK would expect him to have some sort of, like, discussion with Trump. I'm sure, especially later, as like, the world wakes up today, the conservatives will probably be like, this wasn't strong enough. I'm sure it's coming.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think there's much to be said. There's not. He basically absolutely did not question the U.S. whatsoever, or anything. Like, to me, I don't think I'll be surprised if they say like this wasn't strong enough. To me,
conservatives will definitely say that Keir Starmer wasn't strong enough, is what I mean, and they
like
weren't
wasn't
going to
strong enough
question-
in support or.
No, they're going to say that Keir Starmer, they're likely going to say that they don't want to get involved into a war because it's too expensive and blah, 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 and that Keir Starmer should have done more to do it better, whatever that is.
What does that mean? Do what better?
Go into specifics about it. They'll just say that he should have been stronger or, like, stopped Trump from escalating things.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
So
like,
stronger
I
in
think that
opposition.
They will likely be. Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Because right now the conservatives are very, like, British centric. You have to think like the America First is rising in the States.
Yeah.
They're that same, like, far right.
Nationalistic.
On British. Yes, exactly.
But also can't they, I mean, I can't see the left or liberals in any way being like, yeah, we support, like, Trump bombing Iran. Good job. Like, if anything, I don't know, like, wouldn't they maybe couldn't they possibly end on the side of like, oh, the best thing for the UK is for the sites to be gone or whatever bullshit.
I mean, I don't know. I think that, so what to me this says, like, as a person who lives here, that more information about why we are speaking the way we are will likely come out.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I'll have to talk to my husband about this whenever he wakes up, to get a bit more of like a deep British perspective. But leading up to these events in the UK right now, British people have been bonding over the fact that kind of everybody likes to bully Keir Starmer. So I likely feel like that's a part of what's going to happen today. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's a Sunday, so
They got a lot of time on their hands.
people are going to do it from the pub.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I could see that. I also feel like, to me, there's also, like, this analysis, to me, feels like, I feel like on some level there's gonna be people, like, trying to interpret and, like, suggest and explain Keir Starmer's position as being, like, no, he's not, it's not that supportive, okay? It's not that supportive of it. Like, to me, that feels like smart fucking media pundits who realize what the fuck is going on in the world and being like, oh, this is how we get another 7-7. I feel like some of them are gonna try to err on the side of like, no, that's not what he meant. He's not like totally supporting it. It's just, like, focus on the fact that the UK was not involved. The UK was not involved, guys. The UK was not involved. See, that's it.
What I hate is that when you're explaining this, the first thing that comes to mind is well, that's not what Trump really means.
Right. A little bit. I mean, but I think that's true for anything, right? Like, I think this always happens, especially with big things like this, right? People are going to, like, rush to give a spin on something that they want it to be. Maybe because, sometimes, and when I say, put a spin on a statement that they want it to be, that also sometimes includes put a spin on it so that they can be pissed at it, like pretend to be outraged by something, whatever, right?
Right.
And I do feel like there's going to be maybe at least a subsection of the UK media that are going to be like, no, this is totally not like full support of it, whatsoever. Because the statement, I mean, let's find the full statement. Maybe I just didn't read the full statement, but like, to me, the full statement is very supportive. It's straight up support.
It doesn't read that way to me. It just reads as like, the part that reads as supportive is like the U.S. whatever got rid of a threat. Do you know what I mean?
Well,
like that definitely,
that's the only
it supports
thing.
The idea.
Okay, so so let me read it. I'm gonna read it and point by point. I'm gonna say I think validates it, like, is supportive. So the full statement is: Iran's nuclear program is a grave threat to international security, period. That is supportive of the U.S. claiming that the whole program is a fucking grave threat to international security. Sure, he doesn't say that they're developing bombs per se, but it validates the idea that it was a grave threat to national security, despite the fact that inspectors and the U.S.'s own intelligence community up until 3 fucking days ago was like, yeah, they're not developing bombs. Right? Second sentence. Iran can never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon, and the U.S. has taken action to alleviate that threat. So that's 2 parts, right? Iran can never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. That, to me, validates the idea, oh, yeah, the nuclear program was a grave threat. They can never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. That, like, hints at, like, yeah, this was about stopping the nuclear weapon thing. He doesn't straight up say, yes, this was written by committee for sure. He doesn't straight up say they were developing a nuclear weapon. But to me, it sounds very suggestive of like, yes, the nuclear program was a grave threat. We validate that. They cannot be allowed to develop a weapon. We validate the idea that's what this stopped. And then the U.S. has taken action to alleviate that threat. It validates the idea that explicitly the threat was a nuclear weapon, and we support the US. They've saved us, right? Like, to me, that's 3 points right there, very supportive of the US version of events. They were developing a weapon that was a big danger to us. Oh my gosh, the US has saved us. Then the next paragraph. The situation in the Middle East remains volatile, and stability in the region is a priority. That, to me, sure, like, the situation in the Middle East remains volatile. Yeah, no fucking kidding. And stability in the region is a priority. Okay, why is it volatile? You know what I mean? That, to me, is a little bit too neutral for the fact that Israel is fucking attacking, is attacking, and the U.S. just bombed Iran. You know what I mean? That, to me, is like...
I see what you...
And then we call on...
I just have to go in a minute. I just want to say, I see what you mean. That's what I was trying to say, is that the parts of the statement that we're supportive of the idea that the U.S. is currently propagating, right? Whether or not that's true or false, I don't know. Do you know what I'm saying? And I agree that it is WMD sounding.
Right.
But from what I'm like reading it as a British person, I would say that this says like, we agree there was a threat, but like we weren't involved in taking it out. I don't think it goes so far as to say we fully agree with and are going to participate in WAR.
I don't think it says we're going to participate for sure, but I do think it sounds like we fully agree with. Because it also...
I don't think that British people read it the same way, but
But it's not about British... It's not. I don't think it's about how British people read it. That's not what puts the UK at risk. What puts the UK at risk is how Iranians read it, or other, Islamists in the world read it. And to me, that like thing, I mean, but it is, to me, it comes off as very supportive. And then I will say the last sentence, I know you have to go, sorry, I'm trying to be quick, is the last sentence is, we call on Iran to return to the negotiating table and reach a diplomatic solution to end this crisis. Iran was at the negotiating table. We know this. Trump was the one that lost fucking patience and said, fuck it, start bombing them. We know, like,
I think
they're victim blaming. They're sort of being like literally, it's sort of like if a woman got essayed and they're like, it's time for the woman to basically to put her clothes back on and come to the table and make this stop. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah, I understand. The legal perspective here is that, technically speaking, I think it was reported yesterday or the day before yesterday. It was like Friday news dump that Iran's official statement about returning to, because like these things all happen in like roaming and revolving, like circular talk things that go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. So the new iteration that had occurred was that Iran would not come back to a negotiating table while there was still an ongoing conflict offensive going on into Iranian territory. So that may be why Keir Starmer's perspective of Iran come back. I agree. I'm not saying that it's not in a way victim blaming. I'm just saying that's likely a part of why, is because of all these like weird.
But I think that's a foolish fucking thing to be like that, because it's like they were at the negotiating table and then started bombing them. Of course they're going to be like, okay, fine, we're not going to negotiate while you're bombing us.
Absolutely. I personally don't disagree.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Sorry, I have to go, but of
Thanks
course,
for hanging
you
out.
know how I feel.
No, I know. I'm just saying
to explain complex legal shit.
No, totally. To me, it sounds very supportive. Not that it says it, the UK is involved or the UK is joining the war. Not at all. But it sounds very, very supportive of like everything the US has said. Like, yes, you were developing they were developing a bomb. Now they're not. Thank you so much to the US. They saved us. Everything the US said is true. Iran, you got to fix this now. You got to come back to negotiate. It's like,
I understand a bit better. Yeah, I totally get it.
Fucking wild.
I'll hang out in the comments, but thank you for having me up.
Thank you for coming up, Cottage. Sorry to so rudely awaken you with this.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop down too. Thank you, my dear.
Thank you. Always a pleasure. Thank you, gals. I guess I gotta fucking... I mean, it's daytime now, so now things are gonna ramp up. I feel like I'm gonna miss the whole war. That's not how that works. But I gotta get to sleep. It's 3:30 a.m.
Oh, yeah.
Cottage, can I send you my phone number? And if shit really fucking hits the fan, will you WhatsApp me? Okay, cool. Let's do that. You can WhatsApp me. Thanks, girly pop.
Yeah, I'll try to send you that video if I find it that you were featured in.
Oh yeah, please do. Yeah, I just want to save it to my things. I love him. I love his TikToks. I didn't realize that he had like a whole like YouTube channel and stuff. But yeah, we're friends on we're mutuals on TikTok.
Okay.
Okay, sounds
Yeah,
good.
good stream.
Confirmed. Thank you guys. Thank you everyone who joined us tonight and stayed up late / woke up in the morning. Thank you Europe. Thank you the rest of the world. If anyone in the Middle East is watching, we do not fucking support this. Please. The vast majority of Americans understand that this is fucking crazy. We're so fucking sorry. Ugh. It's 12:30 p.m. in California. Yeah, I'm in New York City. Get to sleep, California. Wake up early. Be like a human. All right. Thank you all. Thank you all for the gifts as well. Thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. All right.
Good night.
Good night.